Hey, Ellie, you are a pedophile. You are a fucking pedophile. I know pedophiles when I see them.
Hey, you know what? You bring it up, it means that it's you. Somebody who brings that up is obsessed with this stuff.
No.
You go from
white men. White men in the
other.
Oh my
The
God.
white man.
Statistics.
Israel is the
Statistics
gayest
prove
country
that.
on the planet. And the most pedophile people on
I
the
made that
planet
picture
as
for
well.
George.
Like,
Do you like it?
it's already
Yes, gay people.
the gayest
It's
country.
just our normal son. People.
Everyone with a freaky, crazy desire, they go to Israel.
But George answered a question.
Gay people, we just don't
Is
murder.
that one of your girlfriends, George? That is George.
You desecrated the freaking holy land. You messed it up, you
It has
asshole.
been liberated.
We're gonna
There's
eradicate
no
you
desecration.
soon
We're
enough.
not primitive barbarians.
I don't know. How did you feel though?
Make it the
I don't know. I want to know, right? I want to know.
Make it feel.
Yeah, Steve, I want to know. How did you feel as a man, as a father, when your son came out? So would you just
He felt good.
Father that I know.
No, what was the feeling? No, what was the feeling? No, I want you to tell me. I want you to describe the feeling. Please tell me the
Tell them you
feeling.
felt elated.
How did he deliver the news to you?
I'm going to tell you, if any of my sons or daughters were gay, I would love them just as much. They don't
I
have
said
to
bisexual. Turn your ears on, retard. Turn your ears on. I said bisexual. He has no morals.
Is
I said bisexual.
okay?
Not
It is
bisexual, not homosexual.
normal.
Your son is bisexual. Yeah,
Is
your son
I know
is
why you asked.
okay?
Are you acting?
No, I know he is. I've seen it on his social media. He hates. Listen, he hates Muslims and minorities, but he supports gays. What a piece of shit! You suck to the lowest. You are the lowest form of human. Shut up. He's racist.
I hate
Hang on a second. I do have one question for that brother too. Brother too, you said you don't like white gay men. No offense to you. Do you love black?
No. I don't support any gay men. I was just trying to make fun of him. I don't support that
I'm just making
lifestyle.
sure, brother. You know we're on the same page. Because you said complain about the white. I'm like, okay, what about the black and brown gay men?
Hey, brother, the country I'm from, listen. Okay, shut up. Shut the hell up. Shut up.
Getting your asses kicked and you
Man, shut the hell up. You're a pedophile white man. Shut up. I don't want to hear anything you gotta say. Hey, Amir,
what you're dead?
I don't support, not only do I not support, but I I'm openly against anyone who supports or even
Anti-Semitic, homophobic.
Yes.
Piece of garbage.
And sound dumb as fuck.
You're
do you have a daughter as well?
No one cares.
Yeah, no one cares what he has to say.
Title.
Do you have a daughter as well?
I like your chin, bro. That's chin. Watch.
Oh, you have okay, Charlie, yeah?
Where'd you get that
No
chin?
one gives a fuck what you think.
Is it Charlie? Is Charlie, is that right? Oh, no.
No.
You're a primitive, you're a dick, you're
My son has a chin.
Hold on.
Islam, Petty. Why did you
Charlie, you keep attacking Islam, you bastard.
I'm asking you a question now.
Two questions. No, I don't care about white people.
Convert to Islam,
Fifty
Petty.
tongue.
Why did you allow Islam to colonize your soul? What happened to you?
Why do you
Where
let
did you go wrong?
Okay, why do you let pride and homosexuality conquer your soul, you fucking piece of
Why
shit?
did you allow Islam to colonize your soul? What happened?
Why do you not have any morals?
No,
You
don't
support
answer the
homosexuality and all
question.
alternative.
I'm asking-
Why do you allow men to dress up as women and parade around as if they can have children? You are a piece of shit. Why do you claim a man is born gay? You fucking liar. A man cannot be born gay. There's no evidence of that. You are a fucking piece of shit. You are the lowest.
Racist.
You are the lowest. Listen, white man. You're the lowest form of a human being. You are fucking homosexual. White man. And I guarantee you, he's a pedophile. Someone
Go drive your Uber.
Hey, look this guy's.
Go drive your Uber off a cliff.
I don't drive Uber, you fucking piece of shit. I don't drive Uber. I have never driven Uber. I've never driven it.
Do you rob banks with those guys?
You're an Uber driver with low rating.
Hey, my gun is illegal.
You You're thieves. Who are you to talk to?
Yeah, that's it. They support homosexuality. All the backwards, all the
low rated.
Hey, listen, hey,
you're
L.
racist, you're anti-Semitic, and you don't fit in civilized society.
You're 100% right. I am anti.
You don't fit in
I am
civilized
homophobic. 100%.
society. You're
Anything that goes against natural.
You need to be.
You are a secular, liberal, homosexual white man.
You in a civilized nation.
You are
You
a
don't
piece of
belong
shit.
here.
Enjoy
You need to be
Like you see
You need to be deported.
Yeah.
We're deporting the jihad. The jihad
I
is
hate
being
this
deported.
pedophile.
Goodbye.
I hate this pedophile. Shut up.
Go drive your Uber.
He looks like he touches kids. He's talking about Uber driver.
Go drive your Uber
Hey,
off the cliff of dope.
Anyways, I think
sake of the nation.
we're gonna pivot from El Normo because he's just annoying, just like usual. Thank you, El Normo. Thank you for leaving on your own. I don't have to move you down. That's it. Thank you. He'll be back in a bit. Anyways, we've seen El Normo's behavior on this app. He was attacking Mark. Mark is his Jewish brother, right? So Mark, if he would have pressed his button, he would try to, dox you and whatnot. He has done it to the Jewish brothers here and sisters. So just be careful. That's all I can tell you. Be careful with El Normo. He's a very, very vicious,
Hey, Brother Amir,
son of a gun.
I don't want to cut you off. Let me just say one thing.
Sure.
Anything that goes against our deen, our faith, I will never not only support, but I will denounce anybody who supports.
I know, but
anything.
brother, you made a mistake.
No, I was just trying to make fun of him. It definitely came. No, I was just trying to make fun of him. That's it. That's it.
I know, but
Brother,
you gotta be clear with the words white, brown,
yes.
black, all give.
yes. No, 100%. I should have clarified. I agree with you. But where I'm from, listen. You don't go to jail. You go to the graveyard if you're homosexual.
No, I know it's wrong.
100%.
It's wrong to kill people. I know, but it's wrong to kill people that are, they're gays, LGBTQ. We can bring them right to the right path. It's wrong to kill them.
I agree with you.
Straight again.
What do they call that thing? What do they call that thing when they send them back home?
One thing we should.
I don't know if you
do
guys
in this
know.
room.
Just 1 second. I don't know if you guys know about this term called corrective rape. They do that in some villages in Africa, in India, Pakistan, whatnot. What this means is it's called corrective rape. So let's say if your son is gay or lesbian or whatever, they force one of their cousins to have sex, by force to make them straight.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying? It's called corrective rape, and it happens in some of the villages. It's disturbing and disgusting.
Okay, Brother Amir, can I just say one thing? You know what you have to do on this app is you have to also educate people on the fact that no one is born as a homosexual or in love with the same sex. It is completely a choice. It is backwards, it's unnatural, immoral, and it destroys the community. It leads to pedophilia. 100%. We have to highlight that. No one is born gay. It's complete garbage.
I was born gay.
Oh, come on.
Why are you gay?
People.
Why are you gay?
Why are you gay? You are gay.
I'm as straight as they come, but I'm actually going to make an intellectual argument against him.
Go ahead.
And it's anecdotal as well. In fact, I'm not even sure it is intellectual. It's more just anecdotal.
Go ahead.
When I was growing up, I don't ever remember sitting down one day and thinking, okay, I've got a choice. I can go for the ladies or I can go for the men. Which one am I going to go for? No, I just had a hormone tell me, ooh, I really like the look of that girl. I think I like women. And so I don't remember it being a conscious choice for me personally. So I don't actually know why it would be a conscious choice for someone who's gay. I imagine it'd be very similar where they would just one day, when they're whatever, 10, 11, 12, whatever that age is, just to think, oh my gosh, I'm attracted to that. Because that's what happened to me.
Okay.
I didn't like...
Okay, you spoke on hormones. Hormones are completely natural. In the natural world, you do not see homosexuality. When children are young, they are not inclined to... As a male is not inclined to dress up as a woman or see any kind of sexual urges or lust towards the same sex. It's the corruption, the things around the things around the child that lead to that. There is no evidence scientifically proven that anyone has ever been born gay. It's complete garbage. So it is 100% a choice. If you're not born,
I'm gonna tell you, there is one gender I think you haven't talked about. It's called intersex.
Oh, that's different.
That's not by choice.
Yeah, that's different.
That's not by choice. That's actually natural born intersex, right? And that's a different. So there's 3 genders that I kind of look at it as natural, but I mean, to each their own, bro. Too, I was because I lived in Saudi Arabia. You wouldn't believe it. Even some of the Arab culture, some of the Arab society, bro. Some of them are gays.
Yeah, I agree with you, bro. But I've lived through.
No offense to any Arabs in this room. No offense to you guys.
As an Arab man,
I lived over there.
Right away I was gay.
Yeah, I'm not Arab, brother, but
Nergis, where you live, yeah, there's a lot of gayness over there.
As an Arab man, I truly realized that my love for men was just purely instinct. As an Arab man, I will confess to this, and I am very proud of it. 2 cups, I don't think you understand our feelings. Okay?
I don't. But you sound like a woman, so go ahead.
Brother, why would you call yourself 2 cups?
Listen, I'm gonna back channel you about that.
Back channel me too. What the fuck is 2 cups, bro?
Yeah, I don't get it, bro. I heard.
No, but it's not nothing.
In 1 cup.
It's not nothing.
I heard that
no.
I never heard this 2 cup shit.
Brother.
2 girls, 1 cup.
Bro, you don't see any girls in the title or the name or nothing. It has nothing to do with that.
It's a coded language. It's a coded language.
Respectfully,
anyways, that alien character down in the audience is probably recording. Fuck you and fuck your mother, you little John Kite, whatever the fuck your name is, bitch. Right? You like to record my rooms, son of a bitch. I want to.
John, stop, man, John. This is ridiculous, bro.
He's an asswipe. I have, you know what? He's got some pictures. Literally, he's got like 30 phones, man. Like, you're such a lowlife. You got nothing else going for you. Disgusting. Anyways, what I was gonna say was, we have George here. George, please refrain from saying the same shit like I called you out before, please. Okay. Thank you. I think by you hanging out with Nergis, maybe she changed you.
George is a changed man. I mean, woman now. George truly has high potential to change. I just want to say George is a completely changed woman.
I think you might as well get the gender change operation done so we won't have to hear about you talking about your, the S word. Yeah, gay actually means happy, so...
He's still talking about the S word. Non-stop.
Okay, just call him a faggot.
He does, right?
You guys
yeah, it's non-stop damage.
I don't know, man. I don't know. Hello, this guy is confused as hell. But Mark, going back to you, with this statement that when it came out, I mean, Netanyahu, is probably pissed off at the White House that what kind of statement is this? Because it was posted in time of And if Netanyahu keeps it up, I think it's going to happen. The parting of ways, I think it might happen. Because there's a limit to it, right? The amount of killings and the amount of attacks you could do.
Yeah, I mean, I think it came from that church that got accidentally bombed and 3 Christians were killed. And he came out and said, whoops, that really was a mistake. We're really, really sorry. We're investigating it. And obviously some White House officials like, well, no, he's a madman. And it is a little weird. I mean, as someone who values human life equally, I think it's kind of sad that, if you are going to criticize the Israeli government, that you wait till 3 Christians are killed to do it. Like, there's a lot of other people who've been hit, who aren't Christian, and you didn't hear a statement till 3 Christians were hit. So, to be completely fair, I thought that was a little bit weak.
And other attack of the... Yeah, go on.
Can you remember a couple of weeks back when they attacked... Israel attacked Iran, and he used the F word, Trump did, to describe Netanyahu, and then 2 weeks later he's criticising them again, calling them a madman. So I think America getting a little bit sick of him at the minute.
Well, again, it wasn't Trump; it was a White House official. But but that was my point earlier, that there was a criticism, and yet at the end of the day, they were still right there with them bombing. You know, with Iran, they were, he kind of criticized Israel attacking, and then a week and a half later, it was the U.S. dropping the bomb. You know, so that's why I wouldn't be too optimistic.
So can I ask you guys a question? Everyone in the UK, does the government of the United Kingdom, do they openly support Israel and fund their genocide in any way?
They conform to America.
Okay. Damn. It's crazy.
Yeah, but people have been protesting. There's, I think, 80,000 or 50,000 people protested in the UK.
Yeah, the biggest protest we've ever had, that was.
Yeah. So when they do protests, it actually does, some sort of effect to it, cause and effect, right? And I think it's going to make a difference, man, with this people, coming in large numbers. It's a matter of time, and it's a non-ending, protests that are happening every single day.
Also, the Irish people supported the Palestinian people. Let's not forget. Same thing with, I believe, people in Scotland who wanted their own country from the British. They supported the Palestinian cause. So we can never forget that, there's definitely support from around the world for the Palestinian people in a lot of countries.
Absolutely. I'm from Scotland, living in England. Scotland's always supported the Palestinians, always.
Yeah, and we support Scotland and Ireland. As a country, we want those people to have their own land and, have their own identity. Because I know they're not British.
We're not going back.
Yeah, I shared Epstein fly list before, right? I don't know if you guys got that.
Is that just the wind?
The Epstein is, we need that Epstein file released. If they got nothing to hide, they should release it. I don't know why the hell they're not releasing it. But the one that they released back in 2015 after the lawsuit, that can have a lot of people's name on it.
Yeah, we haven't seen him in about the last, 4 years, 3 years. We haven't seen him once in public or heard from him once.
So he disappeared?
Completely disappeared off the radar. They don't even mention his name. He doesn't go to any functions.
So what does he do for entertainment? Does he come out at all?
He definitely doesn't go to Epstein's parties anymore.
Yeah, but do you think that he probably took a flight somewhere else? He lives somewhere else?
Yeah, King Charles took his money off him so that he doesn't get paid by the British taxpayer anymore. His pocket money was taken away.
Yep. Now this was very interesting, right? There's been a lot of scrutiny on this, how they attacked the humanitarian aid thing that they've started, right? That's funded by it's an Israeli organization. U.S. funds it, and they use their own funding and whatnot. And they've killed over 850 people according to the UN at these sites, right? And they even admitted it. Now, the big question is today, right? Earlier today, maybe you could say yesterday, they came out with a propaganda video that says they ordered people to, they ordered their soldiers not to do the attack. And that was kind of interesting that these people are trying to, change the narrative, but it ain't gonna work. You killed over 850 people at these sites. What's with this one video that, the commander is saying, don't shoot. That means they have to be told, don't shoot, otherwise they'll shoot. Like, do they not understand that the people are there to grab the aid? It's crazy. I'll put the link in the chat. I want you guys to check it out. This was in the Times of Israel. It says, very crazy, man.
Wow, that's crazy. That was a general. I think he was from either the U.S. or yeah, he was, and he said that the IDF are actually clowns. They're not a formal army. They just know how to oppress Palestinian people. That's what he said. He said that's why they're struggling against Hamas, and not only do they need training, but he said that they have no combat experience at all. They're just all they are is just cowards. They shoot unarmed civilians. That's literally what he said.
Right.
Just kids as well. They're underage. They're not trained. They're underage. They're just forced. They're forced into going there by the poxy government. That's what it is.
Yeah, and with their propaganda, they have the audacity to compare that to like Pearl Harbor or like formal, army on army wars. It's crazy. But Israel is the most delusional place in the world. Like you literally have to like dumb yourself down in order to believe some of the shit that they tell their people. It's great.
Yep, Israel apparently is delivering medical aid to Syria surveyors. The ceasefire appears to stick. It says sectarian clashes has surpassed 1,100 people dead. Some of these Jewish people, they cannot be trusted, man. They're shapeshifters. One time they're on the pro-Syria side, and then secondly they're on the pro-Israeli side. It's just, I don't know.
And you actually read an Evagai Drey statement, Amir, you take it at face value? Never, ever.
No, I'm not taking the face value.
Yeah.
This newspaper doesn't say that.
Yeah.
I'm making the judgment on this. Judgment.
Yeah, it's just this character is a piece of shit. Just lying piece of shit.
Which character? Netanyahu?
No, the spokesman for the Israeli army.
No.
Israel, yeah.
I'm saying this is from the Times of Israel. So, guys, this is coming from a Zionist source. I'm just thinking about the Jews. The Jews, they're serving at the checkpoints in the West Bank. A lot of these people actually are from Jewish community, and Jews, they're just I don't know what side they're on. They're freaking shapeshifters.
They are they're a strange bunch of people, but some of them are actually so anti-Israel. Some of them are very hardcore nationalists. Some of them view themselves as part of the Palestinian people, but they have a philosophy in which they say we just live and are loyal to the government, to the government that we live under. And in the 1948 and 1950, the Israelis kind of co-opted them and brought them into the fold. And their number is limited in Palestine. Some of them were, they were chased out, but a lot of them do serve in the army, and the Israeli army uses them because they speak the Arabic language fluently. They are, of Arab descent. They are a strange sect of Islam. Kind of, they call themselves Muslims sometimes, but they don't carry out a lot of Islamic things, like they don't fast in Ramadan. I'm not sure they do the Hajj. They go to a certain place in Jordan and Palestine as their prophet. So they believe in like strange things.
Hey, no.
But
wow, that's insane.
You're in Palestine.
Yes, I am.
There's one thing that I don't think gets enough airtime, and that is, you remember Shireen Abu Akleh?
Oh yeah, I remember Shireen. Why she was a friend of mine, wasn't it?
Because I remember that's what got me first into angry about this whole situation, because I was watching it on Al Jazeera on the TV at the time when she was shot, and then at the funeral the soldiers, IDF stormed the funeral and started pulling the coffin and everything, and I remember watching that with my dad and thinking to himself how disgusting and horrible that was. And then October 7th came after it. I just don't know how they've got the cheek to turn around and say things like, they've got the hostages, because look at what happened to Shireen. Shireen was just a journalist reporting, and I used to watch her regularly, and I don't think she gets enough airtime, I don't.
Well, I've known Shireen since she was 10 years old, okay? I've known her father, I've known her mother, I've known her family, I know her brother. Yes, they killed
She was an
Shireen.
amazing woman. She was an amazing.
Yeah, she was an incredible person, yes. And she had the most amazing father. I've known her father. I've known her since she was 10. I still remember her when she was 10 years old.
Aligning.
Yeah, they did murder Shireen in Jenin. And she is, she's a journalist.
One other question to the brother that said he's Palestinian. Do you remember a U.S. journalist? This was like probably maybe like 10 years ago. His name is Tristan Anderson. And they shot him with the tear gas gun and he became paralyzed and his family sued Israel. Are you familiar with that case?
Tristan, what year was that?
Tristan Anderson. I believe this was maybe like 2010, 2009.
Yeah, I think it was a British guy, right?
No, he was American because his family sued in American court against Israel. And I think the Supreme Court stepped in and pretty much told them you can't sue Israel. You really can't take any action against Israel. That's what they said. So he was protesting the settlers. He wasn't protesting the IDF. And the IDF turned, they first started with the tear gas. Then they used live rounds on the crowd. But the Palestinians were defending a village. He was just there to protest and document some of the things. When they started firing the tear gas guns, one of the shells from the tear gas gun actually hit him so hard, and he was so close to the round that it hit him in his head, and he was completely paralyzed. To this day, he's in a wheelchair.
Wasn't he blind?
So he gets offended by the word nigger?
Yes, he was also blinded. I believe he's blinded, yes.
Because it's the best word out.
And his family turned around and sued Israel maybe like 2 weeks
For the
later.
record,
You could just Google his name.
the
The case does. Yeah, I remember just seeing that on the news, but it was just a small like segment.
Don't call me the N-word.
Like, it's
After Shireen was shot, the IDF because Al Jazeera were running in the story. They then went and bombed the Al Jazeera headquarters in Gaza, if I remember right, and brought the whole building down. And they were kind enough to give them, I think it was like a 5-minute warning.
Yeah, that's crazy. They bombed.
Well, I think Justin was shot in Berlin and next to Ramallah. I think he was from California, I think.
Yes, yeah, I believe he was from California. I'm from California, so I remember seeing it on KTLA, which is like the local news station for Southern California. It's like the major station like Fox 13 or just in general everyone has their local news station. But I remember seeing it and I was shocked. I couldn't believe that American journalists with credentials that was there with the visa and everything. He was just shot in the head and paralyzed. It's crazy.
The Israelis have something with for journalists. They kill a lot of journalists, and they target them pretty frequently. Yeah. So.
Because they're showing the world and showing us exactly what's going on, and they don't like it when we start rising up against it.
Yeah, but Shireen was like a very well-known woman. I mean, she's been around for a very long time, and she's very well known throughout the Arab world.
Rose a cup or alarm. You better put it back in the water.
She
so
stayed
look at that. Alarm.
You know you gotta put this back in the water, okay?
Look at the
fish there. Rose a cup or alarm. We're gonna put it back in the water.
Reporting from Gaza.
So the journalist have to sign like a waiver saying, hey, you might not come back from Israel.
Thank you, my brother Chino. Where's that Chino?
I know they are targeted. Maybe look at statistically, I think Gaza they probably killed over 100
Listen, I'm working on a lot of guys' houses.
very frequently.
Can you see that new logo?
That's a war crime.
Chairman of Vibe. Yeah.
Surely somebody's got to be held accountable for that. That's almost
230
deliberately
journalists.
Deliberately targeting journalism.
Yeah, they probably they killed over 200 last.
230 has alone already.
Jindib, just send the best wishes to the family for me, please.
Okay, I haven't seen him in a while. Her brother lives is in the U.S. He lives he's an American. She was an American citizen too.
I don't know. I miss you.
Her parents owned a travel agency in the old days.
Oh boy.
They had an office in England, and I still, remember her when she was 10 years old, paying the back office of her dad.
Wi-Fi.
Yep.
They're the most decent people I've known in my life. They were very good people.
Why do you think they like to be around women?
People. She was great.
Yep. It's crazy about we had the Shireen Welkley, and then there was another one. What was her name? Rachel Corrie, right?
I mean, yeah, Americans should familiarize themselves with Rachel. Rachel actually was crushed to death in Gaza. She did spend some time in the West Bank, but she ended up living in Gaza for a while, and she was a an amazing young woman who stood in front of a bulldozer, trying to demolish a home in the West Bank, and they crushed her. The bulldozer crushed her to death, and her parents tried to get justice, but they never did, both in Israel and in America. I mean, her parents are still around, and there's the Rachel Corrie Foundation in America. If you guys want to check that out, they do good work, and they're still involved in the Palestinian cause. Her parents are getting older now, but yeah, she's an American woman who Americans should familiarize themselves with. She was from Seattle. She was in Seattle, I believe, from Seattle. I think you can look up the Rachel Corrie Foundation.
Rachel Corrie, just look it up on Google, Scotty, and you'll come across a whole bunch of websites that I'm not talking about here.
Yeah, most of the journalists, the things that happen to them is just, it's crazy to think a government or like a police force, the IDF, because they claim they're a police force, they just get away with this against international journalists too. So it's bad enough that they're doing what they're doing to the Palestinians, but then they also have a green light to do that to anyone that's in that area. That's what makes Israel crazy. It's insane.
Well, I mean, no accountability, right? Now, I wonder if they were to take it to the international court and see if they can, if anybody want to come on up, just unmute your mic and come on up. If they were to take it to the international court with evidence or whatnot, I think the international court might be able to come to some sort of conclusion that they did do it. And maybe, get some sort of reparations from these people because the money...
The international community, I mean, as far as the UN and the ICC did a good job in giving Netanyahu that war crime title. He deserves more than a war crime title. He's been bombing children, and he's saying that is the only solution, and it has to be the solution that works, which is crazy. Just bomb everyone. And then he says we give them a warning a day prior. So if you live in a house where he feels like he needs to bomb, he gives you a day for you to literally relocate your entire life. So it doesn't make any sense. And with the UN, I don't think the UN has any power over Israel. And then also the nuclear weapons. I mean, you guys do know that they illegally built nuclear weapons, meaning they are violating international law since I believe the 60s. If not earlier, I believe the 50s. They said we need nukes, and they kept violating laws left and right. They actually helped Pakistan develop their nuclear weapons, in a way. And also South Africa. A lot of people don't know. South Africa developed nuclear weapons because they didn't have any allies. You see, when you're a white European country, you can break international laws. Okay, with white people, the law they feel as if they created most of these laws in the world. So I think the UN and these different organizations, international organizations, they should be denounced to begin with if they're not acting on Israel's genocide or anything else that's going on.
I'm sure that
they're the only country that's got a nuclear weapon that's not part of the IAEA, I'm sure, is that right?
Yep.
So there is no evidence, bro, that they helped Pakistan to build nuclear weapons. Which other country did you say to?
That's what Mossad claims. So this is a claim made by them. I'm not saying
there isn't any proof of the countries that did help, because Pakistan doesn't have diplomatic relations with that. Do you know that if you have an Israeli passport, you can't even travel to Pakistan?
They tried to destroy it. The Mossad was trying to destroy the nuclear bomb for.
That's what Netanyahu wants. He wanted to go after Iran, and then Pakistan next because
even before that, at the time.
They didn't help. I think maybe you got wrong facts here, but
no, but it's something claim that Mossad made. They said, you know.
No, we don't go based on Mossad. We based on facts. You see what I'm saying?
There's an alliance between Israel and India for them to destroy the nuclear program for Pakistan.
I believe that. I believe that. Also, South Africa. They said they helped South Africa. That I believe because South Africa was, apartheid government. Exactly what the Israelis are doing in Palestine right now. Apartheid government. So I think they were inclined to help someone who has the same kind of system as far as government goes. South Africa did have like 6 or 7
was like a Nazi Zionist collection of white people.
Yes, pretty much. And they came in, colonized, and then said this is our land, and that African American, not African American, just Africans in general in South Africa have no rights. And by the way, the South African tribes are like some of the oldest tribes in the world as far as people go.
100%, but they still don't have that. Hopefully it gets better soon.
In relation to South Africa, yes, there's evidence available. You can pinpoint that yes, they did help them. But related to the Pakistan, because they do have they have problems with Muslim countries, right? So they would never help a Muslim country to build a nuclear weapon, which goes against their own security.
That's a fact. So they're openly, we can all agree that they are there to openly oppress and put these governments and countries, these Muslim countries down. So that way we can't have another Ottoman Empire, or remember back in the day when we had.
Yeah, but Turkey is pretty powerful though. Turkey
is a part of NATO. I don't think they control their foreign policy. That's what we need to look at, countries that have independent foreign policies as far as dealing with Israel.
Yeah, but it's a matter of time. So Israel
they tried to
Turkey.
remove Erdogan in 2016 by a coup. Turkey was like the most country that has coup on the planet, like over and over and over for 80 years. So being part of NATO is just balancing the balance of power, trying to go through it.
So for example, Amir, the country I'm from Somalia. So we had an independent foreign policy in the 80s, and we had resources that the U.S. wanted. We were supposed to basically give them all our resources and receive nothing, and they destroyed our government from within. They funded different movements. One of my family members was in the government for over 25, 27 years. So.
Do this, and we can get more into it when it's in the middle of the day and not like first thing in the morning like it is here. But we need to analyze what all these stories are coming out about Trump.
Oh, you guys have no choice now.
Oh, that's stupid. They're not trying to kill themselves and have a bad government. Most of these people are being destabilized from the outside, and you see a lot of these terrorist groups and these different people that are just crazy. They're being funded, like they said, during the war, the invasion of Afghanistan and Iraq. There was actually a group of South Americans that were caught in Iraq fighting the U.S. government. They're basically CIA puppets, and they were basically inserted in there to just cause chaos. These people weren't even Muslim or Middle Eastern. It's crazy.
Yep. Hey, welcome, Nubian. Assalamu alaikum, man. How you doing today?
Alaikum salam. Long time. How are you?
I'm doing good. We had some people here from South Sudan, man. One person kept on supporting Israel. They gave him facts and data. I told him, I said, 2012, they kicked out asylum seekers, so hundreds of families out of Israel. You know?
South Sudan is not surprising. Yeah, those people are extraordinarily misinformed.
He'll hop in here. He does not have any self-respect. He acts like his name is Ghetto. You'll see him probably in Mahdi's room as well.
Idiot.
So, Doctor, why do they support the Israeli government if they know they're wrong? You know, South Sudanese people, they should know.
Hey, what's up, Saya? If you want to come on up, or anybody else, just unmute, come on up. Assalamu alaikum, welcome, guys.
South Sudanese people.
So do they have an issue with just like, you know, governments that are led by Muslims, or what is their issue with the Palestinian people?
South Sudanese?
Yeah, the South Sudanese, because a lot of them support Israel.
They don't have an issue with they don't have an issue with people. They're a puppet. They're independents to Israel, so they're just a support. So that whole state is a whole puppet state. That's why they fought for their independence against us so hard for so long, and when they got it, and they became the poorest, one of the poorest
countries. Yeah, but man, that lets me know, bro, that this shit is it's all like man-made. These governments that want independence and stuff like that. Sudan was a very powerful country, not just in Africa, but just in the region as a whole. For them to have a huge portion of their land just be divided and a whole new country created, I think that was foreign powers, man. Because you could never do that to a country like the United States.
Same thing with the gold in Sudan. We have gold sanctioning guns out. We allegedly supported 9/11 terrorists. So because we allegedly supported 9/11 terrorists, then they put that sanction. But that sanction was more so to destabilize us militarily, because once they had their treaties with Egypt, they had no other major threats in the region other than Sudan. Because Sudan is like North Sudan, we're extraordinarily good at science. If we had military capability, we would be probably in Gaza, along with Iran and Hezbollah and many other different organizations, or we would send our own proxy groups. But they destabilized us 20 plus years ago when they took our number one export. Then our other exports, our agricultural exports that make the country money, most of those were out of South Sudan. They created division between North Sudan and South Sudan by way of religion. Because they try to say South Sudanese are Christian, but the majority of South Sudanese are traditionalists, they're animists. They are like nature worshippers, pagans. So they try to create that division between the two of us. We actually won the Civil War both times, in 1989 and in 2011, but the United Nations did an overwhelming vote and decided that South Sudan could be a state anyway.
That's crazy. That is crazy. Yeah. Look at that. And I'm pretty sure Sudan as a government, Sudan and Libya were doing really well compared to most countries just within the region. I feel like they were doing really well, and militarily they were powerful. It's the same with our country. Like in the 70s, we fought with Ethiopia because they openly supported Zionism, and then at one point they said they were communist, and half of our land is stolen by Ethiopia, so we went to war with them. The U.S. played both sides, gave us weapons, and then took all the weapons away from us. They gave it to Ethiopia, and then we drove to their capital, and we started getting bombed. And so I feel like any government that opposes Western values and or is a threat to Israel will be destroyed if it's an Islamic country, for sure. That's what people need to realize. I feel like that's the number one thing that people should educate themselves on, that the Middle East, that entire region, all the way to North Africa to East Africa, was controlled at one point by just one major Islamic power, like for centuries. So I don't think they want that to happen again.
The Israelis are playing a long chess game, and a lot of people are focused on the West Bank. But one of Israel's number one assets that they want control over is the Suez Canal. So destabilizing Sudan, demilitarizing Jordan the way they did already, and then trying to make quote unquote allies with Egypt. All these moves is for the greater Israeli plan. So once they finish off with Gaza, then the next move is for the Suez Canal. If they control the Suez Canal, then they control global trade in the entire region.
There is no
30%. Yes, 30% of all trade coming from Asia, particularly oil and Iran's oil coming from the Strait of Hormuz, is gonna end up going through the Suez Canal.
And that's Saudi is making good chess moves as well, because Saudi has their quote unquote Vision 2030, but Saudi's being very strategic. Instead of them investing in Riyadh or Jeddah, cities that are already developed, they're investing. All the new cities that Saudi is building is on the Red Sea coast, all the way north at the tip where that is. They have a project called the Octagon, which is supposed to be a seaport, one of the world's largest seaport cities that's going to be built right there to try to help keep a Muslim presence or a Muslim statehood presence in the region. I think it's also going to be proxy for military.
I have to disagree with that. The Saudis are puppets. They're controlled by Israel and the United States. They're propped up. They're the most disgraceful government probably in the last 300 years for Muslims. They're an absolute disgrace. They are openly hostile towards Iran.
I mean, I could not.
Their fellow Arab Muslim brothers in Gaza and the West Bank, which aren't too far from the neighboring, there may be one country in between them. They're being destroyed every day, and they have an economic treaty, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong, but I believe that Saudi and the Saudi government, not the people, Saudi government and the Israeli government work together, so I believe they're puppets.
I extraordinarily disagree.
Can you just say one thing is better than just a minute? Say Rabbi is
doesn't have any reason to be a puppet Israel. But the Saudi
I've got
approach
two
to
PhDs.
is really
I've got two
different
PhDs.
what most people would hope to see. Most people hope to see some militarily based system, and most of the Gulf countries, their focus is on becoming global powers. And if they allow themselves to be dragged into war, then they will lose an opportunity. And their opportunity to become global power is based upon tourism. So their fighting is against the racism and the prejudice towards Arabs in our countries. Our countries are more. So it puts them in that situation. I definitely see financial moves that have been made. I'm here currently. I see financial moves that have been made, and I see strategic moves that have been made. Slow pace, not aggressive moves. As far as Iran, the conflict between Saudis and Iran historically vastly predate even the State of Israel foundation. But I get your point, and I hear that argument a lot. It's relevant, but I don't think it's reality.
It is.
Saudis,
they're openly, they're openly advocating for war.
Yeah, but you would have to go beyond
government, and they're supporting.
Yeah, but you would have to go beyond the tabloids. Like I said, I'm talking about strategic military-based setups.
Yeah, there's about at least 4 military, U.S. military bases in Saudi Arabia.
I'm talking about
where F-16s take off and bomb other Muslim countries.
That's not
Saudis are a complete disgrace. They're a complete disgrace.
Yeah, like I said, if you have to go beyond tabloid and understand what Saudi government is actually doing, not what U.S. is doing through Saudi, because the U.S. is inside every single country in the region. So that's irrelevant. The point is what Saudi is doing militarily, and what they're doing militarily is they've been setting up new bases just for themselves all the way north of the Red Sea coast in between Jordan and a bridge between Egypt. They're even building a bridge. They have a bridge that they're building called the Musa bridge that's gonna connect Masr to Saudi, south of
brother.
Say again.
Can I just reply to Dr. Doctor? I believe that you made some great points, but that is a cop-out. Having economic ties they're basically openly supporting Israel in genocide, and then they aren't taking any action with the U.S. They aren't putting pressure through economic structure. If they wanted to, if the Saudis wanted to, with the amount of oil they have, with them leading OPEC, they would say, hey, we're going to move towards BRICS. The U.S. has to cut at least 20 to 30%.
Saudi they already did that. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but it took them how long? With all of BRICS, it took them how long to say, hey, we're going to go to BRICS if America does not stop openly?
It didn't take them a long time to go. First of all, it didn't take them a long time to go to BRICS. Second of all, BRICS, as far as its organization structure for exactly what it wants to do, is relatively new. BRICS didn't start catching its heat and momentum until the war between Russia and Ukraine. And then when America started putting financial sanctions on Russia's trade, that's when Russia joined BRICS, and then BRICS became a real thing. Because it's like, okay, we need major superpowers investing. Saudi Arabia is a $1 trillion country, so you're not going to get their attention just by having a couple broke countries say, hey, we're angry.
But I mean, their economy isn't diverse at all, and they know they're gonna go broke eventually if they rely too much on because think about this.
And
Venezuela
is for them to spend their money on
Venezuela.
People up.
No.
Strategic.
No, they need to strategically put pressure on the countries. Well, that's if they are Islamic government. They aren't. So I mean, they aren't infallible.
But they're not in the position to do that.
They absolutely are. Turkey's been doing that. Turkey has been displaying soft power.
Turkey is much more powerful than Saudi's government. Massively more powerful.
Brother,
and more and a stronger reputation and more control on trade, energy. Like, what are you talking about? I don't think you understand
I think the thing is you support Mohammed bin Salman and the Saudi government, which again, it's your choice, but a sellout is a sellout, brother. You're arguing with reality. Reality says that this government is openly supporting genocide. They're openly supporting genocide.
It's not about reality. It's just your lack of knowledge. It's not about supporting anyone or reality.
So Saudi Arabia is shooting down missiles headed towards Israel.
Brother, am I allowed to finish this sentence?
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
It's not about supporting Mohammed bin Salman, and it's not about any of the things you just said. It's about understanding what the Saudi position. And I think a lot of Muslims, what happens is they take, for some reason, they tend to forget that the House of Saud is the royal family of Saudi Arabia, not the kings of Islam. So that people confuse that, and they make it look like, oh, these people are somehow different than any other Muslim country in the world who's also standing with their hands, with their dick in their hand. So that same argument can be made for multiple other nations. If you're talking about Turkey,
I agree with you.
And more wealthy. The Saudi government is not the kings of Islam. They're the kings of their people and their country. Just so happens that Mecca is in their country. But based on the position that they're in, both financially, people make it look like they have unlimited wealth. They have a massive amount of limited wealth. They have one of the weakest militaries in the entire region, and they are one of the most American dependent on military support. So a military campaign from Saudi is completely out of the question. Not to mention, as soon as the war in Gaza is over, and even before it began, a gun is at Saudi's head from Iran anyway. So teaming up with Iran to do much of anything is rare. The Iranian government has been calling for the fall of all Islamic kingdoms, all Arab kingdoms that are unrelated to the religion of Islam. So that's not necessarily an ally. As far as Palestinian people, Mohammed bin Salman has already made a statement that his interest is on the progression of his country, and his country is below the age. Majority of his country is below the age of 35, and their interest, the people's interest of Saudi Arabia, is on the interest of the freedoms of Palestine.
Okay,
so he said he will support in his message, but you have to make moves that you can make. People on the internet just call for missiles to fly.
No, I didn't call for missiles. Again, I will repeat what I said earlier. You can project soft power. No, this is all Saudi Arabia has to do. They don't necessarily have to give an ultimatum, but with their strategic because they have one of the best resources in the world, which is oil. Strategically, they can enforce a certain amount of accountability towards the U.S. and Israel. Yes, they can. They're one of the few governments. They're one of the few governments that actually gets leeway from the U.S. Libya didn't. Libya didn't. The majority of those governments.
So I want to say this one thing, brother. So, doctor, when did you become a doctor, man? And second question is, didn't the U.S., I mean, the Saudi Arabia did do the retaliation 1973? Control the oil, whatnot, doctor.
That was during King Faisal. But what I'm trying to say is this: that if you control water and the rest of the world is thirsty, by saying I'm gonna leverage my power on water, that doesn't make people bend the knee. That makes people kill you. This is not fucking monopoly.
Man,
right? No, but the oil, they can raise the price in the oil, right?
They can strategically position
done it
themselves.
before.
Yes, Amir, brother, you're 100% right.
Amir,
Why?
What happened to the Saudi king?
Hey, doctor, you have to let people talk, because I want to.
Yeah, he got assassinated, right? But the doctor, they tried to do it during Biden administration. Nothing happened. You see what I'm saying? And I don't know if you know about the Biden administration, right? It urged Saudi Arabia to increase oil production, but guess what? They actually cut down the oil. You see what I'm saying? And what I'm saying is, it's possible. Look, doctor, this was my plan, right? When the 7th of October happened, and Saudi Arabia and all of these GCC countries, they knew from the jump that what's happening to Palestinians is wrong at so many levels, right?
Excuse me,
what they could have done.
This is Morty.
Yeah, one second. Morty, one second, please, brother. So, doctor, my thing is, my whole plan was from the jump after 7th of October, get together. I know they hate each other. The UAE, Saudi Arabia, all of these GCC countries, they hate each other. They could have got together on the table, right? And they could have said all together collectively, look, we're not going to buy any arms, and the oil business is, we're going to stop it just for the time being until this problem is resolved.
That's facts. That's projecting soft power.
Hang on, two, brother, hang on. And they could have done that, right? All of them, because back then it was just one country, right? Now, in today's world, they could have done that for the time being. That would have pressurized Biden. Biden would have to be like, tell Netanyahu, shut the fuck up, give them the state, and that's it, move on. So we could, have the oil supply, because we only get 7% of the oil in America from Saudi Arabia. It would have hit the global market. And it's a dangerous move for everybody, right? It would hit the whole market. All I'm saying, they could have done some of this shit, but they didn't.
He's 100% right. That's how you project soft power without taking military action. The UAE, along with all other Gulf countries, have a lot of influence in the region. The U.S. and Israel can never overcome the fact that these countries are strategically important to their region. So you can't come in and just force people because you have a bigger government. The world doesn't work like that. If they get together as a collective and they take a stance, by them taking a stance and not firing a single bullet, they're gonna hold they're gonna make an even bigger impact on the situation in Palestine.
What collective? The Muslim country?
Yes, the Muslim collective. Yes, they're all Muslim.
It doesn't work that way. You have to build that up, and there is a whole bunch of influence and a whole bunch of destruction in the education system that's been built in the whole scenario.
I don't think the Gulf countries are uneducated. I think the Gulf countries are some of the most educated countries.
Is nothing but a makeover for the colonizer client state in the region.
Yeah, they're puppets. I said that earlier. I know they're puppets.
Puppet. No, it's not puppets. It's steps. So you getting colonized. Mecca didn't get colonized because it would get an uproar over the region from the beginning.
I thought this was doctor. No, go ahead. Finish with you.
What I'm saying is that Saudi, from the beginning, nobody was gonna conquer it because it will evoke a whole bunch of craziness going around the region. It was never conquered. That's why the placement of a Muslim country because of the shrines or because of the haram, and then a Jewish country in Palestine, and then a Christian country in Lebanon. This was the movement after decolonization from the land. So by doing this, it's all connected. Lebanon the way it is, Saudi the way it is, the Jewish state as a Jewish state.
Listen,
So for them to play into the balance of power, they have to move according to the time frame.
I don't know exactly what you mean by that, but like I said,
what I mean
these
is that
the countries in OPEC, the countries in OPEC, Saudi Arabia and the UAE, Qatar, and Bahrain, and these countries, they're very wealthy in natural resources. Wealth. And then also, again, Saudi Arabia. But look. They have an influence in their region. They're very strategic.
No, they don't.
So they are basically, they're countries that are third world. That's what you're saying. They're weak countries that have zero.
It's not the third world. They're just extraordinarily American dependent.
Have they ever been bombed?
Let me just finish the sentence. Can I just finish the sentence?
They wouldn't get bombed because they are
finish.
America
Let me just finish a very short sentence. The reason why they're not third world because they have the money to make it look pretty, but they have not released colonial control. That's the point. That's what they're trying to do in the middle of this conflict. That's what the growth of all these mega cities are. That's what all this investment is about. It's about releasing colonial control. Of course, they're not going to get bombed. Just like Qatar is not going to respond to Iran dropping missiles on them because they can't. Doesn't matter how much wealth you have, they're still technically under colonial control and influence. They're just a pretty colonial country. They're trying to relinquish that through without using oil dependence. By using oil as a threat is only going to result in bodies and destabilizing their government because America and other countries are not going to let you say, oh, we're going to take 30+% of the world's oil reserve and freeze it over a conflict. No one's trying to hear that shit. And when they do things like that, it only creates larger and larger problems. They're trying to do strength by peace. That's what the GCC countries have been trying to do.
Yes, but also it's a bullshit by
these guys are the way you explain what's going on right now is you're just giving a cop out to the Gulf countries, but that's okay. That's your opinion.
It's not.
They
like that.
are in a position to make a difference.
They are not.
Do not tell me that the Saudi government, UAE, Saudi Aramco. Look up how much they're
freaking money launder, prostitution invoked.
I don't even know what point she's making. Doctor, I understand your point, but I don't know.
See, they did do it under Biden administrations. They asked Saudi Arabia to produce more oil, and they did not do it.
Yes.
Joe Biden didn't ask him to do that. He said in an interview, right?
Yes, he did. You're trying to cover for Joe Biden. Yes, he did.
I'm not trying to cover. No, Joe Biden works for us. We want gas prices high, so on American homes.
I will read you out the statement. The Biden administration urged Saudi Arabia to increase oil production to lower global prices after the Ukraine war disrupted markets. In response, Saudi Arabia and OPEC, including Russia, did the opposite. They cut oil production, citing market stability.
Thank you.
Joe Biden claimed that he did not.
Right now. He just
and hang on. And the U.S. officials were angry, accusing the kingdom of siding with Russia. Biden even warned of consequences, but no major policy change followed. Saudi Arabia Minister Abdulaziz bin Salman famously said, "We're not a school child that you can lecture." So all I'm saying is, it's possible. But the thing, I think Dr. and Z are arguing, no, it's not possible. They did do it under Biden administration.
They wouldn't do it for Palestine. They do it.
It doesn't matter, Z. It doesn't matter. They did. They've done it.
Okay.
That premise was never my point. And what you just read is not what you're asking them to do. What you're asking them to do is leverage their oil resources in military conflict. One of the longest standing military conflicts of the modern world. That's completely different than what Joe Biden was calling for.
I disagree again. I disagree with that, but I mean,
Well, you
to
just
each his own. To each his own. No, I don't disagree with everything you said. You know why? One of the things you said, you actually made a great point. You said that their economy is not diverse. I'm 100%. I understand that they rely too much on oil, and they're gonna end up like Venezuela eventually if they don't diversify their economy. And then also you said there's other countries that are in the region that need to be held accountable just as much as Saudi Arabia. You're 100% right on that. So it's not all on Saudi Arabia as far as stopping Israel, but with influence, every country, doesn't matter how poor or how little it is, it holds influence.
Which country in the Middle East has the strongest military?
That would be, of course, Israel. I mean, do you consider Israel? Israel is
actually Egypt. It's actually Egypt. Everyone's screaming at Saudi Arabia, and Egypt has the most powerful, most modern military, and has the least American militarily influence. And they're a military-controlled state. Their president is a general. So
I don't know. I think Egypt's a joke. Egypt's military is a joke.
Saudis have been buying.
They've been buying weapons, F-16s, F-15s for a long time.
Turkey has the strongest military.
Yeah, Turkey has the strongest military. He's
Let's get Morty in there. I think let's hear from a Zionist perspective. Go on, Morty, because we don't want to silence Morty. Morty, let's hear you out as well. We don't want to silence a Zionist.
My PTR, I asked Google if Joe Biden asked Saudi Arabia to increase oil production. He did not.
He did.
I know, but he did. He said he did not. And in an interview after he returned from Saudi Arabia, he was asked, President Biden, did you ask Saudi to increase oil production? He smiled and he said, no, I did not ask them to increase oil production.
Of course he's going to say that when Saudi doesn't listen. But who runs Google? Just asking.
Okay, Joe Biden does not want low oil prices for Americans. Okay, he wants high oil prices. Why? Because he works for us. What do we want? We want to own all the American homes. Okay, when gas prices are high for Americans, it makes it very hard for Americans to pay their mortgages. What happens when they can't pay their mortgages? We foreclose. Okay? So, I think it's about time everybody stops talking turkey in this room and starts getting down to brass tacks. Okay?
I agree with that part.
Thank you.
You guys are just screaming that Turkey is the most powerful in the Middle East. Turkey's not even in the Middle East. Again, Egypt has the most powerful military in the Middle East, yet no one's and they're the closest.
Even Egypt is not in the Middle East, right, Doctor?
Egypt is the majority in North Africa.
Egypt is if you type in Egypt is considered militarily part of the Middle Eastern militaries. And it's well known that Egypt has the most powerful military in the Middle East. They're also the closest to Israel. Yet you guys are whining on Saudi Arabia, which has one of the weakest military.
It's because of Egypt went already and got the 1970s.
Yes.
Which is the one.
I think Morty is whining about Saudi Arabia.
I'm not whining about Saudi Arabia. I appreciate that Saudi Arabia did that.
He was whining about Biden right now.
Listen, I'm celebrating Joe Biden. I'm celebrating Biden and Saudi.
Turkey and Egypt aren't calling for war against Iran openly, just on any occasion. Saudi Arabia and the Gulf countries just constantly want war with another government, but yet they have a country on their border right next to them that's openly just killing their fellow citizens, their fellow Muslims, their fellow Arabs. Any way you look at it, there's no excuse. Because
I thought the problem was with Israel. If the problem
was with Israel.
Okay, so if the problem is with Israel, and I just pointed out who has the strongest military and who's strategically the closest to Israel, you jump back to Saudi Arabia.
Yes, Saudi Arabia is calling for war against Iran. They need to turn their attention to the real enemy, not this fake propaganda. Again, if this country is a Shiite country, oh well, I'm a Sunni, brother. Listen, respectfully, I'm a Sunni. I don't even know what Shiites believe, to be honest with you. And I really don't understand their belief system too well. But at the end of the day, this is a person that is Muslim. So if we are going to claim we're an Islamic government and or republic, any one of these countries, it's not just Saudi Arabia, we can't just blame.
That's the problem. You're projecting.
So Saudi is just a regular country, so they're secular countries.
Listen, the Saudi government
you making that claim?
I'm not making a claim, I'm speaking facts. The Saudi government does not claim to be an Islamic regime as Iran does. The Saudi government...
Hey, Amir, do you believe that?
I mean, for the longest...
Yeah, do you believe
Doctor?
Does anyone believe that Saudi Arabia claims to be a secular country?
Yeah, let's get new voices in there. We got a Palestinian on the stage. Jindid, what's your take, brother? Go on.
I don't know. Doctor is claiming Saudi Arabia to be an Islamic country or an Islamic government.
I said Saudi Arabia does not claim to be an Islamic regime. They're just a royal family that controls.
I disagree. I disagree. Mecca and Medina are there.
No, it's a fact. It's a fact. Is that the Saudi government is not an Islamic government.
The laws are about the Sharia law.
Yeah, why would they have Sharia law if they don't believe in Islam? So they can say whatever they want.
They're an Islamic state run by Sharia law.
Islamic state, regardless whether they want to claim it or not. That's exactly what they are.
I'm just glad to see more here.
Has Sharia law.
It's good to see you talking.
You can't drink alcohol, you can't fornicate, you can't do all that thing. So yeah, there's no ifs, buts, and maybes about that. That's
people
by default makes it Islamic state.
People follow the Sharia in Saudi Arabia. That's 100% right. Women,
there is no other law.
What you guys are failing to understand is, I clearly stated the government. Just because majority of a country is Muslim does not mean that the government claims to be. I'm from Sudan. Sudan does not claim to be an Islamic regime, meaning they don't make every single decision on the country based on the Quran. Neither does Saudi Arabia, neither does the UAE. However, the majority of the people are Muslim and they cater to those people. Saudi hasn't been an Islamic regime since the 1970s. You guys really don't know what you're talking about.
There's a big difference between the monarchy and the republics.
Well, you're giving a cop out. At the end of the day, well, if they don't claim to be an Islamic, you keep giving them cop outs on everything. So it's a good excuse for a government that failed. They failed the Palestinian people. That's all I care about. They're openly calling for war. They failed them. They are. They're from basically. Okay, Palestinian people. Palestinian people are Arabs. And they're Muslims, they're majority. No, listen. Since you're saying that they aren't, we're not going to even put religion into this. They're Arabs, and this means geopolitics. You're from Eritrea, right? You don't. No, I'm not from Eritrea. You're from Sudan. I am from Somalia, brother. I'm not Eritrean. I do support. Okay, you're from Somalia. So the Somalians, when Sudan right now, we're in a civil war. Imagine if I started yelling at your government about why you guys are not helping us destroy the ginger weed. We don't even understand the politics in Sudan, so we can't speak on that. But what I do understand, I've done my research. I've had family live in Saudi Arabia for over 30 years. Why isn't your government helping us? We're East African, you're East African. Our ancestors were probably related. We've been in an even longer civil war than Sudan. Your civil war started 20 years ago. So we actually we're trying to rebuild right now. But there is such thing as having your own problems and navigating it as such. You're giving Saudi Arabia a cop-out. That's the problem. They're not the only government that does this when it comes to... The problem is that you're trying to make Saudi Arabia an Islamic regime just because the population is Muslim and they're not. Okay, man, that's your opinion. At the end of the day, we're just gonna agree to disagree. This is not going anywhere. But
you made a policy of some.
No, I just I have.
What the dad did, and
so let me tell you why I strongly speak on Saudi Arabia. I have at least 2 or 3 family members that lived in 2 Gulf countries. I haven't personally. I grew up in America, so I can't say I haven't lived there. But what I'm saying is, I have someone in my family that spent 30+ years living in a Gulf country, understanding the law, the culture, the history, and is also a scholar as far as the deen goes. So I am getting first-hand knowledge from someone that is well qualified to speak on the subject. More than qualified. Because they live there. Okay. No, so not just because they live there, but because they're not only educated on the politics in the country, but they're the day-to-day. They understand everything. This is a very well-educated person.
I still don't understand what this conversation is about. So when it's
I'm saying this. I am saying that the Saudi government and majority of these Gulf countries have failed in helping the Palestinian people. That's all I care about.
Okay.
They're being bombed, and they need to put pressure on Israel. That's it. That's all I care about. I don't care about what they do in their. None of that matters. All of these countries need to support the Palestinian people because not only is their population majority Muslim,
but you know that the decisions of those governments is not in their hands, right?
Yeah, they are puppets. So you're right. You're 100% right.
Can I say something really quickly?
Please, anyone.
So, Doctor, I don't really understand what you mean by Islamic regime because this doesn't make any sense. King Salman, right? He literally said in 2015 during his inaugural speech, like, our constitution is the book of God and the sunnah of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and remain committed to the pure Islamic creed. And then in 2017, when he addressed the Shura Council, he said that the government of Saudi Arabia will continue to adhere to Islamic Sharia, which is the basis of its establishment and its constitution. And even like MBS, right, like the Crown Prince, he has like multiple interviews. Like during his interview with Al Arabia, he was like, "We will not move a single inch away from our teachings of Islam. Our Islam is our constitution. We will continue on the path of true Islam, not extremism," like something along those lines, right? There's so many quotes in modern day saying, like, literally affirming that Saudi Arabia claims to follow the Quran, the Sunnah, and claims to be an Islamic theocracy. So what do you mean by Islamic regime?
Thank you. You just made a great point.
Let me respond to her. All those things you said, although they're very true, were all before 2020. Once Mohammed bin Salman took full control over his family, because at that time he didn't have full control. Once he took full absolute control between the imprisonment and the murders of even members of his family members, and he had absolute control, all of that rhetoric changed after 2020. Once you come into 2020,
that's not true because in 2021 he gave an interview to Vision 2030 where he said that the kingdom was founded on Islamic principles and we will continue to develop in line with our Islamic values.
The kingdom is founded on Islamic
did you not hear the second part of what I said? The second part of what I said was, and he said it during his Vision 2030 interview, and we will continue to develop in line with our Islamic values.
Right, and are you aware that Saudi Arabia no longer requires women to wear niqab or hijab?
Okay. First of all, there's no. Hold on.
Now you're gonna debate the subject matter versus
no.
the
Let
reality.
me finish something. You claim. Hold on, buddy. 1 second. You said the first thing that you said was Saudi Arabia does not claim to be an Islamic regime. This quote literally just affirmed that Saudi Arabia. Let me finish.
What you just
they
read does
claim
not
to
make
be
a
an
claim
Islamic
to be
regime. They claim to be an Islamic regime.
Yes.
Now the way that they act upon that Islamic regime is different. Okay, the way that they act upon that Islamic regime that's not what we're debating. We're debating whether Saudi Arabia calls itself an Islamic regime. They do confirm and claim themselves to be an Islamic regime.
Exactly, by every definition, and their own claims to adhere to Sharia. Okay, go ahead. I'm gonna let you,
brother. Let her engage. Let Doctor engage.
So one, like I said, all of these commentary is before he got full totalitarian control over the government. After he had full control over the government, if you want to argue 2020 or 2021, you have research in front of you while I was talking to him. So whether it's 2021 or 2022, the point is after he got full totalitarian control over the government, things shifted. My argument still remains the same, regardless of what you read, because what you read did not include the words Islamic regime, that Saudi Arabia is not an Islamic regime. Yes, Saudi Arabia is a Muslim country, but to define yourself as an Islamic regime like Iran means that every single action is for the Ummah. Saudi Arabia does actions for the Saudi Arabian people. They operate like an independent nation as any other country. They put Saudi first. They even have such thing. They even have such thing called Saudization, which is where they prioritize hiring Saudis over other people. They don't say, "Oh, you're a Muslim, welcome. This is the home of Muslims." They say, "This is the home of Saudis. This is Saudi Arabia." That's how it works. That's how it's always worked.
Look, Doctor, I don't think anybody is disagreeing with you that Saudi Arabia is like the way that it is, okay? I think that like as Muslims, especially who live outside of Saudi, we understand that Saudi Arabia isn't in like the favor of most Muslims. However, that's not what we're arguing. I'm trying to argue and I'm trying to tell you that Saudi Arabia does, whether it was during King Salman's time or during MBS's time, any of the de facto rulers claimed and to this day claim to live under an Islamic regime. If MBS were to say, if we were to come out and if he were to say that, okay, Saudi Arabia is not an Islamic country anymore, it would spark world outrage. Okay?
That's not what I said.
Let me finish.
Why haven't you finished rhetoric? That's not even what I said. I never said that Saudi Arabia is not being an Islamic regime,
Can you please stop interrupting me? Can you please stop interrupting me? I gave you your time to speak, right? Please don't interrupt me, okay? I'm speaking. Please don't interrupt me, okay? You also mentioned, okay, so as I was saying, let me go back to what I was saying before I was very rudely interrupted. I was saying that Saudi Arabia, like any monarch of Saudi Arabia, any ruling monarch of Saudi Arabia cannot come out and say that, okay, Saudi Arabia is a country that does at this point Saudi Arabia does not follow Islamic regime. It would spark world outrage because the sanctuary of the Kaaba and the sanctuary of Mecca and any of the holy cities of Islam would be questioned. Okay, now you talked about how no, it would because then that would mean that, okay, if Saudi Arabia is not going to be a country, look, in any of the Sharia laws, it says that the Kaaba and any of the holy cities of Islam need to be protected. If Saudi Arabia and the Saudi Arabian government were to come out and were to say that, okay, we don't follow Islamic regime, that would mean that by their constitution, by changing their bylaws, the Kaaba would be open to everybody to see. Mecca and Medina would be open to see. I do know what I'm talking about. I'm gonna end off with one point. Look, I'm gonna let you respond, but I'm gonna end off with one point, okay? The last point that I'm gonna end off with is you mentioned that MBS came into power in 2020, 2021. That's not true.
It's a totalitarian power.
Okay, whatever it is, okay, power, totalitarian power. He became the de facto ruler in 2017, okay? So that means that anything, and he started, let me finish, gosh, I said I'm gonna let you respond, right? So let me finish and then you can respond, okay? And otherwise, I'm gonna interrupt you when you're speaking and I don't think you're gonna like that, okay? So let me finish. In 2017, he became the de facto ruler and he started to change a lot of legislation, a lot of policies. The idea that, okay, women, get the right to drive now, the fact that women don't have to wear hijab and niqab, it's not mandatory anymore. All of this takes time, right? So he had to spend time influencing it. Sure, maybe it came into power in 2020, 2021, but he became the de facto ruler in 2017 and actually started introducing legislation, okay? He launched a lot of reforms, and I encourage you to if you want to know like when actually he started having significant power, is to read his Vision 2030 interview that he gave, Sorry?
I live here. What are you talking about?
No, I know, but I'm still encouraging you to read his interview because it actually the Vision 2030 interview actually talks about all the legislation that he was proposing before he became, because you keep interrupting me, so if you don't interrupt me, it's going to be much shorter, okay? In Vision 2030, the interview shows all the different policies that he was advocating for before 2021, before he took office or whatever, okay? And he became the de facto ruler in 2017, so he started changing legislation then.
Again, as I said, totalitarian rule. So anyone who's aware, we've even covered it in this house before, myself, Amir, and others, that some of the things that MBS did as far as holding members of his family hostage in hotels, having different writers and people who were critical of him actually murdered and assassinated, even across the global landscape. So it's a difference between coming into power and coming into totalitarian power. The Saudi family shuffles often between sons. It seems as though that MBS is not interested in a shuffle anymore, that he wants full control, especially after once his father passes on. He'll be at full control. As totalitarian power comes in, I don't know if you've heard of Qiddiya. If you have heard of Qiddiya is a massive gaming project, which is anti-Islamic in almost every form of fashion. It will include casinos, gambling, and everything else. What they're trying to do here is they're trying to isolate Saudi Arabia from Mecca and Medina, as it was originally. Originally, you had the Saudi region, and then you had the Hijaz region, which had its own Islamic rules. They're trying to do the exact same thing now for the boosting of tourism and wealth. The majority of the world believes that it's so strict to be there and so harsh to be there that people don't want to have tourism. They've even built tourist sites in El Ula, which has been stated by the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ as a cursed region. So they're not an Islamic regime. I don't really care about global rhetoric. You're saying, if they publish, that's just extremism on the subject matter. The point is they're not an Islamic regime. If they were an Islamic regime, they wouldn't be building casinos. If they were an Islamic regime, they would not be building resort sites in what the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ says is a cursed land that Muslims should not go to. If they were an Islamic regime, they wouldn't be allowing the majority of things that are actually taking place here. The problem is most of the Saudi critics have never even been Umrah, so, or let alone Saudi at all, to see what I'm talking about. A lot of what I'm talking about is seeing. Whether my dates are correct, 2020, 2021, the point is once he took totalitarian control over his government, your quote-unquote reforms that you're talking about in his Vision 2030 is moving away from the Islamic ideology. Most people who know Saudi history know that the Saudi government was massively influenced by Wahhabism since the 1930s. That's actually how they were able to regain power, is through a lot of extremist Wahhabis who supported the Saudi family in taking the region back from the previous family that took divided up the state. So these extreme narratives have been unbeneficial to their government. Saudi thinks Saudi first, which is nothing wrong with that. The problem with the Muslim Ummah is the Muslim Ummah thinks Saudi is their home because Mecca is there. So they feel as though that Saudi is the king of all Arabs, which they're not. Saudi is the king of all Muslims, which they're not. And because people think that, then they have this strong criticism towards them. I don't negate that Saudi Arabia's government can potentially find more avenues in which to help Palestine. I don't negate that at all.
So, real quick question, Doctor. You live in Saudi Arabia? Is that what you said?
Let him finish. Are you finished, Doctor?
I'm almost finished.
Okay, let the brother finish.
Okay, and would I be able to respond after that?
Yeah, let him finish, please. Let him finish because we gotta pass the mic to new people as well. So, Layla, I'll give you like 30 seconds or 1 minute, and then we gotta give it to 2. Go on.
Yeah, like I said, I don't negate that there potentially can be more that can be done. However, based on the geopolitical position in Saudi Arabia, I totally disagree with the concept of weaponizing your only resource, the only thing that you have, weaponizing that as your line of defense. I think strength can be done through pen, through politics, through wealth exchange, like the investments in America. Now you have, when you put those investments, those trillions of dollars that the Gulf countries just put in America, now you can leverage that. Now you have power over other assets versus weaponizing your oil, which will piss off multiple countries. Now I can say, hey, I invested $3 trillion into this infrastructure. This is what the Jewish state does. The Jewish state has a lot of infrastructural investments within America, so they can destabilize America internally without having to say, oh, we're going to freeze some form of trade agreement, which is going to piss off the entire NATO, for example, just for a brand example, and then cause even greater problems for greater enemies. So I'll land there and I'll listen to Layla's rhetoric.
I mean, I agree with you. I don't think that anybody disagrees with what you're saying. I think what I'm saying is that Saudi Arabia, and this is what pisses off Muslims the most, okay? Even if you disregard Mecca and Medina or any of the holy cities for a second, right? And you just look at Saudi Arabia as a nation, one of the most wealthiest Arab nations, one of the most wealthiest Muslim nations, right? The issue that Muslims have is that Saudi Arabia calls itself an Islamic regime on multiple occasions. Whether it is King Salman or MBS or whoever it is, on multiple occasions, many of the Saudi monarchs, all the way back to the 1940s, prior to the Nakba, have all stated and came out and said that they follow an Islamic regime. The issue that Muslims have is that how can a country that says that they follow Islamic regime go out and then commit these atrocities? That is what I'm trying to say. Saudi Arabia does call itself.
Thank you so much, man.
One second. Saudi Arabia does call itself an Islamic regime, but the way that they act upon it is not Islamic at all. That's what I'm trying to say.
So it was my turn now. Hold on, it was my turn. So, Doctor, you made some good points. You said that they cannot utilize their only resource. Again, no one said Saudi Arabia needs to jump out of the window and compromise their entire security, economy, or any. What we're saying is they need to project soft power within their region. It's basically, look at it this way. If you're at a company or if you're at a job, it's utilizing your own unique skill set in order to accomplish a goal. If that goal is strategic, it will improve your situation regardless of whether you receive like a promotion or anything, you will be in a better position just based on the fact that you understand your skill set. Saudi Arabia, as a government, is currently, right now, for anyone who wants to go to Hajj, they are charging people $10,000, brother. And they have projects. The NEOM project is the one you spoke of. And the line. These are trillion-dollar projects. This isn't a poor country by any means at all. Militarily, they have been buying U.S. military hardware for over 50 years. All we are saying is this: listen, you don't need to go to war with Israel or the U.S. government. What we need you to do is we need you and the Gulf countries to step up, to take account for everything Israel is doing, have a strategic, at least a counterbalance to economically, not necessarily militarily. They just need to take a stand against the genocide. That's the main thing. They can do that without compromising their country. You are giving excuse after excuse after excuse. I'm starting to think, Doctor, you work for the Saudi government. Wallahi, I'm being serious. I have no issue with anyone if they are from Saudi Arabia. Oh, and by the way, there's always been for the Ummah, there's always been a love for, of course, the land of the Prophet, where the Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam.
And that's the problem.
And also, look, as a whole, that is where Mecca and Medina is. So it is pretty much every Muslim's duty to defend those two cities for sure. So just look at it from everyone's point of view. You just need to take accountability.
Brother, 1 second. There's two problems, right? I think maybe Layla and two. Maybe you guys don't understand how Saudi Arabia was created. It was created over Muslims' dead bodies, right? They got the help from the British Empire. That's how Saudi Arabia was created.
Oh, okay, that's facts.
You see what I'm saying? So it's a fact. They killed a bunch of people, or, by calling them grave worshippers from the Ottoman Empire and whatnot. Muhammad bin Abdul Wahab, actually Al Saud was an ally, became an ally of Muhammad bin Abdul Wahab. And
Amir, you're making a great point. You're making a great point.
Yeah. All I'm saying is I think you got to understand Doctor's point of view as well. Doctor is in Saudi Arabia right now. He can't really say much as well. You see what I'm saying? I lived over there, by the way, Jeddah, Doctor. You see what I'm saying? I know how it is, okay?
That's not what's happening. That's not what's happening. Hey, Doctor, bro, we don't want you locked up, brother. We don't want you.
No, that's not what's happening. But to your point, Amir, that's my point, that it's not an Islamic regime. That's my point. But she's talking about, does it literally state? So she wants to read off sheets of paper. I know how women are. It doesn't kind of feel right. So you can read off sheets of paper. I'm looking at the actions. Every action here does not state Islamic regime. It states Muslim country. It states, it's just like Sudan. Sudan's not an Islamic regime. So Muslim country, the government are quote unquote Muslims, but they are not. Islamic regime is like an imam or sheikh runs your country. Like, you're expecting to hold these people in a very high religious guard. That's not what MBS is at all. Like he's just a royal. And he's Saudi first, and there's nothing wrong with that. And the problem here is everyone is saying that Saudi needs to be Islam first. And again, when Saudi was more like that, people hated Saudi. People complained about Haram police. They complained about Chop Chop Square. Now Saudi's awesome, and now everyone's saying, "Oh, they need to be more strict." It's just games. But as Amir just told y'all, if you understand Saudi Arabia, then you wouldn't view it as an Islamic regime. You would view it as a royal family that took over an Islamic country, and then once they took over an Islamic country, they have progressed into their own way of doing things. Hold every Muslim country accountable to being an Islamic regime.
We kind of do, but that's a fair point. You made a great point too. That's
Layla, go on, respond.
Look, Doctor, I think one of the biggest things, right, about being a Muslim in general is taking accountability, right? For me, look, we can argue and we can talk about whether, if you're a Salafi, if you're a Wahhabi, we can argue, right, day and night about what Saudi Arabia is doing is actually Islamic or not. However, what my main point is that when you have a leader like MBS or King Salman, whoever it is, right, the ruling monarch, based off of whatever definition you want to provide, for me and for many Muslims, it's an issue when you come out and you say that, okay, this is an Islamic nation, that we follow an Islamic constitution, we follow an Islamic regime, we follow Islam. And then you go out and then you don't say a single thing about Palestine and you continue to fund the genocide. Let me finish. And then you continue to fund the genocide. Okay, let me finish. I didn't interrupt you, so I don't understand why you keep interrupting me. I'm just speaking from my perspective, okay? I'm just speaking from my perspective what I'm trying to convey to you, so I'd really appreciate if you don't interrupt me. That's really rude, okay? I'm trying to be really nice over here. So, what I'm trying to
calm down, it's a Muslim brother.
That's why I'm trying to be really nice, okay? He looks mashallah, he looks educated, so I'm trying to be really nice to him, but he's making it really difficult to do.
He is educated, he's a doctor.
Stop interrupting me, doctor. Listen to me, okay? As I was saying, right? How are you going, like, if you're going to call yourself an Islamic nation, which I've provided multiple interviews where they have, modern, present, 10 years ago, now, present, in the last few years, you're going to come out and you're going to say that, okay, we're an Islamic nation, and you're not going to speak, you're not going to say a single thing about Palestine, but you're going to actively fund the genocide. You're going to do all of these things, right? So it's about taking accountability, because then there's another side to the coin that you have to understand. Now what's happening is that people have this perception about Arab nations. As a student organizer and as somebody who works very closely with pro-Palestinian non-Muslim organizers, the very most common question that they get is, oh my gosh, why aren't your Muslim nations, why aren't your Muslim countries speaking out against the genocide? And Saudi Arabia is one of the very first countries that comes into topic, because for the longest time we were told to believe that Saudi Arabia is the epitome of an Islamic nation, whether that is in your American school textbooks or whether that is in Western propaganda. That's why this whole narrative that, okay, Sharia law beheads, people for, having sex or whatever, is a whole thing, it's a whole stereotype that's been pushed by countries like Saudi Arabia. Okay, so what I'm trying to say is that part of being Muslim, right, and then also part of being just a decent human being is just to making sure that your leaders are taking accountability for their actions. If you're going to call something an Islamic regime, if you're going to come out and you're going to say that, okay, we follow an Islamic constitution, and by the way, those words were never taken back. If MBS wanted to say, okay, now we're going to build casinos and stuff, why did he never speak out and say, oh, we don't follow the Islamic constitution anymore? So what I'm trying to say, and I'll keep it short now, is it's about taking accountability. It's about making your leaders take accountability for their actions. If they're going to say that if their country is an Islamic regime, then make sure that they're following an Islamic regime. That's what I'm trying to say.
Can I just say one thing, Amir? She made a great point, mashallah.
I think Doctor
I won't even, Doctor, I'm not even going to respond to your point. No, I just want to kind of elaborate on what she said. That was a great point.
He knows what she said.
I'm not responding to Doctor though, so I just want to.
I know, but it was Doctor's turn. Come on, now you can respond afterwards. Let Doctor
she said it's totally wrong on multiple levels. She said our government, our king and royal family here have to take accountability. She said that Saudi Arabia hasn't said anything. That's absolutely wrong. MBS in the very beginning, in September 2018, war started October 7th, he stated that Saudi Arabia will not recognize Israel without Palestine being a recognized state as a complete country. This is and he's made numerous of statements. I'm surprised that any person following this could even say this. Saudi Arabian prince also said, he doesn't care. He said he doesn't care about the difficulties of the Palestinian issue. They tried to make this a headline as if he would say he didn't care about Palestine. In his full statement, he don't care about all the intimate details of the Palestinian issue. Saudi Arabia is not doing business with Israel without Palestine getting its statement. That's what he has leveraged most of this time. MBS on November 11th called it a genocide. He called Israel a genocide against Palestine and the operations in Lebanon. These are news outlets. I'm surprised that in all your university research, freshmen, you haven't done this. You haven't pulled this up. Saudi Arabia, it's like 1,000 of them here. He said he won't normalize any relations. He won't normalize any relations with Israel at all. This was done in December. No relations will be normalized between Israel and Saudi Arabia unless Palestine gets an independent state. So his statements have been consistent and frequent. That not only does he want the war, if he could have said, "I just want the war to end. I just want people to stop dying," like Donald Trump said. He said he wants Palestine to be its own independent state, its own independent country. And he said that 1,000 times. However, the problem and the confusion, the part that no one's seeming to understand is that Saudi Arabia is not the royal family of all Muslims. They're the royal family of Saudi Arabia. So America puts Americans first. Mexico puts the Mexicans first. Saudi Arabia puts Saudi Arabians first. You guys keep speaking as if Saudi Arabia is the government of Palestine, as if these aren't two independent countries. And Netanyahu made remarks against MBS in response. And his remark back to MBS was, why don't you let Palestinians move to Saudi Arabia? And Muslims got mad at him for saying no. Why won't he let them? The whole point is controlling that strategic point. I'm not going to move Palestinians in a mass populace. Layla, I let you finish. I see the unmute button. Right? I'm not going to move the mass population of Palestinians into Saudi Arabia, because if I move them into Saudi Arabia, then you relatively lost Palestine. And then Palestinians over time would just become Saudi Arabians, the way a lot of Palestinian migrants into Egypt have become basically Egyptians. So, and they, because they have that, I forgot, Amir, what's the name of that law that the Israelis have? That if you leave, you can't come back. Don't they have a? I forgot.
Yeah, they do.
Okay.
Yeah, if you leave, then you can't come back to your homeland. But then they have it where Israeli people anywhere on earth can come there at any given point in time and get full citizenship without even taking a DNA test. Like, it's absolutely ridiculous.
Okay, can I respond now?
Hey, real quick, let me just say one thing real quick. It's quite interesting when you have a country that has the Holy Land for this particular faith, and then you have this Nubian guy coming with all of these excuses, when you have a Kufar nation like South Africa has to be the one that brings Israel to the ICC and ICJ. And he's going to sit here and act as if that's okay. But yet, if you got like Kufars not supporting, he will lambast them. He will talk about how they don't have humanity. But when it comes to the Holy Land, oh, it's for Saudis and Saudis first. I can't stand people like this. You're mad inconsistent. And you clearly have a bias. And you lead with an agenda. So I'm just going to land there. Carry on, sister.
Oh, okay. So basically, Doctor, okay, do you want to talk about me only, using sources on paper? Sure. Saudi Arabia only does not recognize Israel on paper. Sure, they go into news outlets and they say that, okay, or they release official statements where they say that they don't recognize Israel. However, their actions speak otherwise. There are so many economic engagement opportunities, and coalitions that are built between Israel and Saudi Arabia that maybe you're not aware of. The number one being the Saudi Public Investment Funds. It's reportedly involved in investments in Israeli companies via private equity. I don't know the exact number, but I believe it's like $3 billion that is managed by the Jared Kushner Affinities Partners, which is backed by Israeli startups. There's also this one other example. I think it's called like Solar Edge or something, or like Solar Power or whatever, and it's an Israeli firm that has a joint virtue with a Riyadh-based company called Ajlan & Bros, which is owned, by the way, by the Saudi government, and it's used to develop renewable energy projects that align with, again, the Vision 2030. So there's also strategic corridor planning, like the India, Middle East, Europe corridor, which is a large-scale, infrastructure initiative that links Saudi Arabia, Israel, and other countries in energy, logistics and technology corporations. There's also so many diplomatic and security preconditions, and so many diplomatic and security conversations, such as the normalization of this whole plan depends on Palestinian statehood, meaning that Saudi Arabia is only going to come out and say something once Palestine gets statehood, not during the process, not during the genocide, not during when there's a need for a call for a ceasefire. They're only going to call for Palestinian statehood. They're only going to, whatever Palestinian statehood looks like, whether it's a two-state solution or one-state solution, they're only going to come out and support it when it happens. So being one of the largest and the biggest and most well-funded Muslim countries out there, they're not going to support it anytime during the ongoing genocide and during the ongoing occupation. So I could talk on and on about, like, I could give you a whole report on how, even though on paper Saudi Arabia says that they don't remain ties with Israel, in the back end there's so much that is being done, which is honestly the main reason why Saudi Arabia has not come out and has not called for a ceasefire, has not come out and said that we recognize Palestinian statehood. They're only going to do it when the genocide or when the occupation is over, which then at that point is like, what's even the point, you know? Because where were you during almost 80 years of occupation? You didn't say a single word. So it's like, sure, you know, like whatever you're saying is correct, but in terms of theoretical strategy or like Muslim morality, it doesn't make any sense and it's completely wrong.
Right, so let me go ahead and educate you freshmen on business 101.
Don't call me a freshman, I'm not a freshman. Don't be disrespectful to me, I wasn't disrespectful to you.
Whatever you want to call it. Amir knows me well, so he knows that business is like my forte in economics, right? Let me explain everything that you just said. You said it out loud but didn't understand. The only way to control an individual is to be an investor. Otherwise, you're going to do what Tu was calling for, which is the flying of missiles. So the more financial aid that I put into a nation, I'm able to also destabilize a nation. For example, China. China owns massive amounts of the United States stock market. If China and America got in a real conflict, China wouldn't have to shoot a missile. All they would have to do is sell all their shares, tank the American economy, and the whole system collapses. Saudi Arabia weaponized its money the exact same way. So when you see business relationships between Saudi Arabia and Israel, it doesn't mean we're buddies. It means I'm buying equity and controlling positions within your financial government, controlling or buying into your economy. And once I buy into your economy, same thing with Saudi Arabia and the Gulf nations giving America $10 trillion, or some people say $3 trillion, whatever, between the two. With giving massive amounts of money, that doesn't mean I'm your friend. That means that I'm your debt holder. The same way China is a debt holder of the United States, these other countries are saying, I have to get strong by having major investments within. Then I can leverage by withdrawing. You said Saudi Arabia doesn't recognize Palestine as a state. Saudi Arabia has been recognizing Palestine as a state at the beginning of time. So I don't see how that's relevant.
No, that is.
You also made commentary. I don't know. You also made commentary about what they say out in public, but it's not what it is behind closed doors. Which is exactly was my argument about the Islamic regime when you read those newspapers. But I said, in reality, for a person living in Riyadh, like myself, I moved here a few months ago. Person living in Riyadh, or for reality, for any person who's been to Saudi Arabia or knows Saudi Arabia, knows that this is not an Islamic regime. There's nothing Islamic here other than, unless you view Islam as clothes and perfume. But beyond clothes and perfume here, this is not the Saudi Arabia that my father visited in the 70s. So the reality of the situation is not true. Saudi Arabia, Vision 2030, and many of the other Arab nations are, when they say they're moving towards modernization, when they're promoting Islamic leniency, then that's not Islamic regime. That's not how an Islamic regime is ran. We have exemplary examples in the religion of Islam of what an Islamic regime looks like. It's called a caliphate, right? And anything other than those examples is not an Islamic regime. You're not running your country with a caliphate, and you can't say you're an Islamic regime. You can say you're a regime who practice Islam. But if you say you're an Islamic regime, then you're just keeping up the tradition, the same way America does for a multitude of them. Maintaining certain traditions of freedom, justice, and integrity, but in reality, America has none. So let me just give you some news that politicians lie, if you didn't know that. But investing in a country does not mean you're their ally at all. Investing in a country is actually one of the most dangerous things that another country is looking at, because whoever buys in at a massive amount, they own you now. So, and with Israel, with Saudi Arabia and other Gulf nations buying in massive amounts by the billions of dollars into their country, it gives them leverage, because now, wait till you're in the middle of your redevelopment project. Now you're trying to rebuild, let's say, Tel Aviv after the war. And now you're deploying on those billions of dollars that's been in holding. And then Saudi Arabia goes, nah, I'm gonna pull that 20 billion back and collapse your project and break your economy and send hundreds of thousands of Israeli people without jobs. This is how economics works. So when people see money moving, and they just look at it as if someone cash out, that Saudi Arabia said they don't like Israel, but they cash out them $500. No, they're buying equity in a country so they can have more control and more say. Therefore, what Tu was calling for, leveraging of oil, Saudi Arabia's only major power resource, doesn't have to happen. That's another thing that Saudi Arabia and the Gulf countries are trying to do, is they're trying to become major tech hubs. Because when you become a major tech hub, for example, the second greatest weapon on planet Earth is other than nukes, it's Twitter. Because, and Elon Musk was very strategic in buying Twitter, because with Twitter, you censor and you control the thoughts and the opinions of people simply by what becomes promoted. You can take a certain type of post and make it more visible to the public and be able to sway the minds of millions of people simply because of what they see in their algorithm more and more and more. China did the same thing with creating TikTok through Singapore, and then filtering certain information, what they call woke information, to American people, which ultimately led to massive protests in the United States, which is why Joe Biden tried to do away with TikTok, but Donald Trump didn't mind it. So now the Middle East is seeing, oh, we can control and influence people through technology. Now we want to become an AI hub. Now we want to become a tech hub. We want to invest billions in countries who are our enemies, so we can have control over their economy. We're still learning, and this goes for both Africa and the Middle
Really?
East.
He dropped? Do you have any idea how many munitions he dropped?
Is only 90 plus years old. Most African countries are only 70 years old. And we're just now modernizing. So we're still learning what it means to play this multinational game, this global politics. We're learning.
Don't compare Saudi Arabia to Africa. That's disingenuous.
Okay, Doctor, you've been going on for a very long time.
Sister, we had an agreement.
And if you're gonna take like 10 minutes, then I'm gonna fall asleep.
He loves having me.
Drink some tea.
He loves having me.
Drink some tea, Layla. We like to go on land your plane, brother.
When she said she was a university student, I thought she needed a professor. So I was trying to give her a lecture on geopolitics.
No, let's decide this old guy.
Come on, man. Yeah, okay. So I won't even land. I'll just crash my plane right here, blow up in the concrete, and I'll let someone else.
I mean, look, okay, I don't know, I feel like this whole, global economic lecture, as you said, that you just gave me, still doesn't take away from the fact that there's an ongoing genocide in Palestine, and the money that Saudi Arabia is investing in Israel is being used to create bombs, weapons, and more importantly now, especially because I mentioned the Israeli tech sector, and you mentioned it as well, software that is being used to surveil and target Palestinians, okay? So, sure, maybe Saudi Arabia has some long-term opportunity that really only depends, that really only is going to work if the genocide ends and if there is an immediate ceasefire, but all these investments that Saudi Arabia is making is not going to help Palestinians in the long run. What if Palestinians get completely ethnically cleansed and wiped off of the face of the earth? That just means that Saudi Arabia is going to take over Israel and is going to turn it into another colony. Okay, still at the end of the day, whatever global economics, lecture that you want to give me, it still doesn't take away from the fact that that money is being used to ethnically cleanse Palestinians, and rather than using that money to invest it into Israel so that they can take it over one day by buying it, why not use that money that they have to number one, lift the medical blockade that's in Gaza right now. There's people in Gaza, okay? just this morning, I had a cousin who passed away because he starved to death. Okay, so why isn't Saudi Arabia using its power, especially its connections with Egypt, to lift the siege, to end the blockade? There's so many ways that Saudi Arabia can use its money to actually benefit Palestinians rather than thinking long term in a global lens. And that is the issue that I have with Saudi Arabia, because they claim that they do not support Israel on paper and again on these news outlets like you mentioned, but then behind closed doors they're doing something completely different that is not benefiting Palestinians at the end of the day, that is only going to benefit them long term because they're investing in Israel. Okay, it's not going to help Palestinians. Okay, it's not going to help them. If Palestinians don't exist, there's no Palestinians to help. There's no Palestinians to give back Tel Aviv to. There's no Palestinians to give back land to if they're being ethnically cleansed. Are you talking about the people who are in the diaspora? They will have no homes to go back to because Israel and Saudi Arabia will just build new ones as part of the business model. So again, as you're saying, right? Sure, maybe it is true in some capacity that Saudi Arabia is trying to buy Israel, is trying to have some economic control over Israel, but it's not going to work if there are going to be no Palestinians for it to benefit.
Again, another thing is keep saying loud and wrong statements. Saudi Arabia has given more than $16 billion of aid to Palestine since the year 2000, and on my birthday this year, June 26, 2025. Saudi Arabia gave $30 million in aid, which mostly consisted of food and medical supplies to Palestine. That was just not even a month ago. So I don't know how much research you're doing on this.
It's not enough. That's what we're saying. It's not enough. It's not enough.
I'm still talking.
Yeah, but you keep on saying the same shit. You're regurgitating and keep on rehashing the same shit, bro. It's getting boring.
Bully someone else, right? I'm 6'2" and 195 pounds.
Yeah, so what? So what, bro? So what? You're not saying anything.
All right.
You're still deflecting. You're still deflecting from the issue. You're 6'2" and what, bro?
So let him respond, Bull, and then you can have the mic, brother. Go on.
$30 million in aid, one, is a substantial amount of money. And two, that's not the only amount of money that they've given. That's just the most recent check. So when you're saying that they're not taking care of medical supplies or food aid, but again, I'm just debunking point for point. And I did not say that they're going to buy Israel. I really hope that was not what you got from the economical stance. The economical stance is not to buy a country. When you're investing in a country, it's to you can destabilize them by then withdrawing your money. It's like blowing up a balloon. Blow it up, but you own the air in the balloon. The balloon didn't own that air. So yes, the balloon may reach its full potential, but then if you release a large amount of air, now jobs are lost. This is a long-term strategy, but it also is something that's already been taking place before October 7th. So what happens is, though, is Saudi Arabia is able to utilize that, and that's why they keep making the same statement over and over and over again. We will not continue to do business. And that may not mean anything to people here who are warmongering and just want to see missiles fly. However, when you say we're not going to do anything until Palestine becomes an official state, what that means is all of that money freezes. So it's not when you say, oh, that money's being used. No, it's not. That money is not being used militarily. That money is on lockdown. It's frozen. You can close accounts. When you have I have to teach a whole economics class, but when you have stock accounts, brokerage accounts, almost works like an escrow. You can freeze accounts instantly. You can have $10 billion in the country and go, uh-oh, I don't like what's happening here, and I can lock and protect my funds. There's multiple ways to do that. The AI advancements. First of all, let's analyze Palestine. Palestine does not have anything that's set up to be an organized government. So they need countries that are strategic in technology and other opportunities that can benefit them in the long run. Plus, the argument is going to come when this war gets closer, not even this war, when this genocide gets closer towards the end, and it's not going to end with a Palestinian extermination. It's never going to happen. But when this war gets closer, this genocide gets closer towards the end, the question is going to be, is Palestine qualified to be a country? They ask this question in the United Nations to every new nation. And with the supporters and the recognition of countries like Saudi Arabia who keep their hands out of the main bloody conflict so they can be a representing factor, which is what European nations have. European nations have massive countries who don't jump in the conflict, but they become a quote-unquote non-biased supporter, even though they aren't a biased supporter. They call this NATO. So we have to really understand geopolitics. We can sympathize. I definitely sympathize and send my prayers out to every Palestinian around the world. And I want nothing more than to see Palestine rise as a nation and as a country, and us to begin global dominance back over the entirety of the region in a unified Ummah. However, we're living in the modern world. So there is a modern approach to how to do this. And I think everyone has a part to play, both what Iran is doing, what Yemen has been doing, and what other countries like Saudi Arabia has been doing are all major parts towards independence. And if you do some small research, I'm at the end of my statement, if you do some small research into the American independence, you'll find out that America did not win its independence war. It actually lost its independence war. It was the recognition from countries like Morocco, who were already long-standing and had relationships with Europe and other countries. It was the recognition and financial support that these countries garnered and gave to America, that America was able to sue the United Kingdom for all of these abuses and things like that, and ultimately become an independent nation. So please do research beyond missiles flying in the sky on how countries are formed, right? How the United Nations works, how the ICJ works. Do real research on how these systems happen, so then you know what to expect. And then when you look at the countries and see what every country is doing, you can now do a play-by-play and say, okay, what needs to happen next is this. So it's more, I'm not just calling for a ceasefire, I'm calling for nationhood. I want to see a Palestinian flag. I want to see a Palestinian airport and capital and freedom and thriving. I mean, not even after this conflict, we're going to be dealing with PTSD for generations of the children who have been there and seen and experienced what they've experienced. So there's going to be a massive amount of aid and support needed for those people beyond this conflict. So it's not just endless war, and it just doesn't work that way. The next thing that has to take place after this ceasefire is nationhood, and that nationhood is going to be leveraged through wealth, political power, and diplomacy, not through missiles flying through the air all day.
Okay, I'm just gonna respond for like 10 seconds because I don't think you're listening to me. If everything that you said happens, it will happen, okay? Because Saudi Arabia is currently doing those investments, they're making those coalitions, and they're buying those equities. However, there will be no Palestine, there will be no Palestinians to give back Palestine to if Palestinians are ethnically cleansed. The numbers are dropping every single day. There is an ongoing genocide. And until that genocide is over, there's going to be no Palestinians left to give back the Gaza, the West Bank, and the whole 48 back to. So yes, in theory, you're right, okay? This is how a nation, this is how nationhood works. This is how global politics works. This is how global economics works. But still, at the end of the day, if everything that you're saying does come true, there will be little to no Palestinians to give back that land to. There will be little to no Palestinians who will be willing to come back to Palestine if they don't have their homes, if they don't have, their ancestral graves, if they don't have anything to return back to. So in theory, yes, you are correct. But what I'm trying to say is that all for what? 20, 30 years down the line, when Palestinians are completely ethnically cleansed, what's going to happen? Nobody's going to return. So what's the point? So I'm saying that Saudi Arabia should invest their money as they're doing right now. And sure, you're talking about aid that they have given for the past few years maybe, but that aid has not been able to enter Gaza and enter the West Bank because there are people that are still starving there every single day. Every single country that has tried to give them aid, every single coalition, nonprofit organization, anybody who has tried to get aid to Gaza has not been able to do so. And even if they have been able to get a little bit to like maybe a pack of flour or like a case of diapers or whatever it might have been, it's still not enough. It's still not to the point where Palestinians are able to come back and fight against the genocide.
Again, Saudi Arabia's position is, to me, greater than most. They're arguing not only for a Palestinian state, but for the Palestinian borders of pre-1962. And again, the number, I understand the emotions involved. However, again, it's impossible. First of all, it's impossible to annihilate the entirety of the Palestinian people. It's just impossible. And I'm not just talking about the people. I'm not talking about the diaspora. I'm talking about even in Gaza and the West Bank. It's impossible. It's not going to happen. And I'm saying it's impossible due to the fact that we are Muslim. So, being the fact that we have Allah, so that's just not going to happen. To me, to criticize any individual who's helping and say what you're doing is not fast enough, when what Saudi Arabia's long-term plan for Palestine is not the Gaza Strip, it's the pre-1962 borders, which you can look up on the Arab News or Al Jazeera. MBS talked about it. When his father was coherent, he spoke about it even before October 7th. Saudi Arabia is the third in the world for giving the most aid to Palestinian people, even more than the United States. So a lot of the statements that were being made is blanketed because Saudi Arabia has been moving quietly and swiftly versus loudly and bolstering. However, what the Middle East does not have is countries have layers. You have your loud nations who make a lot of noise, like Yemen. Then you have your middle nations who file lawsuits, like South Africa. And then you have your superpowers. The Middle East is trying to become superpowers, like Russia. In China, you don't come in and scream a bunch of statements to a tabloid to make people feel good. The powers in the pen make moves quietly and swiftly. And that's what Saudi Arabia has been attempting to do. Again, I'm sure every government in the Middle East can be criticized for what we think. None of us have been a monarch. None of us have been a prime minister to know the ins and outs entirely of what the process looks like and what the global landscape looks like. But I don't see any reason why MBS would defy his own ancestral lineage. His grandfather, who is the founder of Saudi Arabia, was probably one of the greatest supporters of the Palestinian state. His fathers, his uncles, it just doesn't make any sense. So if people want to argue Islam, say Islam in Saudi Arabia, I already agree that I live here and I can see it for myself. And Riyadh will probably be Dubai in about 5 or 6 years. With the massive amount of expatriates and how much they're doing. Even if you go to Mecca, I don't know how many of you all have been to Mecca, but anyone who has, know that there are 2 Meccas in Mecca. You have public Mecca for everybody, where they used to say only Muslims can go to Mecca. Now they have a public Mecca for everyone for work and business, stuff like that. And then you have the El Haram actual area, and they're doing a lot of development to isolate the 2 areas. But again, like I said, people tend to forget that Saudi Arabia is a country. They have interests of their own that for the next 100 years, plans for their own development, plans for their own people to thrive. They're not just the keepers of the time. They have a lot of other things that exist in that plan. But like I said, 99% of the arguments you presented, I believe I'm debunked. Hopefully this is going to learn. I mean, it is. Just do your research. Hopefully this is going to learn.
Man, we need to go to Haram and conduct the Umrah, y'all.
Me?
Yeah.
I just went last year, but I want to go again. I want to go for Hajj next time.
Doctor will be at the airport, okay?
No, I'm gonna have TSA then. We're doing deport right now.
Have you ever been around Saudi, like outside of Jeddah and Mecca? Like, have you been around the country?
I've been to Riyadh. My grandmother used to live there. But
what year was it?
That doesn't have anything to do with it. We're going back to
it. Does, because what it does is the visual landscape. But it's okay if you want to. Again, my premise is the same. You just gotta learn more about geopolitics. But I do understand the urgency.
I do understand. Look, I don't disagree with you, okay? But that's not what I'm saying. I didn't disagree when we first started speaking. I didn't disagree with you either, okay? I was just arguing that I'm saying that if you're gonna call yourself an Islamic regime, follow Islam. If not, then don't, you know? But anyways, I don't disagree with anything that you're saying. What I'm saying though is I don't see personally, as a Palestinian, as somebody who has family in Palestine, I don't see there to be a value in investing in Israel in any way when if the end goal is, to take control over Israel and eventually to make it do its bidding or whatever the situation is, or to have some sort of economic leverage over Israel, that's not going to be any use if there's going to be no Palestinians to return to. You mentioned that, okay, that's not going to happen. Okay, but quite frankly, as a Palestinian, again, seeing my family members, literally every 2 to 3 weeks, and this is the same for many Palestinians, seeing your family members die every 2 to 3 weeks, seeing, people, come, and take your homes and whatever, and having, these stories, it's very much, demotivating. It's like, oh my gosh, it's a question that we ask ourselves every single day, is there ever going to be a free Palestine? So when you see people from your family dying every single day, it's kind of just like, okay, now, are we going to actually have a Palestine to go back to? And then when we see Saudi Arabia and the actions that they're committing, funding Israel in the tech sector or in equities and stuff like that, we're like, wow. So even if Saudi Arabia claims that they're going to have economic leverage for Palestinians over, if they're going to have economic leverage over Israel for Palestinians, to us it's like that doesn't matter anymore, because we don't have a place to go back to. We don't have a home to go back to. Everything is destroyed. We don't have family members who can make claims. We don't have sons who can make claims on the deeds. It's very to us as Palestinians, we don't, whatever Saudi Arabia's long-term plan is in terms of geopolitics, for us it's like, nah, we don't believe that it's going to do us any good at the end of the day. We hope and we pray that, Hasna al-Din, we hope and we pray that if Saudi Arabia, if that's what their intentions are, that they do come true, that they do benefit Palestinians in some way. But for us, practically, we just don't see that there's a value in it. We, again, as I said, if there's no Palestinians to take back Palestine, it's just a business deal. It's just a business project.
I probably understand better if you the Palestinians in my country is going through probably mostly the same thing, with a body count of 200,000 people killed. And then family members, friends, or even people that my family know. Even my own personal house instead has been totally destroyed. Personal house. However, at the end of the day, all you can do is put your faith in Allah, support in the ways that you can, stand by your Muslim brothers and sisters, and be strong in your faith in Deen, because the people are even guaranteed by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala that the Muslim Ummah will succeed. And like I said, with a strong knowledge of Israel politics, I understand what you're saying and how that makes you feel, but in reality, the methods that are being taken are actually faster than anywhere else. We're watching the growth and development of strength in the Middle East faster and more powerful than anywhere else we've ever seen in the world. Faster development rate, a faster military strength rate. And like I said, I understand how those investments may make you feel, but those investments are probably the fastest solution to a Palestinian problem and a Middle East security problem for the future.
Well, I just hope that it's fast enough for Palestinians to come and take back their homes.
Layla, when you see, Palestinian flag raised everywhere throughout Europe, how does that make you feel?
I feel represented.
Exactly. And before October 7th, that was not the case. So there's a positive side, there's wisdom behind what's happening. So,
wait, so what does that have to do with Saudi Arabia? What is the flag?
No. Forget about Saudi Arabia. I'm not talking about Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia, I understand the positions of Dr. Nubian is correct 100%. And that's unfortunately how the world works. It's deep. What Saudi Arabia is doing is very, very deep politics. Okay? They have BlackRock. Listen, hold on. They have Black. Okay, so this subject is multidimensional. It's not one side. Okay, so you have to look at what's happening throughout the world because of the genocide, ongoing genocide in Gaza. You also look at what's happening in the investment world and Saudi Arabia's engagement with the main, basically, I guess, economic levers of the world, led by BlackRock. So just wait. After 10 years or 15 years or 20 years, things will change for sure. This Zionist state will absolutely disappear. I know that for sure. The current government of Israel or another government similar to the current one will not be compatible with the government, the powerful governments in the Middle East. I guarantee it.
Okay, well, AB, I will agree with you, okay? But what I hope and what I pray for is that there are Palestinians to take back Palestine. That's what I'm trying to say, okay? I agree with you, okay? I think that there's at no point have I ever disagreed with what you or what Doctor have said. But I understand where you're coming from. However, what I'm trying to say is that to me, again, as a Palestinian and as somebody who has family in Gaza, I hope that this plan does work, because if it doesn't, then it's just a business deal. It's just a business project. Okay? And I hope that it works fast enough to the point where my whole entire family isn't annihilated.
100%, sister, 100%. People, the future Palestinians will reap the reward, you know what I mean? And people who died, they basically shed their blood for what's coming. And I believe strong Palestinian state, recognized throughout the world, will emerge from this. So it's painful, I understand, 100%, it pains me, I swear to God, every Muslim cannot feel terrible when they see what's happening, you know what I mean? And it's a human issue right now. It's not even Muslims only. Bully, we're on the same page, right? Bully? You called me D-Rider earlier, man. Come on, apologize. Yeah, man. Come on.
Yeah, it's very painful to say.
What are you talking about? You are a dick rider.
Yeah. Okay, bro. That's interesting language.
It isn't, because if we paid you as much as you... Bro, this guy here...
What's happening with
when you hear people
if you really care that much, you will boot up and suit up and do something about it, to be honest, man. And I think a lot of you are just very, very too opinionated.
You should not be in a place of power, and you should not be treated with impunity.
You guys are still going?
It's that simple. It's like everyone should be equal under the law. Well, proselytizing came to town.
What are you proselytizing?
I'm not going to proselytize. This is a simple question. I don't care how you answer it. We're proselytizing. We're trying to get some fellow anti-Semites. The answer I'm giving is very reasonable. What? I'm an anti-Semite?
Well,
wait. Why do you think that Jews were behind blacks in civil rights in the 60s? Because they were fearing that they were going to become the blacks in America, right? So
no, it's because they do good things. They're charitable people. They love supporting people.
That's why a lot of Jews will pretend to say, I'm white and I support black.
Who do you think owns Yum Brand Foods? Kentucky Fried Chicken is a big business.
Yeah. So, you're part of the CCP?
I'm a Protestant. I'm a Protestant Christian. My Lord and Savior Jesus Christ will crush you, buddy.
Yeah, you're bullshit. I don't get it. Why are people talking about immigrants?
Because the Civil Rights Act of 1964 would have been impossible without Jewish scholars.
Yeah, so that goes for lesbians, teaching your kids how to be blood scholars. Teaching your kids how to be blowjobs.
Lyndon Baines Johnson was a Jewish prophet.
Yeah, okay. Then you're smoking the devil's lettuce.
How did you know?
Now.
James, let's just put it this way. You're kind of uptight.
You can fit 40 Earths in Uranus, and if you relax, 43.
I was born inside Uranus.
Yeah, I doubt it. I can't believe that you are that oblivious to influence in the U.S. things. I'm just saying, I understand Israel's influence in the U.S. I'm just saying saying it's a proxy for the military-industrial complex.
Okay.
Do not agree.
You are
We agree to disagree.
understanding blue funds and military-industrial complex. You're still insisting or not understanding?
Well, listen to what Goose said. Listen to what Goose said earlier. He said.
You keep repeating that the Congress.
Listen to what Goose said earlier. He said, "What benefit did America gain by destroying Iraq?" Oh, what benefit? How about like $6 trillion in fucking deficit spending? That's a pretty nice benefit.
Israel versus the American military-industrial complex.
Okay, and that's Congress. That's military complex. Okay, so that Congress, who funds them? Who pays for their campaigns? Doesn't every single Republican have an APAC guy?
Of course they do. I'll tell you what, overthrowing Saddam guaranteed, 74% of Israel's oil coming from the Iraqi part of the Kurdish part of Iraq. Did you know about that? That was positive. Yeah, but most of the Kuwaiti oil... But the interest of Israel was more about geopolitics than it was about resources and money. That's what you're not comprehending.
No, I don't think discussion shows you what I mean when I say Republicans are cuts.
Say that again, because I didn't hear the first time this train go by my house. About the oil, I'm saying Israel's, what benefited Israel when it came to overthrowing Saddam in Iraq was primarily about their geopolitical ambition and their ideological ambition than it was about resources or money. I agree with you.
So in the chess game that is still being played, who has more pieces?
As of right now, Israel.
Ding, ding, ding. Winner, winner, chicken dinner.
Obviously.
Epstein, do you understand now why I always say Republicans are cucks?
Yes.
And total cucks. Like, they would literally watch their wife get fucked rather than actually take a stand against the Jews.
Yeah, I don't get why this is like the one issue where
Because some people...
The same cucks bitching about Ukraine are the same cucks wanting to fund Israel.
Hey, you know what? The only two American presidents that ever took a stand against the Jews were Republicans.
No, Nixon and Carter.
No.
JFK was not a Republican. That was JFK.
No. He never took a stand. Yeah, they
shot. Who do you think that JFK? Who do you think?
It's the Pentagon.
He wants to do an investigation in Dimona in Israel, the nuclear facility.
It's the Pentagon and CIA. It's the CIA and the Pentagon. They just had all these hearings on it over the past couple of months.
So the CIA and the Pentagon killed JFK right after he said he wants to do an investigation in the Israeli nuclear facility. Okay.
Yeah.
It's not Israel that killed him, no.
Oh, okay. It was Woody Harrelson's dad.
Yeah, it's not Israel.
Well, yeah, that actually.
Israel has nothing to do with the killing of JFK, okay.
Okay.
You guys are retarded.
Listen, you're retarded. You're from fucking Jordan. I've been to your goat kingdom.
I watched the movie The Patriot by Mel Gibson, and I had a different idea of Americans. Turns out they're all a bunch of faggots.
It turns out that you're from a goat
They're all a
kingdom.
bunch of bad faggots on scooters at Walmart while the oil drips down your fucking mouth.
Listen, you eat shawarma. They take beef. They take fucking goat. They take lamb, and they let that fat just drip down the meat. That's all you guys got in your country is fucking spigots of fatty meat. You stick it on a fucking pita with a pickle and some fucking white sauce. That's your culinary delight? You're from a fucking valley with a river and a couple goats. He's sitting there saying, the guy is a first generation implant into this country, and he sits here and says, you know how many times Randy has said Republican cucks? Probably like 6,000 times over the past 2 years.
It's Randy's trademark.
Yeah, but it's true.
It is his trademark.
But it's also true.
You can't deny it though. Arab white sauce, no homo, is pretty good.
No, I know, I like shawarma.
Can you deny that conservatives are cucks?
Exactly. Yeah,
Well, this is the problem with your conversations, is that you can't admit that your conversations are all political in nature. Even if you hate the Jews and you're an anti-Semite, it's still your political position. So you're just doing politics. That's all you're actually doing.
How about the fact that the people who are concerned about debt and Democrat spending are exactly the people simply for the big beautiful bill increasing the debt by $5 trillion. Like, how can someone explain that?
Bill, baby.
Can someone explain that?
Hey, asshole, the big beautiful bill gave me a major tax credit.
Oh, you think that? But you're not. Yeah. So look at this nigger. He literally wants to save $5 on tax, but he wants to spend the money on inflation. You Republicans are some of the dumbest motherfuckers.
I paid the right income tax to keep burning a week.
That's because you're a tax cuck. But at the end of the day...
Oh, I'm a tax cuck. Okay. Because you're a Canadian.
Yeah, but
enjoy your life. Yeah, how much are you getting taxed in Canada?
Income tax?
Yeah.
43%.
Ooh, that's nice. That's 4 out of 10 days you go to work for the man.
Exactly, douchebag. I literally pay more tax on my overtime check.
Yeah, but I pay zero capital gains tax.
You probably work 6 out of 10 days.
Asshole.
No, you don't pay. You do pay capital gains.
Don't forget, this guy has a monthly membership to FetLife.
Okay, what I'm talking about.
He's actually the content.
Exactly, he's the cuck that he calls everybody else.
$5 on tax so that you can spend
Takes a cuck to know a cuck.
Like, do you understand what it means when you raise that debt by $5 trillion? Some figure has to pay that.
Do you know what it means when there's 100 trillion in unfunded debt liabilities?
You are that nigger who's gonna pay the debt. You are the nigger who's gonna pay the debt.
Just go to usdebtclock.org right now. There's 37 trillion in funded liabilities and 100 trillion. 100 trillion in unfunded liabilities.
Can you see how the Republicans always increase the deficits? Well, Democrats also increase deficits, but they don't increase it as much. Can you go ahead and check?
Oh, you're kidding me.
Yeah, can you go ahead and check how all the Democrats spend on the social programs is much smaller than the Republicans spend on the fucking military?
Can you explain to me why in the world would Alex Soros marry Huma Abedin? Why did Alex Soros marry Huma Abedin?
I'm just telling you, Democrats are much better at reducing deficit. Cock?
Exactly. He's a cock.
It is kind of weird. She's like kind of old.
She already has children with Anthony Weiner. Why in the fuck is this dumb bitch? Yeah. Yeah, the fucking Clinton laptop. She knows all about it. She knows all about fucking cosmic ping pong.
I'm gonna go take a shit.
Okay.
Oh, conservative release. Letting out all that shawarma, white sauce, garlic sauce.
He doesn't have tandoori kitchen.
Oh, George Galloway's here. The Israel, they are... I can't even do a George Galloway accent. It's kind of hard.
What, you gotta do
George Galloway!
George Galloway!
Well, come with me. Tim Clarkson.
Is that Tim's new profile?
Tim Rambleson, man.
To the mother of all talk shows.
I got a girl actually for Tim. She's a rambler too. They call her Babberina.
What are you on? What are you on? Say that again, because I didn't follow you.
I know this chick who is like a local at the bars that I go to. She's a single mom. She's got a great body.
Are you Canadian?
No, I'm American. But what I'm saying is she's a rambler like Tim, and she'll talk your ear off to the end of the night, and you're just like, I cannot believe this bitch could not shut the fuck up.
Yeah. Let's see that. How's that working out?
I don't know. It's like it's nice having a wing woman because she's very social, and all the young chicks.
Oh, she's your wing woman?
Yeah, she's my wing woman basically.
You sure she's not cock-blocking you?
No, she's. I'm sure she would love to sleep with me, but I'm just a gentleman, and it's nice to have a friend at the bar. Even though she won't shut the fuck up.
You're tapping that, you liar.
No, I'm not. And I try to introduce her to people. I've invited her to Republican parties
Why do
because
you have a wing? Why do you have a wing woman?
she's a bad wing
Game?
woman. Honestly, I think my game is pretty weak. I really want to work on it.
Why do you not have like a wing man?
I do.
It's a wing
I
woman.
do have.
What's wrong with you?
I do. Well, she's always at the bar. She's always at this fucking bar that I go to. So it's just by
Okay, and
default.
how much pussy has she hooked you up with?
Fucking nut.
No, so she's a cock blocker.
Actually, you're probably right. You're probably right. Well, I don't want to get past friends with her. She's not. She's ugly. She's like 46 maybe.
Okay, but so she's not working for you. She's working against you.
Yeah, you're probably right. I thought about that. I was like, I should stop going to that
You
bar.
go to a different bar.
That's exactly what I thought. I agree. She's Italian. There's a lot of Italian people that go to this bar.
Okay, what's wrong with that? Are they Italian or are they Sicilian?
Yeah, I guess they're Sicilian.
Well, maybe.
They wear the cornicello.
You mean the horn?
No, it's like a chili pepper looking necklace.
That's the horn, yes.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, she's definitely like a Sicilian for sure. Yeah, for sure. Calibrate.
She had to have been like. She had to have been a 10 when she was like in
You're
her
hanging out with
20s.
niggers.
Oh shit.
You finally said it. Really, I don't think I've ever heard that word ever uttered from you, man. Yeah, you have.
Today we tried to press her to say it.
He's thinking about Dennis Hopper and that scene with Walken.
Nigger is like the
yeah. True romance.
Yeah, that is a funny scene. He's like, so technically, that is a great scene.
Did you guys see the use of the word nigger online and how it's skyrocketed the past years?
No.
Oh, stop going after X. I'm going to say around 2016 it's skyrocketed.
Did it skyrocket?
Oh my God, Edward Trump. So I'm pretty sure
2020.
after like Tribe Called Quest released a whole song about it back in the 90s.
No. I think the last 2 years was a big difference. Today, nigger is the most used word on this app. I don't think
this app? Yeah, but you are the source of that. At one point, that was the only word I used to say.
I'm just telling you that every active user of this app knows that.
I don't care if you hate Trump or the populist right, but we have brought back faggot, nigger, and retarded. So you're welcome.
You were so afraid of saying the word nigger just 2 hours ago. You were literally saying it's been against me. So you just said it right now. So you need more alcohol and then you can say it?
It's my word.
If you say it like Tim Rambleson says it, and the way you say it, like you are what you are describing.
Technically, nigger was our word before it was theirs.
No, our word, not your word, nigger.
Oh, well, I am the same nigger after all.
Yeah, he's a camel fucker.
Exactly. And you are a client state. So
Have you ever eaten camel meat, Rabbi?
By the grace of God and my tax dollars.
Have you ever eaten camel meat, Randy?
No, although I know a burger shop that has that.
But he's eating the ass out of camel.
Have you ever seen what it looks like when they strip a camel from its meat after they cook it? It's disgusting.
No, wait, people eat camels?
Yeah, dude, yeah. It's fucking disgusting.
Seriously?
Yeah, the fat is so fatty that it like liquefies on contact. It is the most disgusting looking thing you've ever seen.
Apparently camel meat is very tasty.
I've never heard this. I mean, I know people eat horses.
Just go on YouTube and watch videos. They cook goats
they eat
camels all the time. Yeah.
Why?
It's a lot of food. It's fucking like 800 pounds of meat.
It's better than starving. I've never heard that anyone eats camels.
Oh yeah, it's a delicacy.
They say it's pretty tasty actually.
I'm today's a year old. Horse meat is pretty tasty.
Again, I never tried it.
Yeah, horse meat's delicious.
It is delicious. It's not as good as elk, but like I just feel bad eating it. I mean, look at the chat. I mean, that looks pretty good.
Kitover, did you eat camel meat?
No, but I've had mensif many times. I love it.
Yeah, that's so different. Yeah, mensif is amazing. Do you remember Ting Ma on this app?
No.
don't know Tingma? He's from Toronto?
No.
Oh, well, he came to Montreal. I took him to the best Mensa. It was very expensive, but actually it tasted
How much is it?
What is Mensa?
It's a Jordanian national dish.
It's a plate of rice with meat and goat milk on it.
That sounds good. Yeah.
What do you mean, Jameed is like petrified fucking rock? What's goat milk?
Yes, I'm not sure exactly what goes into
So
it.
is this like Middle Eastern paella?
I've made it. It's Jameed.
It's
James, that's exactly what it is.
it's kind of, but yeah, not exactly. But actually,
without the high class proteins, right? Got it. Okay. I know.
Just Google it. The Western Eastern, it's just unlike anything else you know.
They should literally do like a Chipotle, but with
How does labna taste? Like the milk? I heard it's like salty.
Labna is not milk. Labna is like, oh man, how can I even explain that shit to you?
it's like it's condensed goat milk, isn't it?
I'm not. They said it's salty. I thought it was just
No, it's not salty. You know what? Do you know pita bread?
Yeah.
Okay, so you get pita bread, like next time, I'm pretty sure you have some Middle Eastern, like, grocery store or something.
Yeah. This is like naan.
You go there, yeah, pita bread looks kind of like naan, yeah, but it's not the same, it's separate, so you just make sure to get pita bread, and then you get labneh. I'm pretty sure you're gonna find labneh in any grocery store, and then you just, it's like a dip, you take the bread, and then you labneh,
It's not like bread they have it in boxes.
That's the best thing you ever ate.
Kind of like a pretzel.
You can put labneh with cheese and tomatoes also. Labneh is the best thing you ever ate. I'm just like,
It's a pretzel, right?
Okay, you see how you have nachos and then you put the nacho with the cheese? The pizza bread is the nacho and the cheese is the labneh.
It's nacho cheese. Fuck off.
I'm just saying that's exactly how you do it. That is one way to do it. Like, that's how I do it.
It's like naan, like or pita bread.
Like pita bread is not naan, it's similar to it. It looks similar, but it's not the same at all.
What's the difference? It's unleavened bread.
It tastes totally different, it's not the same.
How does it taste different?
It's just not the same. How about you buy them? They
Wow.
the difference.
I can't get those here. I live in America.
Of course you can get it. You don't have pita bread where you're at?
We do. So you're saying it's the same as pita bread?
Naan is not the same. Naan bread is different than pita bread.
It's not really.
Yes, it is.
No.
Of course it is.
It's really not that different.
Pita bread is more Middle Eastern. Naan is more like Caribbean.
Yeah, it's really not all that different.
It tastes totally different.
It's actually not that different from a fucking.
Oh my god, this nigga. You know what? It doesn't matter.
It's not like bread.
Nigga, don't do this. It doesn't matter.
It just is.
My god, James, you know what? I know.
It's just non-leavened bread. It's not all that different.
Okay, this is the message to you. This is exactly my
Now, do you use toilet paper or do you splash the water on your ass when you're left hand?
Top down. Top down.
Or do you own a bidet? Fancy pants motherfucker.
Well, you don't own a bidet. It's not a car or a horse. No.
What, you have to rent them where you come from? You can own a bidet.
Don't own them. Don't own them. It's like owning a bidet is like saying you own a Mercedes.
You don't need a bidet in Jordan. You just need a Sri Lankan woman to wipe your ass for you after you're done.
Oh.
It's amazing having a servant cook your breakfast, cook your lunch, cook your dinner, clean everything in the house every day. It's amazing.
You're telling me I've been married for 22 years and I do all of that shit.
Oh, really?
I don't know where I went wrong.
Oh, you're a cock.
No, I'm not a cock. I'm just better at those things.
Oh. Are you a deep cleaner?
No, I have a robo bag.
I need to get a vac, like a shop vac.
Yeah, a shop vac? Why, do you have like a water problem?
No, it's just like, you know, I don't want to use a good vacuum in like rough areas in the house because I got like a basement that has all
What rough
kinds of
areas
shit.
do you have in your house? You dirty boy.
Like the utility room in the basement with all the hot water heaters.
Oh. Yeah, you know what? Interestingly enough, I bought a quad filter.
What's that for the water?
No, it's for like the shop, for like the wood shop. You can do like four HVAC filters with like a commercial fan. It sucks all the dust out.
Dude, honestly, after I just took a shit, I remembered that you guys deserve Epstein. Honestly, you guys deserve Epstein, and you deserve all the things. That's what I believe. You guys deserve Epstein. So I'm gonna go sleep. I'll see you guys later.
Bye.
Yeah, I guess I'm gonna leave too. Have a good night.
Okay. Yeah, see ya.
God is out.
We do sleep on the app, and their rooms aren't even called sleep rooms. They're just political rooms sometimes, and there's something on them for you.
Yeah, I need would never fall asleep.
That's free.
Yeah.
I owned it in the room prior to this room.
Think kids should not have a home compared to like
Y'all know like the situation. I know a lot of people don't care about other people. You feel me? Especially.
No, man, gay men should not be allowed to marry and adopt children. Put me in the queue and green bean and mob me now. Gay men should not be allowed to adopt beautiful little children. Pete Buttigieg and his boyfriend husband should give up their child. That fake ass Indiana mayor, CIA agent Pete Buttigieg.
What? We'll read through it. Listen carefully. Malachi chapter 3 verse 8. Will a man rob God? Yet ye have robbed me. But ye say, wherein have we robbed thee? In tithes and offering. You're
Only way. That's like a shark attack. You go into their public domain and get bit. Like most drownings is preventable. Like super preventable. The most annoying patients is the suicide patients.
Why?
Because they gotta end.
Larger air force, you would definitely need American fighter jets because the Egyptian Air Force is nothing to fuck with at all. So, one thing I do is I love to study military powers, and I pay very close attention. I go on their websites. I look at.
Sorry for interjecting. Just a quick question: where did Egypt get their weapons from?
Most of the Egyptian weapons are bought from Russia, the United States, and China. But Egypt, Egypt is
Russia and China in there.
Brother, take a deep breath. I know you want to fight with someone, but no one cares. So again, Egypt's policy for their military supplies is they believe in buying from everyone and no total dependency on any country. That's literally Sisi's strategy. So they buy from everyone equally. So they have American fighter jets. They have the best of them. Well, not the best, but they have some of America's good stuff. They have some of the best from Russia. They have weaponry from China. Egypt has a massive military, and Egypt's number one threat, the country that they consider their biggest threat to their sovereignty, is Israel. So everything that they do, train, and study is for ground fight or ongoing conflict directly with Israel, not with really anyone else, because Egypt doesn't have any other enemies in the area. So, like I said, Egypt has a larger force, a stronger force, a deeper financed force, deeper pockets for their military, because Egypt's military is vastly cheaper, and most of Egypt's faculties throughout their government is controlled by the military, so they don't have to depend on military aid directly to a specific individual, where almost the entire country is owned. It's almost communist the way their government is ran. So they don't have to worry about that. They have more manpower, they have more tanks, they have more missiles, they have more air support, they have more almost everything than Israel. They literally made that their business. So did Israel win the war in the 1960s? Sure, right? You got your ass kicked in most of the battles, but you managed to pull it together at the end and came through with a limping leg. So I applaud you for that. and also birthed Nasserism, which was the birth of a unified Arab state to make Egypt even stronger. Now that didn't last long. However, Egypt has made it their business to be the Sith Lord to your Jedi Order, or I should say the Jedi Order to your Sith Empire. So I think, like I said, I think Egypt would smash Israel like a cockroach. The only thing worth worrying about is the United States, and Egypt would actually be harder to hit than Iran because of military base placement. You would have to depend on your air carriers in the Mediterranean Sea, and they would probably make it rain in Alexandria. Cairo is in a very strategic location, further south, much harder to hit. And they just moved their capital city, so you have to pick between old Cairo and new Cairo. It'd be a lot more difficult. And then Egypt, with their nuclear sites that are buried out in the desert, God knows where, that's been funded and supported by the Russian government. I think Egypt would be the strongest threat in the Middle East, militarily, towards Israel. Bully, I'm really sorry that I'm smarter than you. I know it hurts you, but you can be the main character next time.
Excuse me.
You're not triggered. Person, brother. Just like
if you're not triggered, why are you addressing me?
Because you're an idiot, bro.
Here comes the dick rider. Here comes the dick rider. Here comes the dick rider. Yo, y'all having a bromance right now. This is unheard of.
We're brothers. What are you talking about? We're brothers. What are you talking about?
Alright, let's not do the personal attacks, or let's leave it at that. But, so Doctor, you said next year, the prediction is next year, by next year they will part ways. Israel will part ways with America?
I know, I'm giving it as a deadline, not by next year. I'm giving it as a deadline, fall of 2026, I think. If this conflict keeps brewing over, America's going to have a decision to make. I think they're losing their people. So, and Israel doesn't really offer the United States much of anything either. So that's something other than, so-called, we're the eyes in the region. But that's what I was trying to explain to the Palestinian system. When the other Arab nations strengthen their ties with America, then the utility for an Israeli state becomes weakened less and less and less. So Israel becomes this American hub and eyes over the Middle East, but that becomes irrelevant as the Middle East calms their conflicts, dismantles terror organizations, becomes a peaceful hub, having beautiful capital cities where American diplomacy and diplomats can come in and out at free will, protection and security. Once those things happen, which is basically already done at this point, but once those things have happened, then the needed necessity for Israel on quote-unquote Arabian foreign policy is absolutely irrelevant, and then Israel just becomes a fucking liability. Now, Morty did make a good point with the amount of influence they have in the Senate, the amount of influence they have in the American government, but they would have to expose the entirety of their hate. Because the American people are supposed to have the most power in the United States. So they would have to expose their hand to the American people and show American people, like, you don't have the power. So when overwhelming Americans, and we're at a 60% ratio of Americans, or 60+% ratio of Americans are against the conflict, and it proceeds on, that's when it starts to get scary here in America, because American people take action, they go to the streets, they have guns, they ramshack the Capitol building. American people can be very uncivilized when they don't get their way. So I would like to see how Israeli people plan on controlling American people. They're trying to censor as much as they can. They're trying to censor so they can control the American eyes. They're trying to slow down the protests. They're trying to deport as many people as possible. Lock off as many anti-Israeli countries from more expats coming into the country as possible to limit the population and the growth of immigration in the United States. But I think it's relatively impossible. I think it's too late. Everyone's seen it. Even my friends, I have friends from college out to Columbia, core degree, right? It's my best. People in my PTO, you see my secondary knowledge. But even my friends from Columbia, I have some friends who are totally oblivious, very wealthy, white friends who are totally oblivious to the conflict, blindly supporting Israel. I have no idea what's happening. Just thought, America, Israel. And 99% of those friends have completely flipped their entire position because they've seen it. And we live in, like Bully said, we live in the information, he actually didn't tell us, but information is more relatively available to us. So now people are seeing the things. See it. They can't close their eyes to it. The amount of reporters and news reporters that have been murdered, right, and journalists that have been murdered, you can't close your eyes to. I mean, I've never seen big parts in my life until this conflict, and I can't take it out of my mind. It'll be forever embedded in my mind, the images that I saw of babies blown in half all on social media, and they couldn't get a grip on Facebook and on Instagram and on TikTok. They couldn't get a grip on those media companies fast enough, so much too slow. Because remember, they opened the floodgates. They opened the floodgates when they wanted to attack Donald Trump by downgrading the censoring and allowing people to freely speak against Trump and that government, etc. And then when this conflict happened right on top of it, they couldn't get back control over the media. So now the world's already seen what you
You're okay with the sausage
So now the world sees that you're a
bacon?
fucking monster.
How many waffles are you gonna want?
And now that people see that, you cannot get it out. The images I've seen, I can't get out of my mind.
How about some donut?
You know,
Some beer
again,
club?
if I could just,
How about apple
Americans
fritter?
are not going to bring their guns
No?
up. No, for any of this
Okay,
stuff, you
you
know.
want extra butter?
You're talking very excitedly and exaggerating. Americans just don't care about foreign policy. You know, you talk about the white folks, you know, they know nothing. The white folks are beautiful. You know, I got something for you guys. I don't know if I've ever heard this is true.
I know,
Everyone who's white in America is either a liberal, okay, or a scientist. So, I mean, white people aren't going to do shit. No. The liberals won't bring the guns out. So, and the liberals are the ones that are more active on Palestine.
You're good on that?
You know, all this excitement. The American people are doing this. Yeah, there's a lot of protests last year on the college campuses.
You want any more bacon or sausage, honey, or you're good?
All these kids protesting for Palestine. What was the response?
Okay.
More anti-Semitism awareness.
Put enough butter on your
So,
waffles?
you know.
You can finish toast. Do you want that butter?
It's not about
Tomorrow?
bringing the guns
How
out
many
of
do you want?
Palestine is connected to a
You
long
don't
chain
want me
of
to put
events.
the powdered sugar
What
on
it's
top
about
of
is,
it?
it's about
Okay.
when
You don't know
the
worries
financial
about it all the time.
support is constantly going over.
So talk to
That's what
me.
Americans are going to
I don't want to hear
because they've been promised, according to Donald Trump, a golden age of American policy and finances, which Americans still have yet to see. They've seen some crypto uptrends, they've seen some stock market portfolio growth, but they haven't seen a massive golden age that Trump promised that would happen so swiftly. And the Americans are increasingly impatient on these things because of how bad that economy was. I know for a fact, as I said, I've lived in America, I live in New York, and I moved from Miami, New York, all the way to and I know firsthand. And when I was in America, I was a staunch conservative. However, reviewing everything that's taking place, American people, it's not about standing up for Palestine necessarily. That's the college kids in the protest. It's about how much more money, how much longer is this going to go? I don't think any Arab nation, including Iran, is going to let this go. Meaning, oh, we're going to quietly enter the night, ceasefire, and then we'll just spend billions picking up the rubble. No, this, to me, I believe, this is the great fight. This is the big fight. This should not be happening again. That's what I believe this conflict. Because I realize they've been tapped out a long time. Too many people have died in this conflict. The Gazans, I believe they have nothing else to lose. And because they have nothing else to lose, they have no reason to return hostages. They have no reason to stop. And I don't want them to. I think the people that have died would die in vain. This ended in a ceasefire and they go back to the old land. I think everyone who's in this conflict, which is going to force the American hands to see the financially, which is going to force the American people to get a low wage, and those things are what I believe is going to trigger. But I hear you, Lord. Like I said,
You're reaching inside our vehicle. I feel threatened. I am. You're reaching inside our vehicle. I feel threatened. I feel threatened.
I want to ask you, how do you feel like the one knowing your rights and shit? Because you have a lot of acknowledgement of this what's going on. So what does it feel like waking up in the morning, knowing, damn, I'm a piece of shit. My entire culture is a piece of shit. Like, what does that feel like?
Well, you know,
a loaded question you're asking. The premise of the question, I don't wake up feeling like a piece of shit. I wake up feeling great. We're God's chosen people, and as the Black Rabbi said a couple of nights ago, we don't want to go back to Israel and have to do what we're doing. We're doing it for God. That's how I feel.
Are you sure the God that you're serving?
The outlaws that we serve.
The devil.
No. Come on.
The very strong possibility. I mean, just
Hello, everybody. Hi, David Scheller.
Yeah.
Good.
I don't think so.
Okay, yeah, Billy.
No, we're pretty, we know who we are. We wouldn't serve the devil.
Yeah, you wouldn't serve the devil. You would just participate in baby sacrifice. You would sacrifice mass genocide.
No, this isn't a genocide. Come on now. We both know this isn't a genocide.
Tonight, so I forgot my campaign.
We have to, Hamas is an international terrorist organization and a proxy of Iran. And Iran is one of the three sponsors of state terror, according to the United States State Department, along with North Korea and Cuba. So this is really a war we're fighting a war for the Western world. This is a war for the good of the world, for civilization. It's civilization against barbarism. Well, we don't target children. We're always targeting Hamas, and Hamas uses human shields. Yeah, they hide their weapons. They hide their weapons under schools and churches and hospitals and mosques. And Black Rabbi, I didn't know that, but he gave us a good stat the other day. He said that 90% of the homes in Gaza have been used to hide weapons for Hamas, the light engine.
Prove that?
I think he has the link. We tried to get him to provide the link. The so-called pro-Palestinians in here in the room tried to get him to provide the link. I don't know that he ever provided it, but I think we can trust Black Rabbi. He's a good Jew.
Black Rabbi, the Jew? So you acknowledge him as a Jew?
Oh, yeah.
What tribe?
There's an article in Times of Israel, I believe, about him, or the Jewish Post, or one of these, a reputable newspaper. There's a reputable newspaper that acknowledges him as a Jew. Who am I to say otherwise?
But Morty, what tribe?
I don't know. Do I need to know? Is this required information for the quiz that you're giving me?
I mean, I'm pretty sure you and Black Rabbi look nothing alike.
This is true.
A group that meets on the lakefront every weekend is hoping to make life a little easier. They say to serve up therapy groups, and what they do is a little unorthodox. If you're searching for serenity, the lake...
Anthony Weiner.
Yeah,
but you got some nerve running for office after sending that dick pic to that 15-year-old girl, dog.
I don't have a daughter.
Some nerve running for office after sending your dick pics to that 15-year-old girl, dog.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. It speaks for itself. What about you? You
Let's not call him a Jew. He's not a Jew. You wouldn't marry your daughter to him.
I never went to jail for shit like that. You heard? Fuck you, Peg.
You should see the black Zionist supporter. He comes from a people who've been through extreme trauma, and he's found his peace in trying to become your people. And that's fine. I mean, you can friends with him, that's totally fine, but you wouldn't marry your daughter to him.
I wouldn't say we're friends. We're acquaintances on Clubhouse. And we're brothers in the struggle.
Anthony Weiner. You both in the struggle. You got some people.
So I was talking about the struggle for Israel. That's right. Not that I'm not really good about it.
Of course you're not looking at it. Oh, so you're not a Jew, he's black. I was a Jew.
You just said he's struggle with black.
Morty, if you're truly black,
You might call him a black.
Oh, you call him a black rabbi.
Piece of shit black rabbi.
So do we call white rabbis white rabbi, or we just call them rabbi?
You heard?
We have to
Anthony Weiner, keep your dick in your pants, you heard? The fuck out of here. You heard? You're the student, get the fuck out of here. Yeah, I'm a Trump guy, all right. You gotta exactly right. You heard?
The good thing, Morty,
You're a sex offender, dog. You're a sex offender. You shouldn't be going by the kids' playground, dog.
I'm a serious
You
guy.
shouldn't be going by the kids' playground, dog. You're a sex offender, dog.
The Israelis didn't
You're not supposed to be so close to them, dog.
Okay, that's an interesting question. I got an answer.
The fuck out of here.
So, when you know about how intelligence works, there's always threats. Every day there's threats.
I'm a Trump guy, yeah.
So, such a 9/11, right?
That's
You know,
like,
everybody knew, somebody gave a report, somebody said, oh, what's going to happen on this day? You're getting hundreds of thousands of reports. Okay, so yeah, I mean, here's the thing, you guys can all do this on your own. You can go to YouTube, you can go to Middle East Media Research Institute, and there's all kinds of videos right there. So when you say, did they know, I'm sure that, you know, the Israeli intelligence was watching Middle East Media Research Institute, which is there to combat anti-Semitism, right? They show all these videos of Palestinian Islamic Jihad, the Al-Qassam brigades, all these people,
all them practicing
everything.
The Israelis will go and kill all the Iranian leaders within Iran. Surely, it begs any kind of logic. Let me just say something.
Hold on, hold your question. The difference, okay, between all those Iranians okay, all these Palestinian Islamic Jihad guys, when you watch those videos on memory TV, they're all underground.
They're practicing all of their operations with their, you know, flying into Israel and everything, and none of the intelligence is working at all within their. That's like suspended disbelief, I guess you call it.
What you're saying is bordering on an anti-Semitic trope.
Well, hey, I'm Jewish, so you can't even begin to say that. I just don't buy all that. So, you know, to call me
police officer in Chicago who was fired for essaying a teenage girl go on to work for the Chicago public school system. Well, that's exactly what happened after a police officer who was caught soliciting sexual favors from a teenage girl went on to be hired as security for the local high school. That officer in 2012 essayed a teenage girl after her mom's car was impounded and she had nowhere to go. After a years-long internal investigation by the Chicago Police Department, he was fired and then a few years later was hired as a security officer for a local high school.
As being Jewish, feel like I'm more threatened because Netanyahu is greater Israel.
Shut up and get acting like a man.
I believe they make a big strategic mistake. I think Netanyahu is blind to it.
I hold you all responsible for this.
And I think
The attitude that you have allowed on your
Jews are not in favor of that and conflating Jews with Zionism. There's lots of people in Israel that think that sucks, you know, and just because you're against what Israel is doing doesn't make you anti-Semitic whatsoever. I'm a case in point, so it'd be ridiculous to make that point.
There's always been a link.
Okay, well, just going along with what my government tells me.
As well as back home.
Well, that's what the Germans said.
Well, our government here is not. I'm trusting our
Oh, come on.
Zionists.
I'm like a nice guy.
Get out the way, doctor. We want to hear this.
Hold on, have you watched the votes? Have you paid attention to the votes in Congress whenever a resolution for Israel comes up?
Yeah, that's because they're all paid off. Yeah, that's because let me ask you, Morty, I want to ask you another question, which you probably will have some other reason, but I am American Jew. I put America first. Do you think that Israel's foreign policy is 100% always the same as what America is doing? Come on, you're kind of that's disgraceful for you now. I think you just lowered the IQ of most Jews by saying something like that.
All right, well, say it as your opinion. You're entitled to your opinion.
Well, yeah, you're pretty even killed for such a brainwashed person.
Thank you, I guess, for that compliment. I'm not sure how I should take that, but I think it was half a compliment, half an insult.
It was about one 1/50th of a compliment.
Okay, well, we'll take that.
Yeah, you would, because, you know, because ignorance is proud of ignorance.
Well, you know, I'm a glass 50th kind of guy, so we can agree to.
Well, you know, humor, I would be the first one to think humor is a good antidote for being ignorant.
Past what was actually budgeted for them. So
okay.
I want to hear what you would
That's
think
what
of
happens
who are fed up
when
with
you're
the city
suffering,
paying
but
out
you know,
all of this money,
it doesn't make
hundreds of
sense
millions of
anymore.
dollars
I mean,
to
most
families of
comedians,
survivors
comedy is to,
over
you know,
police abuse.
I don't know, man. It's just like, it's really bewildering how you don't see, do you feel like anti-Semitic, do you feel like all the greater Israel moves, I'm going to call it that, and the out of proportion reaction and everything of Netanyahu, you think that's really actually creating a good image for Jews and making them safer around the world?
I'd love to answer that question. Yes. So when
you got that one already.
The October 7th attack, okay, that was done, okay, just to make us look bad, because Hamas knew that we would respond like this.
Okay, well there you go. You got outplayed.
No, we didn't get outplayed, okay, but what's happening, okay? Black Rabbi talks about this too. This is a little uncomfortable to watch for a lot of people, including American Jews like yourself. Okay, but everyone just has to trust, okay, that what's happening.
Aren't you an American Jew? Are you an American Jew or are you Israeli?
I was born in Brooklyn.
Well, there you go. You're an American Jew too. You say like American Jews, so you know you're
like American
Jew.
Jews like yourself. I said like
Okay. I take it back.
Yeah. So my point is this. Okay, it's very uncomfortable to watch. I can hear everyone's anxiety and trepidation in the room, but you just have to trust that what's being done is for the greater good of civilization, humanity.
Oh my gosh, man.
And for America.
Say the same thing, and I'm curious to know why it was important for you to mention that Black Rabbi speaks about this too, considering the fact that he is also an American Jew. Did you mention that because he's black?
Oh no, we can have difference of opinion. Isn't that the point?
No. I'm just curious to know why it was important for him to mention Black Rabbi.
Well,
who else is really advocating for Israel in this room?
Black Rabbi advocates for himself.
He advocates for Israel.
Oh no,
he advocates for himself. Do you know it?
He's a clubhouse acquaintance.
Oh, okay. Well, he's more than that to me. He advocates for himself. He actually acts as the token black Jew who speaks against Jewish politics. Because Jewish politics are Torah-based politics. We're not about, supposedly, Israel is the nation state of Jews. And in the event that it's the nation state of Jews, not Zionists, then Jews know that murder goes against our Torah. Jews know that Israel's demonstration of genocide on a public stage affects and impacts, which is what I think you were alluding to. I don't know how to say your name, Maximilian. It impacts Jews around the world. We right now have individuals targeting Jews because they believe that Israel represents, and their actions represent a Jewish standard, and it doesn't. Not in any way, form, or fashion. There is nothing Jewish today about what's happening in Gaza. There is nothing Jewish today about what's happening in Israel. Actually, everything that's happening there is antithetical to everything we believe in as Torah observers. Secular Jews with no attachment to Torah, no real attachment to our holy land at all, are making decisions that are impacting us all.
It's an uncomfortable
that was quite good. I like that.
It's an uncomfortable time, and again, I just don't agree with you.
There's nothing uncomfortable about hate.
It's not murder, it's not genocide, it's self-defense.
It's hate.
Self-defense.
It's hate. And it's hate. And here, and so has Schmotrick. We killed 85 Palestinians today. For what? For what?
Oh, there was a Hamas target.
I'm sure. We targeted a 60 or 55-year-old relative of a 16-year-old in the same hospital room. And because we needed to get him, the 55-year-old, who still has not even been proven to be a member of Hamas, we blew up 2 hospital rooms with innocent people in them. I guarantee you, if Netanyahu was in, and he's actually been convicted as a war criminal. If he were at Columbia Presbyterian, see, I grew up in Brooklyn too. If he was at Beth Israel Hospital, in the event that individuals targeted one hospital room on a floor with 100 people, up in arms. Jews would be up in arms. How could you? It's the worst thing imaginable. But it's perfectly okay to take out Palestinian kids because you're trying to get supposedly one Hamas member.
That's too intelligent of a response for him to gather on. I mean, I hate to say it, but he's got impenetrable. He's got a better Iron Dome than Israel has.
Sick.
I think you're trying to insult me, but I take these as compliments.
What scares me, Maximilian?
Yeah,
what scares me underneath it? How much more anti-Semitism, like real anti-Semitism, people are experiencing because of the dipshits like this individual on stage saying that.
Well, I totally agree with you. Morty, to his credit, he doesn't call me a self-hating Jew.
How the hell would he know what a Jew is?
Well, you can describe yourself. But
he talk. You know what? It's always those talking about. Listen, it's always those who have no connection to Judaism whatsoever. Like literally, their Judaism is hanging by a string. It's always those who pontificate the most. Do you ever notice that? Like
he's a
pork
chicken
chop
box.
sandwiches.
However,
no observance of Shabbat. Barely comes to shul on Yom Kippur, but they want to wax eloquent about our holy land and what should happen there. Like the biggest freaking chickses on the planet are always the ones talking junk. It's disgraceful. Be Jewish first, then talk about Jewish homelands.
Drop the mic, bro. or sis, I can't tell what you are, but that's good. It's fine. Well said.
I'm Jewish. I'm Jewish every day of my life, not just when it's convenient.
What is this?
Not just when
how do you say your name? Is it Ease or what?
My last name is Eze, but the Hebrew phrase, of course, don't ask Maximilian what it means. It means how beautiful. Eze Yofi is an expression. It means how beautiful. It's also the name of my company.
Well, hey, welcome Eze and welcome Max. I was listening to Max. I think Max, you said a lot of the Jewish folks inside Israel, they don't agree with it, right? They agree with the actions.
I'm sure there's a certain percentage, whether it's 5%, that's still a lot of people.
Yeah, so 82% of Israeli Jews, they actually they want to expel Gazans out of Gaza. There was a survey that was done. And then we have 56% of Israeli Jews that want to kick the Arab Israelis out of Israel. And 64% of them, they agree to what's happening in Gaza. So, I don't know, I think it's a pretty big number. I mean, there's good people in there. It's probably like 18 to 20%. But the rest of them is like, I don't know.
I wasn't making a point that I was making a different point, perhaps. I was making a point that I was making an opposite point that it sort of made that everybody in Israel thinks this is a great idea to be, and myself included, because I have Jewish heritage or I'm Jewish, that I think it's a great idea because it gets conflated both ways. I'm sick of being conflated with Israeli policies and that my country, right or wrong, in Israel. It's ridiculous. I lived up in the United States. I was born on the year Israel was formed. I'm 77 years old, so I'm an old sucker, right? But I know when America went into Vietnam, it was wrong. I knew that Iraq was wrong, and I know that Gaza is wrong. I'm not, and it wasn't my government. I mean, you're just like it's ignorant. And like I said, to parallel say because the Israeli government wants it, and I agree with it, Morty. It just sort of totally sounds like Germany, 1936. I mean, it's ridiculous thinking. It's not thinking for yourself.
I have to trust the experts. I don't claim to know everything about geopolitics, so I trust.
Well, you just pick where your heart is. I mean, you just want to believe they're doing right, so you're in your little funnel when you read whatever you read, and it's amazing you even come in here, you get some kind of reverse thrill out of it. But other than that, I mean, the Torah, Jews like to debate things, so maybe that's your proclivity.
Let me ask you a question. Okay, let me ask you.
Go ahead.
Do you think, okay, that Donald Trump, Benjamin Netanyahu, and all these people that are working for Israel, do you think that they might know things that we don't know?
They know that. They know that the people that with Mossad have a lot of gory details, terrible, horrible pictures of some of them or things, and they're being blackmailed. Otherwise, they would do things that were more in their favor. That's what I believe. They do know more than us. They do more than us, and they also are afraid of turning off the money spigot, that comes from AIPAC. So they know more, but they also know more stuff that would put it on more with what I'm saying.
Yeah, I don't entertain conspiracy theories.
It's not a conspiracy theory.
You know what's scarier than anything, Max? That these individuals have single-handedly given voice to every and proof, credence to every anti-Semitic trope imaginable.
Yeah, right. They're living it. I agree.
They're literally demonstrating it on a public stage and daring people to question it.
I have a theory about that. It could be rejected or not, but children that are assaulted or sexually assaulted or abused by their parents, a high percentage of them go on to do it when they have children. So I feel like the Jewish people were traumatized. I'll give them that, or myself that. I grew up with all these images about the Holocaust, etc. But at the same time, I feel like it creates that same propensity to recreate and make yourself, right. I think they're becoming the monsters that they felt they were traumatized by.
So are you saying that Jews who suffered at the hands of the Nazis are now becoming Nazis?
That mentality, yes. I think, but it's not on purpose, I mean, it's kind of like, I would use the child thing analogy again, right? If they've done studies. So if you've had a horrible background, if you have alcoholic parents, most people turn out a little weird, let's say, or not happy, or doing the same things that they suffered through. Let's just put it that way. It's a psychological. As far as studies go, and I've seen it with people I know. So empirically,
if you know that, because the saying goes that hurt people hurt other people.
Yeah, I would say that.
Right, but if you have a propensity for violence, if you know that you've been sexually abused, the first time you go to touch a little boy, you've got two choices: to recognize that you've got a serious sick problem and get help, or continue to abuse little boys.
Oh, I'm not making an excuse for it.
I'm using your analogy.
Oh, so go ahead.
What it would mean for me is that every fucked up Israeli who is, and think about it, which this kind of blows the argument out the window, would have to go get help if they were hurting people because they felt like they or their parents or grandparents had been hurt. But instead, what we're seeing, which is very, very interesting, is that IDF soldiers are committing suicide because they can't live with themselves and their actions. And
I didn't even know about that because I don't keep up with it as much as maybe.
Yeah, Google it. It broke my heart to see the numbers of young Israelis who are literally offing themselves.
Well, the Vietnam War, I'm probably older than you for sure, but, a lot of the vets, they ended up, suicidal, drug addict, same kind of thing.
Because they couldn't live with themselves.
Yeah, they did horrendous things in the name of the state, like Morty thinks. I bet you he's never even served in the military.
Yeah, he's probably part of the Bone Spur Committee.
I've never served in the military. You are correct.
Right. So, it's an armchair thing, Morty. It's real easy to say, oh, yeah, let's go out and kill a bunch of people because we're defending the world civilization. But it's another thing to put your ass on the line, and for one thing, and
to blow a little kid's head off and have to live with that.
I'm more valuable on this.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Right.
Oh, Jesus Christ! You're more valuable eating a pastrami.
That's his only connection to Judaism too. A good brisket sandwich.
Yeah, you're like a kosher pickle, just to accent the stupidity.
He's a kosher pork chop wherever they sell them.
Oh my lord!
See, there's a little bit of Jewish humor. How do you like it?
Right.
This is just really great. I don't think that we should compare our people to the Nazis, by the way.
I think it's a good analogy.
Oh, wait a minute. But you want to hear something even crazier that I read recently, which made a lot of sense? There were two rabbis that questioned how it is that so many. First question was how many Jews, European Jews, were actually a part of the Third Reich initially, before Hitler decided to come for the Jews. Like how many had assimilated into German society and literally considered themselves Nazis before Hitler told them otherwise. That was one. The second question that he asked was, did these individual capos, did they buy their own freedom by throwing other Jews underneath the bus? That was second. The third and most important question was whether or not these Jews were somehow able to escape Nazi Germany because of their connections with Nazis, and whether or not they and their own self-hating Nazi ideology emigrated to Israel and became the cornerstone or the foundation for geopolitics in the Middle East. That blew my mind. What if there were 1,000 Stephen Millers, 1,000 Roy Cohns that emigrated to Israel? Wouldn't that explain how many brown and black Jews were denied entry into Israel? Wouldn't that explain how many Ethiopians were left to die? Wouldn't that explain their feelings about Muslims and Arabs? Wouldn't that explain it all? That these people were more connected to white supremacy than they were connected to the Jewish faith, and that informs their political doctrines today.
I've got a same knowledge you know about the Jewish, the same knowledge you know about the Muslim side. I wonder how many Muslims get suicide, how many Muslims cooperate.
Well, they're not a pretty picture either, but we're just talking about the Jews now.
No, but I'm talking about Asian educated. You're so educated about the Jewish side. I wonder
listen,
the same is educated about the Muslims.
You're a Nazi, whether you wear a kippah or not. If you're a Nazi, you're a Nazi. You're a Nazi. You know how you become a Nazi? Not by being German. You become a Nazi by killing other individuals indiscriminately. That's how it begins. And then you find an excuse for it. And then you decide that you're not just doing it because it needs to be done, but you're doing it because God said it's good. Jews can be Nazis too. How do we know? Because there were plenty of capos in the concentration camps. Plenty.
And I wonder if you know how many Muslims.
How many capos were in the concentration camps?
You call them a Nazi, all those terrorists.
How many capos? How many? How many capos were in the concentration camp?
What year are you talking about?
How many German Jews? How many German Jews smuggled other Jews into the concentration camp?
I asked you simple question.
Hey, guys. Hey, Eze, don't you see the play? Don't feed into Amos. He just came in here to disrupt the good conversation I was having.
Wait a minute.
Hey, Amir. Are you there, Amir? Yeah. No. Just mute this guy, bro. Just mute this guy, bro. He just came in here to disrupt
I'll give you the mic afterwards. No, it's a conversation because Eze is calling him out for being a Nazi. Because he's an Israeli. He believes in killing 20,000.
No, bro, but he's an agent. So he came in here to disrupt No. He came to disrupt the good conversation between Maximilian and Morty and Essay. Because they're also Jewish, and that was very, very valuable. We don't need to listen to this fucking...
Let them finish.
Maximilian, are you aware of the German Jews that pushed other Jews into the... Are you aware?
Hang on a little bit.
Chat GPT it if you don't know.
What year are you speaking about? What year?
Well, I don't know. Sorry, I just moved to a place. What's the question? What's the deal?
During the Holocaust, number one, let's talk before the German Holocaust. There were Jews who were a part of the Nazi party.
Yeah, there was all, I mean, there's dirty laundry.
That's not dirty laundry. It's a truth that you need to
okay, now you're arguing with me, but I'm saying sure.
No, I'm not arguing. What I'm saying is there's a difference between dirty laundry and dirty truths that people don't want to accept.
Well, that's true. I would agree with that, but I think it's beyond Morty's even ability to absorb. Let's just put it that way.
I was talking about Amos because here's what we do. We sit around pontificating about how persecuted and how oppressed and how we've suffered, which I will not argue. Jews around the world have been persecuted. They've been oppressed. They've suffered. But it begs the question, if you truly were oppressed, if you truly suffered, if you truly internalized the message of the Shoah, how can you make that happen to thousands and thousands of Palestinian children and women and elders, not even a century later? How does that make sense?
Yes,
if you are a
actually in the shower of God, yes?
Take the other side.
Thousands of children and women are put in the gas showers, yes?
I'm going to say again, if you don't see the Warsaw Ghetto in Gaza today, you are more blind than Stevie Wonder and Ray Charles put together.
You're just talking about comfortable things for you from the Muslim perspective.
She's Jewish, Amos. She's Jewish. She's Jewish, Amos. Unlike yourself, you're atheist. Amos, you're...
No, but you know what the sick thing is? This is how people are. They'll say, I'm a rapist. Yes, I'm a rapist.
It doesn't matter who am I. The matter that they took the microphone and don't shut a dirty mouth and speaking
Calm down. Don't come on.
He's triggered. You know why? Because individuals who molest little boys give an excuse that other people are molesting little boys, so they should be able to molest little boys too. That's that logic. That's the logic.
That's why you will become a Hamas, because only the people who support the Palestinians suffer. But nobody speak about the 7th of October.
If your answer,
this you ignore. This is not the only one side. They see.
So go become a child molester because somebody else is a child molester. Go ahead. That goes without saying.
Almost 7th of October, 1,400 people dead. Okay. On the other side, 7th of October, more than 60,000 dead. Which one should I be talking about? Should I talk about the Gaza or should I talk about the Israelis?
Liquid both side.
No, I did talk about the hostage. I want the hostages to come back home. But the issue is, hold on, Amos, Smotrich, hold on, oh my God. Hang on, Amos, Smotrich, finance minister, and President Herzog said they don't care about the hostages. They lost focus. They don't care about the hostages. This is not about the hostage.
I'm talking about you, not about Herzog, not about Smotrich, not about Ben-Gvir. I'm talking about Amir and about AC.
The Jewish, she can talk about her. No, she can talk about the.
Everybody who come and try to put another opinion is not allowed to speak. Or you remove him down, or you mute him. That's the only thing you know.
Look at this guy.
Hey, did anybody ever see the Dave Chappelle? Did anybody ever see the Dave Chappelle comedy act where he's black? He doesn't know he's black, and he's a leader of the Ku Klux Klan.
Wow! I saw it. It's actually
you saw it, right?
It's one of the most hysterical.
Okay, so that's sort of the situation here.
Yeah, absolutely.
He probably doesn't even know who Dave Chappelle is.
No, he doesn't.
I know who he is. He's the good black.
He's one of those Schwartzes. He's one of those Schwartzes that make bad jokes.
You said Schwarzenegger.
Listen, by the way, the guy that's in the audience, right? His name is He's actually Rohan from Australia. He's Jewish, and he designed it. His daughter actually is a pro-Pally. She raised funding for pro-Pally protests or whatever. And look at him, this idiot, right? He's coming after me. He wants to call me out, do a whole bunch of shit. I'm a Jew hater, blah blah blah. Just because I talk about the Palestinian cause, how they're suffering, how they're getting killed, butchered, slaughtered, right? These people, these Zionists, they always have a problem. That why can't I talk about the suffering of the Palestinians? Thanks to your disgusting Zionist entity that's killing and butchering and slaughtering people, you should go call out your own people. Your daughter calls them out, she protested, but you don't have the fucking balls to say anything good about the Palestinians, motherfucker.
Well, here's the issue. If you would condemn Hamas, okay, which is an international terrorist organization and a proxy of Iran, okay, maybe we would follow suit, but you have to go first.
And he'll do it right after you call out the idea.
He doesn't do it. Even if I condemn Hamas, they would never do it.
No, he doesn't. Like,
think about it if you do it first.
The whole point is not to look at titles, and it's not to look at labels. It's to look at behavior. That's the part that people don't get. If you did exactly what the Nazis did without a swastika on your arm, you're still a fucking Nazi. That's the point. You have people who did the very same thing that the Nazis did in South Africa. But
you like to speak about numbers. How many people the Nazis get killed? How many people the Nazis get killed? How many people the Nazis get killed? How many people? How many people the murder? How many people?
Okay, I'm going to do what everybody wants. I'm going to condemn.
How many millions of people? You're talking about 60,000?
Almost calm down.
How many people the Nazis get killed? How many people? Tell me numbers. How many people?
Probably.
Tell me numbers. How many people the Nazis killed?
Amos, she'll answer. Hang on. Amos, she'll answer the question. Just hang on. Go on, Ezra.
You can't shut up long enough. Well, it's funny how we learn about the European Jews who were killed by the Nazis, right? We don't know
But
anything.
you don't say numbers. I ask you numbers. Say numbers.
Excuse me. Are your fingers broken?
I mean, you always say 20,000 children, and I ask a simple question. How many numbers get killed in the Holocaust? How many? Say numbers.
Calm down, Amos. Calm down. She'll answer. Okay, calm down. She's not lying.
What we talk about are the numbers of Africans who were killed prior to the Holocaust on Shark's Island. We won't talk about the number of North Africans who were killed under Mussolini. The only individuals certain folks are interested in talking about are the Europeans who were killed and murdered and exterminated under the Nazi regime.
How many? How many? How many?
I am focused
How many?
As a Jew, as a Torah observant Jew, I am way more worried about the actions of my Jewish brothers and sisters than anybody else on the planet. Why? Because if Torah says, Kol Yisrael arevim zeh bazeh, then I know that I'm responsible, whether I did it or not. I know that as I stand with the rest of Jews to say, Am Yisrael Chai,
Why are you changing the subject? Why are you changing subject? You talk about the Holocaust. I ask a simple question. How many get murdered in the Holocaust? Say numbers. How many millions have died in the Holocaust? Say numbers. Say numbers.
Again. Are you okay? Did you take your meds today? Go get your Jello, swallow your pills, and come back.
You think you speak high, and you have the voice of an intelligent, stupid woman. So you, everything comes from, like you bring, like Moses, you come from Sinai Mountain, in the Torah, it belongs to you, the truth belongs to you. If I'm a Nazi, how many I killed? How many get you always comparing? You compare it with Nazi. Say numbers. How many killed in the concentration camp, in the Holocaust, and how many people get today in Gaza? Say numbers. Talk numbers. Say Nazi. Say numbers. What is not comfortable, you're not speaking about. You're speaking only about what's comfortable for you. You can shout Nazi and Nazi, but you by your head. You make propaganda for the Muslims, for the terrorists, for the ISIS, for the Hamas, who will get killing that they want to murder just because they like blood. That's why they're killing and killing. Women and children, they're killing. The IDF maybe kill more, but he never killed just
kill
for
more.
The IDF wants to believe. The IDF has motive. The IDF has motive to release the hostages. You not talk about the supper of the hostages. You talk about the Palestinian only. You don't talk about the supper of the hostages. You speak and one word. You didn't manage the hostages and the killing of the 7th of October. You just speak and speak and speak. Imagine
some only care about their own dead. Imagine that. Imagine if you told me tomorrow, Amir, the only children who matter are my own children. Only my children. I don't care if you murder 60 million of other people's children. Only my children. You should be ashamed.
60 million? I heard good. 60 million?
That you heard.
I heard good.
What is this
The 7th of October about the Holocaust. You make one big salad, so I don't know what are you talking about.
I know. Do me a favor.
It's 60 million, yeah?
Stick to your hummus. Don't worry about my salad.
60 million.
Stick to your hummus. Leave my salad.
You dirty mouth, only garbage and garbage.
I know. You disgusting, dirty Ashkenazi. You disgusting, dirty Ashkenazi. You who condones genocide. You who condones murder. You who
sit in
condones
America.
the death of
I
children.
live the suffer every day. I live the suffer of my body.
I know.
You live in an office like me. You sit in the United States. You know nothing.
Say with me. Are you
You
ready?
think you know. You're just spreading propaganda. Of the Hamas. Of the Jazeera.
Come on, pray
the
with
only
me,
newspaper propaganda you're speaking from Al Jazeera. It's the only what you have. Sources is Al Jazeera sources.
Hanenu ve'anenu. You be saying it in 2 months.
So you want to show that you know the Israeli Torah. You think you are the most risky, dangerous person because you look like you did as a Torah, but you are saying garbage about the children of Zionism. Lies and lies and lies coming out of your dirty mouth. How many lies?
If there's even one, you filthy dirtbag, you're still guilty. If there's even one, you're dirty.
Somewhere in the state, I don't know where you from.
There's even
and
one,
pay you money to pay all this
dirty,
garbage.
hypocritical dog. If there's even
somewhere.
one.
Where are you from,
If
AC? Where are you from,
there's
AC?
even one, you are
Where
a
are
filthy,
you from? Where are you
dirty,
from?
hypocritical
You're
bum that
educated
wants to
American
disgrace
who want to show the
6 million that
Palestinians.
died in the
You want to
Holocaust.
show the
They cry out from the ovens
Palestinians.
the same way Palestinian children cry out from the
You
ashes of
are a
Gaza.
terrorist like them, you know. When you support terrorism, you become a terrorist. You are a terrorist. That's what you are, a terrorist who support terrorism,
You know what? You can still
support the
smell the
evil,
burning bodies.
who
I
support
know.
the evil. And you know
can
who's the
still
evil?
smell
You know
the
who's
burning burning bodies, and it messes
the
with you.
evil side
It affects
is
your
Iran,
brain. It affects your
Russia,
brain.
and Gaza. It's a line of
Smell the burning bodies in Gaza, Amos.
Iran, Russia, and
Can you
Gaza.
smell the
Which
concentration
pay a lot of money to the Houthis just to send missiles to kill innocent people.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the reason why Gaza.
Amos, if the Holocaust was it 60 million or 6 million, Amos?
I wonder who are you talking only about Amos? Amos, you never.
Amos, was it 60 million or 6 million?
She took the big since I arrived to the room. She didn't
No,
close
okay. It's okay. You're going back and forth. You're cursing her out.
Amos. What about AC? Why don't you mute AC?
As they're saying the facts. She's speaking the facts. That's why you speak nothing but bullshit and lies.
From one side, 60 million.
You speak nothing but bullshit.
She said 60 million. Yeah.
Yeah, I wish you would speak. You're being honest, but you're not honest.
I'm not honest. You are honest. Yes,
I'm honest. As is honest. A lot of people are honest here. Bull is honest. We have Morty. He's on. He tells the honest narrative of genocide.
Yes. You only saw once a point of the suffer of the Palestinian. You don't say anything about the Jewish suffer, about the Zionism was suffering for 75 years. On little piece
the
of
Palestinians are suffering for 75 years. Israelis aren't suffering. What is he on about?
They are.
You are enjoying your fucking life in Israel.
Bombing buses inside Israel.
Bombing buses. You didn't do any ethnic cleansing in 47. You didn't kill anybody in 47. You didn't rape little girls in 47. You didn't start a fucking war in 67. You didn't do anything. The 2022 to 2023 was the deadliest year for the Palestinian children. He didn't do any of this piece of shit.
You come with the gun and start shoot civilians.
Gun. You started with the gun. You're Jewish militia, Zionist fucker. They went from one village to another. Start killing people. Started ethnically cleansing people.
Kidnapped airplanes.
Not to mention in 30s, the booby trap cucumber boxes, these Zionist mofos.
Jewish and who is not Jewish, yeah? The terrorists.
You are the terrorists. Your people, the leftists that were involved in the fucking ethnic cleansing in 47, that's you. That's your people. You, your father, your parents, your family, everybody.
You support terrorism in the world. You and AC.
I don't support terrorism. You, as if you asked the terrorists. Hang on, Amos, hang on. If you ask, if you ask ChatGPT, the first terrorist attack since the 1900s in the Middle East, do you know what it will come up? A Jewish militia gang called Lehi or one of these Haganah gang in the Middle East, in British mandate Palestine. The first terrorist attack was done by these people.
I want to respond to this question. Without anything will interfere me.
Literally like off his chain.
Hold up. Don't entertain this guy. He's going to make the same.
Okay, Amos, just stay muted for a second. I need to tell Eze something. So, Eze, if you were to chat GPT right now, first terrorist attack in the Middle East, who was it by? If you ask ChatGPT, it will tell you it happened in British mandate Palestine by a Zionist Jewish militia gang. I believe it was Haganah or Stern gang. And you have Rohan down in the audience. He keeps on bringing it up. They're Islamists, they're Muslim terrorists. Right. Motherfucker, who made these people terrorists? It's your people. They funded, they're doing the weapons in Sudan. They're killing a whole bunch of, genociding people through the RSF. And in the Congo and a whole bunch of other nations.
Out of Palestine, when the Jewish Israeli wanted
Morty was in a mosque in 1947.
The British control Israel, and you make one big salad.
British said no, they're not going to give you the fucking state. In 1939, after the white paper, they said, fuck you, we're not giving you state. Because your people did the fucking Black Sunday. Idiot, you idiot, you lie.
The UN gives Palestine Israel. It's not the British. You know nothing, even about
Amir, can we move on? At the end of the day, I just put in the back of the chat, this Daniela, what's her name, Weissman or
Daniela Weiss.
You want to hear the craziest thing?
She takes
It's
the
her
most
own word. Oh my God!
Okay, thank you, Ahmad. Thank you. I'll bring you back up in a bit. You talk too much. I'm done.
About time, goddamn.
You talk too much.
Daniela Weiss was nominated for a Nobel Peace Prize. I just want to put that out there before
Yes,
you
she was.
slander her.
Yes, she was. I'll put the article in the back chat. As was Bibi. Now, I'm not going to say by who, but at the end of the day, yes, she was. I want you to hear in her own words how she says the Palestinians are going to be moved out of Gaza, and that the way that they're going to be moved is by being starved to death. And this is a Jewish woman. It's right there. You can see it. It's not AI. And she represents hundreds, if not thousands of people who agree that the best way to remove Palestinians from Gaza is to starve them out. Interestingly enough, we are standing in the days between, excuse me, Shiva Tammuz and Tisha B'Av, days that commemorate the Jewish siege, the siege around Jerusalem that resulted in Jews starving to death. It's a little crazy. It's more than a little crazy. What Jew stands before Tisha B'Av, the 9th of Av, and you guys can look it up, and says it's okay to starve other people to death, even as we mourn the destruction of the temple and the starvation of Jewish babies? You're not Jewish. That's the only conclusion. You're not Jewish. You don't have any connection to God, and you have no connection to the Torah. You're just a bunch of freaking barbarians.
Can I add a little Jewish humor?
Go ahead, bro.
Okay, I will condemn Hamas because I like a good pita bread with it.
Oh, you're hilarious.
Actually, sorry.
Not wah, 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 wah.
Well, bad jokes can be good jokes sometimes.
I hear you. But you know what? I appreciate your ability to see.
Can you explain the Dave Chappelle scenario, that episode to Morty?
He won't get it, boo-boo. He won't get it, Bubba.
You know what? Also, I think he's lying because the way he said Hamas, he said it like in a Yiddish way. So I think he's not really. I don't think he's forthcoming about his origins. I hate to call him out on that.
I don't either.
There's something fishy there, and I'm not talking gefilte.
Gefilte fish, right? Exactly. No, there's something off.
There's something off there.
And most of these individuals who stand up and pontificate for Israel and Zionism and the rest of it on Clubhouse, I think are plants. I really do.
Plants? Oh, I don't know. I think they're more like little shrubs.
When I say plants, listen, there are people whose ancestors assimilated when they came here, right? It was hard being a Jew, in the shtetl, right? And when they came here, they wanted nothing to do with the old villages, with the old cities. I get it. But as they became more assimilated in American culture, I think they began to adopt American philosophy. The philosophy of white supremacy.
Yeah, I have a question for you then, since you're philosophical and I can tell very intelligent, I'm complimenting you, is that don't you think that because of the Holocaust, and I don't know if you're a Holocaust, whatever you think of that, but let's just say the disaster in Germany, that a lot of Jews basically thought, hey, this promised people stuff is a lot of bunk. I think I'm just going to forget it.
Well, I think that definitely had an impact. I think the Holocaust definitely had an impact on the faith of a lot of German Jews. I know a lot of German Jews, a lot of descendants of the Holocaust who, just looking at the trial, couldn't believe that a God witnessed that, right? And I mean, if you look at,
especially if you promote yourself as being chosen.
Well, I don't know so much about the chosen part, but how could God watch? That's a question. Viktor Frankl asked it. How?
Oh, I like his. That's a wonderful book.
It really is, Man's Search for Meaning. How could you watch it? Like, how could you see it and God and say that you love Jewish people and let this happen? Okay.
Right. It's a good question, don't you think?
It's not one that I asked.
Nothing to see there.
Right? I'm at a point where I believe that God is in control of the universe, and His balance sheet is not mine. And so
Well, that's a reasonable point to take. I don't take it, but I can see how you could believe that.
I don't tend to legislate God's activity. You know what I mean?
But don't you think Americans, like, I don't know if Morty's even around anymore, but Americans, we tolerated all that horrible stuff we did to the Vietnamese and the horrible stuff we did to the Iraqis. So
400 years of fucking owning people like they were cattle.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that too, for sure.
I'm still here. I heard my name. I wasn't sure what the question was. But I'm still
The question was, don't you think America committed a lot of atrocities in Vietnam and Iraq?
Yeah, exactly. So why is everyone bothering Israel?
Oh, Jesus Christ! You know what, Morty? I have a vaudeville joke for you that I think you single-handedly are you're bringing down the fact that Jews do have a higher IQ in general, which is not nice to say usually, but I think you're bringing it down single-handedly.
Can I tell you something?
I don't know how to take that.
This is the sickest part of it all. Imagine a Jew who screams never forget, developing a convenient memory when it comes to other people.
Yeah, that's true. It's weird. It's totally weird. But I think, it's mind control, I believe. I think it's just like what goes on in the United States. I mean, we're brainwashed here like crazy too. So.
But we're not just brainwashed. It's it's hardwired into our systems. Like, if you didn't know that slavery was literally a part of our financial and legal system, if you didn't know that, you would think that it was like a bleep on a radar, that it happened and then it went away. Think about that. Our presidents owned slaves. George Washington took the teeth out of an African slave and used them as his dentures. Thomas Jefferson, President Thomas Jefferson, raped a 12-year-old little girl and forced her to carry his seed. There's a whole family of Jeffersons from his rape of a little girl. And we look
I'm not going to make a comment about the TV show because you're being very serious.
But I want you to really think about that.
Well, I get it. It's horrible, but...
But there's no problem. I sit with that. I'm looking at his fucking face on a dollar bill. Every time I go to spend money, which means every time I'm reminded that a pedophilic rapist
I'm going to ask you. I'm going to pull in my Jewish view of things, perspective, which helps sometimes. Aren't you waiting for the $500 Epstein bill? The Mossad $1,000 bill.
Exactly. So when it comes to me being Jewish in America, I feel like I have an obligation to stand up for what Judaism once was.
Were you raised Jewish, or did you adopt it?
What do you mean? I'm born of a Jewish mother.
Okay, I just asking.
What's scary to me is that there's no way someone who learns Torah every day, no way that someone takes our history as a persecuted people seriously, and then turns around and become nasty, racist, low-life individuals. Like,
do you think there's anything to that Ashkenazi theory that the Jews converted? That the European Jews converted at some point?
I don't know. First of all, for me, whether you converted or whether you were born Jewish, you're Jewish.
Well, the reason I bring that up is because Israel's basically the Ashkenazi run.
I'm not going to say that.
Okay. How come Nazi is part of the Ashkenazi the way you spell it?
Okay, again, that's not. What I'm going to say is that there are a lot of people who entered into Israel, Palestine, who entered into that space of quote-unquote Israeli statehood with an atheist view of the world and life.
Absolutely.
So if you don't have a concept of something bigger than yourself, how am I expecting you to see God in other people? I can't. Right? If it was all about politics and finances and like why would I expect you to see Palestinians as just as important as Israelis?
Well, I think you could be a humanist and an atheist at the same time, like Eric Weinstein or something. But
maybe. But I'm just saying in terms of Jews.
Well, he is Jewish. He is Jewish.
No, I'm talking about like the people who established the state of Israel.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
It's kind of weird that you kind of orchestrated this. I mean, like, it's really kind of sick if you really think about it too. You came up with this ruse. Oh, you know how we're going to convince the world that it's perfectly okay to enter into this space and displace Palestinians. We're going to pretend God told us to do it.
Well, let's give a nod to the good marketing of Jewish brains.
That's Jewish. I mean, like, people say that Hitler was kind of smart.
Well, he wasn't necessarily. He was adept. What would I say? He was gifted in some ways. I don't know about smart, but yeah, he was definitely gifted, and he knew how to move things around. Let's put it that way.
Hey, Maximilian, you're being inconsistent now.
Why?
Because when it comes to your suffering, it's not so smart. Well, when it's other sufferings, they're smart. It doesn't make no sense, bro. You gotta be consistent, right?
I wasn't talking about suffering. We're just talking about you could admire. You could admire. Let's say I'm trying to think of something else, but you can admire the brutability of Apple or the companies or Uber. Okay, you can admire something like Uber being super aggressive and accomplishing what they want. It doesn't mean that you.
So then let's call that strategic. How about that?
Okay, whatever. I think he's just wanting to call me inconsistent.
Well, I think what he's saying, and this is what I tell every Jewish person under me, we are being inconsistent if we claim suffering and oppression and the responsibility to call it out when it comes to our own folks, and we are not willing to do the same for others.
You must feel really like an outlier.
No.
Well, I mean, there's not a lot of people within the Jewish community. There's not a lot of people you could say all this shit to, Kevin.
That's not true.
Oh, really? I got a feeling you're in a silo.
I grew up in Brooklyn too, but thank God for parents who taught me what being a Jew is really all about.
So you have a lot of friends. Like more than 20 people you could talk like this to.
Absolutely.
Oh, okay.
The sad part is that most of them, unfortunately, have been bullied by Zionists who make them feel like their voices are not worthy to be heard. I'm not one of those Jews.
Well, isn't there something in the Torah about standing up to power in a sense, or being?
There is something in the Torah about pursuing justice.
Yeah. Okay. There you go.
It says tzedek tirdon. You have and it's a double lashon. It says it twice that you have to pursue justice at all costs. It even says that if you see your enemy's donkey under a burden, you have to relieve it. A donkey. How much more so a person? We're not supposed to be these nasty, heartless, cruel individuals. There is a mitzvah that speaks to being cruel to animals. Imagine that. But it's perfectly okay to use Palestinian children's heads for target practice?
I think you would be terrific, like on, maybe it's not your inclination, but like Piers Morgan or, some debate, because they never have your viewpoint. There's either, there's different people that give an intelligent view of how Israel might be blowing it, so to speak. Or not Israel, well, I say Israel, but I mean the Netanyahu Greater Israel whole thing. But there's nobody that really gives your view. I think it's really cool to be such a devout Jew
and also at the same time, you know, see the fallacies of what's going on.
Well, I think that in the event that we were to return to Torah, all of us would. And that's the sadness of it all. That so many of us are assimilated that we don't realize that we're taking on ideas and views that are antithetical to Jewishness and Torah.
Well, I might be an anomaly to what you say too, because I don't practice Judaism. I feel culturally Jewish, but I'm definitely, obviously not in Morty's boat.
But Max, you have a heart, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Guess what? For me, that's where it begins. You have, whether you like it or not, a Yiddish and a Jewish soul, which means that you're only going to go so far before something's going to stop you in your tracks.
Well, I didn't go to the Vietnam War, for example. I knew that sucked. And,
right. But you can look at Gaza and see it as ungodly.
Yeah, for sure. Or I wouldn't use the word ungodly, but...
why do I say ungodly? Ungodly,
why did you say ungodly?
For me, is to see the Torah does not start at Sinai, right? The Torah starts at the creation of mankind. Bereshit bara Elohim, in the beginning, God. So if you start there, you recognize that it's not just about Jews. It's not just about quote-unquote Zionists. It's not just about Muslims or Christians. It's about all mankind. And in the event that you read carefully, you realize that there's some part of God in every person you meet. So for you to say that, or for any person to say that they can just genocide thousands and thousands and thousands of people with impunity, that says that you don't see God anywhere else but within the confines of your community. That's ungodly.
Can I just make a question? Amir, are you there?
I'm here.
Can we stop with this term genocide? This is self-defense, and I think Hamas is an international terrorist organization and a proxy of Iran. And I just don't think it's appropriate to continue with these very, these are dog whistles, is what this are. Saying genocide and ethnic cleansing over and over.
Warsaw genocide?
These are dog whistles.
Was Warsaw genocide?
Yes.
Just don't say the word, Morty.
Right, don't say the word.
Okay, in the context of Palestine, so-called Palestine.
No. Make sure.
You should be in favor of free speech, Morty.
I am in favor of free speech, except when it's annoying.
You annoy me with your kind of weird accent, but it's no problem.
Wait, Matt, here's what we're going to do. All of those 30-pound refugees in concentration camps, we're not going to call them Holocaust survivors. We're going to call them war veterans.
See, there's the spirit. I like that.
We call them war veterans. Those were not survivors. They were soldiers who were injured in battle. Think about how sick that sounds. That the individuals in Auschwitz were soldiers injured in battle that were at war with Nazis.
Yeah, but you're just being too logical. It's not gonna crack Mr. Morty over there. You realize that, right?
I mean, look at the pictures. Don't you see them in uniform?
Are you talking to me? You're preaching to the choir.
No, I know. But what I'm saying is, that's how ludicrous he sounds.
Well, it's obviously ludicrous, but I think it's fascinating. I'm joining in here too, because
women in hijabs were actually wearing helmets. Helmets. Those are helmets. Those were not hijabs. Nope.
No, they were stealing for yarmulkes. You just didn't look close enough.
Of history.
What is it?
These aren't my ideas. This history revisionism you're suggesting.
I told you anything you say is not going to convince me.
Soldiers, were they at war with the Nazis?
You're not going to convince me. I have a closed mind.
Were they at war with the Nazis?
No.
No, of course not. Of course not. It's too logical. Don't Don't talk to me with real logic and real words.
Let's just stick to this.
It's too much for my little brain, Brooklyn brain.
Right. Amir, weren't those Holocaust survivors wearing uniforms when they found them? Weren't those rocks that they had in their hands that they were?
They had steel and forged yarmulkes.
Right, there you go. There
it is.
That's it. There. I'm showing my true color, Morty. I'm a self-hating Jew. It's obvious. It's obvious. I need better pita bread with my hummus.
This is not laughter. This is derision that somebody could call Jews in the Holocaust, Jews who survived the Holocaust, survivors. But everybody else around the world, no, those terrorists. Same condition.
Would make it so much sense, will you?
Yeah, right. People in Gaza are terrorists. People
Yes, I agree. So anytime you say that, I agree.
Warsaw, who actually fought back, those individuals are not terrorists. Those are heroes.
Yes.
Those are. There's heroines too. There were some women that did some stuff too, Morty.
Well, we don't have to get too woke about it.
Oh, okay. I'll go back to sleep. Snore with you. Don't wake me up. My ambience taking over.
You know, I came here for a serious discussion.
How serious?
Oh yeah, very serious. But you're not allowing any new ideas in. I'm seriously closed to any new thought.
It's true. How sick and cold must your soul be in your body?
Well, to his benefit, he's ignorantly blissful, wouldn't you say?
No, he's not.
You don't think so? Oh yeah, he's a schmuck.
He sits on his couch.
Right.
And he jerks off at the
Well, I don't know about that.
Oh my God.
He jerks off. He creams his pants at the idea of Israeli IDF soldiers using Palestinian babies for target practice.
I don't jerk off on the couch.
Well, I think you might be going a little too far. Oh, okay. I opened the door a little bit, and
you know
now
what?
I'm wondering.
He's never in a day in his life ever won a fight. There's always been somebody who bullied him, who tried to knock his yarmulke off his head. You know, name one instance of anti-Semitism that he thinks that he experienced.
He couldn't find the mustard at the pastrami place.
People say free Palestine to me all the time. When I have my yarmulke on, there's an anti-Semitic example. They always say free Palestine.
For you.
You're just hiding your bald spot. Come on, give me a break.
For you. You know what?
What does
Real
that have to do
Jews,
with it?
real Jews like me got spit on by Jews and non-Jews alike. And guess what?
Equal opportunity anti-Semitism.
Right, there you go. There you go. Real Jews who know what it is to fight on two planes to be Jewish. Not you who get to take off your yarmulke when it's convenient when you go into
Morty, you're just all class here. Just throw up the white flag. Throw up the white flag, Morty.
I'm winning this debate.
Oh yeah, in your mind. I'm winning. I'm really winning.
I do have a question for Morty the Zionist or anybody. Rolo is asking me, Rohan, he wants to see my picture. I told him I'm straight. I don't know why he's
Ew. Is he really?
Yeah. Check the chat. He's asking me for my photo.
Maybe he wants to go out with you. You never know.
Well,
You're a very attractive voice.
I do think that Clubhouse has a great potential as a dating app.
Bro, I'm not into men. I'm not into men.
Bro.
I mean, not yet.
Oh, not yet. There's always a chance, you know. Look what happened to me.
Amir, in a really sexy voice, tell him, you first, baby.
I'm good. I'm not going down the path. That's crazy.
That's that Jewish sense of humor I was looking for.
Yeah. Too much.
Maximilian, man. Yeah. You know how to do this.
Oh, no. I just have a good teacher, a good Rebbe that's teaching me everything.
Yeah, but Maximilian, on this app, they do corner you, right? I know.
Oh, I've been pastramied.
I'm sure you got cornered by Rohan in the audience and Yaakov and a whole bunch of other Al Normo and a whole bunch of Zionists, right?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Try to get you to change your mind and position and whatnot.
Not change my mind, just hurl insults.
yeah, just stay strong with the with the position you have because you got to stay anti-genocide,
Right. As El Normo taught me, Zionism is inherent in Judaism.
Has Elmo taught you?
That's what El Normo taught me. That yes.
Who?
Did he tell you that pork chops and applesauce are a part of the kosher laws too?
No, he did not. He's a good Jew.
Yeah, I've got a lot of bacon here, says Morty. Don't attack that. I'm still Jewish.
Nah, listen, pork is pork, whether you eat it or don't.
Yeah, that Congress, they got a lot of pork belly because of all those APAC. I can tell you that.
I don't even like talking about APAC because I think it's literally the fulfillment of every horrible Shylock stereotype. Like it's really kind of scary how we will tell the world, please stop saying that Jews buy politicians and APAC buys politicians.
Jews, we're very good at being magicians. We're good at everything, even being magicians. We're good at accountants. We're good communists.
Converting shekels to dollars is their biggest magic trick.
No, I wouldn't say that only. Only. They could be very communistic, technically, They could be very, they could go down to the south out of idealism. I would not, my alert meter just went off.
Sick. And I just want to say we're not buying politicians, okay? That's not what we're doing.
No, you're just bribing them.
No,
right.
Listen, are you people familiar?
It's just a coincidence that these districts that have nothing to do with anything, they have to go to Israel.
Every New York congressman, every Florida assemblyman, every single one of them has hundreds of thousands of dollars from APAC.
But they're not bribes.
No, of course not. They're not bribed.
Hold on a second. What is the abbreviation APAC stand for?
American Israeli Political Action Committee.
It's a foreign entity.
There you go.
It's to set up a good relationship, a good working relationship.
Right, and that's why dual allegiance is a stereotype.
It's just about relationships.
Oh yeah, that's right.
But if I could just interject something, okay?
Let's let them speak. It's a good.
I don't think we should call it bribery. The Citizens United 2011 Supreme Court decision ruled that giving money to political campaign contributions is free speech.
Yes, this is one of the great changes that has happened. Yes, this is great.
Wait.
I know you're excited
He had the chutzpah to talk about Trump receiving a plane. Chutzpah! How could he receive a plane?
It's speech. I'm just telling you, this isn't bribery. This is speech. This is how grown-ups speak to each other. You people aren't grown-ups. Grown-ups speak to each other with cash and gifts.
I wish I could grow up and be just like Morty.
It's not a bribe because a Jewish person did it. That's why.
These are just speech.
Yeah.
That's how we talk.
But in the event, it's right. Shylock, you're right.
Oh my lord.
Oh my lord. No, it's not. It's not. Oh my lord. It's Glutten Himmel. Get it right.
Oh, yes.
Did your parents speak Yiddish?
No.
You can just make that guttural sound somehow.
No Yiddish.
What's even
No
scary?
Yiddish.
No Yiddish at all?
No.
Do you know what being a schmuck means?
Wait. Hold on 1 second. So where do you get your Jewishness from?
My mother, of course.
Wasn't Jewish?
But it must be.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Your father wasn't Jewish?
No, he's not a Jew.
He was Seventh-day Adventist.
He converted later in life, but he wasn't.
When he got the light, when he came to his senses.
Yeah, he wasn't born a Jew.
I got you. Well, he's still a Jew.
Yeah,
when my mother wouldn't sleep with him anymore, he thought it was good to convert.
Like that.
I wasn't gonna go there, but
yeah, it's
definitely consider this nuance.
A little nuanced, yes. Very fine. It's
you guys have a number for how much schmear APAC is responsible for?
Are you talking about cream cheese?
I'm not talking about cream cheese at all. How much schmear is APAC responsible for? How much money they give politicians?
Way too much. One of the greatest.
Somebody ask ChatGPT, how much money does APAC smear on American?
Yeah, and compared to other lobbyists.
I don't care about other lobbyists. I care about a Jewish lobby.
It makes sense to compare it. If it's way out of proportion, I think it does make sense.
You have a hell of a way of talking about one of God's greatest gifts to America.
Bribing. Yes.
APAC.
Wait a minute. About God's greatest gift to America, billions of dollars in debt from giving Israel, billions of dollars in munitions. Do you know what we could do with that money?
What? What could you do that's better than giving Israel money?
You could have a lot of yeshivas.
No, we could feed our homeless. We can make sure to take care of our veterans. We can make sure that every child gets to eat lunch at school. Yeah. Should I continue?
Let's have this conversation when Israel is secure.
Let's have this conversation when
secure or well, let's not even
stop compromising American citizens to be able to protect war-driven Israel.
Why are you so concerned about American citizens?
Oh my God, there it goes.
Wait,
there it goes.
Because American citizens live here and in Israel. Okay.
Yeah, the ones with dual citizenship, yes.
Yeah.
We can advocate for them, I agree.
70% of them.
And the Jews.
Stop the lies.
Yes, the Jews and I'm not that concerned about them. Color me cold. I'm sure you will. You already have.
Color you, because when you can't live in this country because you're making sure that a country that has surplus finance is better than you and we'll talk. They're not starving.
Not sure I appreciate your sophistry.
They're not starving. They're not going without.
As ChatGPT says, since the establishment of APAC, since APAC's foundation in 1954, exceeds $300 million, with the nearly $144 million provided directly or in super PAC spending in just the past two election cycles alone. So they've spent a lot of money in the past two cycles.
Sounds like a low ball from 1954. That sounds like what they just did.
Oh, that's because we're good accountants too.
So it's not just so. Here's the deal, right? It's not just the one Zionist Jewish lobby. There's actually more than 15 of them. Let me check into all of them. How many Zionist Jewish lobbies? Because everybody knows APAC because APAC is a famous one. But there's other ones at play here as well, Not the evangelical. The evangelical, that's another lobby as well. They got evangelical Christian lobby. Let me see how many are there Jewish, Zionist Jewish lobbies.
Make sure you look up the Morty Israel First.
Look, I think that's a trope. Okay.
How much money did Ted Cruz?
I don't even think Morty exists. He's just some sort of bot.
Yeah, exactly. He's a voice suspended in the abyss.
It's like the programmer made some mistakes, and they're just checking it out with us.
I'm a good Jew.
Yeah, you're a very good Jew. Very, very good.
So ChatGPT says there's totaling over 100 organizations, and they've funded a lot of money. There's all, and some of them are actually, some of them are Jewish, some of them are non-Jewish, but they're all Zionists supporting Israel. Like you have this, of course, the APAC would be the number one, number two ADL, number three Zionist Organization of America, ZOA, J Street, American Jewish Committee. Conference of President of Major American Jewish Organizations, Christians United that's a Christian one, Democratic Majority for Israel, United Democracy, Birthright Israel, Stand With Us, Israel Project, Hasbara Fellowships. What the hell? They even have Hasbara bullshit? They make up bullshit? You know, they spread lies about, it's like a pro-Israeli narrative.
Morty the Good Jew, what is the sixth commandment?
Thou shalt not be without the good mustard when I get a pastrami.
Thou shalt not murder.
Do you think you need to match the first 10 before you get to the other 603?
Well, it's already written down. I don't need to memorize all this stuff. It's all at my fingertips.
Understood. No, I'm still saying, do you think that we need to, as Jewish people, do we need to master the top 10 before, there's 613 mitzvot? Do we need to master the top 10 before we get to the other 603?
I just have to know how to Google it.
I see.
I mean, look, I'm not really that religious. I think you probably figured that out by now. I don't think it's going to come as any surprise to you to learn, culturally Jewish.
I got you.
It's not just a religion,
You like bagels and cream cheese and schmaltz herring every now and then.
I can eat bagels and cream cheese every meal.
I believe you. Actually.
Only if it's from a good New York Jewish deli.
Yeah, I would agree. Good stuff. But
why do we agree on something?
More to being Jewish than just bagels. More.
Yeah, matzo balls, schnitzel.
Again, can we move a little closer to North Africa? Do we have to stay in Poland? Do we have to?
Assalamu alaikum and welcome back, Scotty. Anybody want to come on up? Just unmute and come on.
Have you even heard of Jafnun? Have you ever heard
Sounds like a UFC fighter.
Ay, boy. No Malawa, no Jafnun, no Baba Ganoush, no hummus, no.
Yeah, of course, we invented hummus.
No, it's not hummus. That's your terrorist group, remember? It's hummus.
That's a math.
I see. Hummus. Say it with me. Hummus.
Hummus.
Mm-hmm.
We invented it. I know. It's a Jewish original recipe. Yeah, it's so funny.
Say lahmacun. Lox and gin. What I'm trying to say is those countries that are closest to Israel and the Middle East are closer culturally to Torah and Judaism, right?
Yeah, come on. The terrorist countries?
Is it?
That's when I was going.
A little bit off topic.
More religious Jews live in Muslim countries than they ever lived in Poland, Russia, or Germany.
Just a little bit of off topic. I was wondering, have you seen Macron's wife? Is it a man? Is it a he or she?
I think she's just a very ugly woman.
I think it's a woman.
Brigitte. Can you put some respect on her name? Her name is Brigitte Macron.
Her name is Bubba. Her name is Bubba Macaroon.
So Trump called Candace Owen to tell her to shut up and not say anything because he confirmed that he had dinner with her. He had dinner with her.
Well, you know why? You know why this is significant?
Why?
Because Macron is not really with us in Israel. He's been speaking out a little bit against us. So Trump is trying to manage that relationship, massage it a little bit, and bring him back around.
Massage it a little bit. Oy.
We need to bring Macron back down to the.
Pause. That sounds like some homosexual stuff.
Come on, where are your people's heads? Why is everybody's head in the gutter?
The table a bit,
I know it's the middle of the night. You just accused me of masturbating on my couch. I said, don't masturbate on my couch, for the record.
I know you do it in the mikveh with all the other sick people.
Oh my lord! I'm not going to First of all, I'm not going to disclose the location that I masturbated. First of all,
you're giving me like heat rash. Stop. Disgusting. Just the thought.
That's crazy.
At the end of the day, though, I think it's important for us to realize whether we want to own it or not. There's going to be a whole lot of world leaders and people who are going to come out against Israel very, very soon.
Not if we can help it.
Well, how can you avoid it with what people are seeing today?
Mossad.
Mossad is not that good at Hasbara. Not that good.
Well,
You cannot take that sight of Gaza and those children out of people's minds. You can't.
well, here's the issue.
Did you know that Christian Zionists are pulling back by the millions in terms of dollars?
I didn't know that. That's concerning.
It's very concerning for anybody who's living off of those funds.
We need an aggressive.
But watch this, and this is all seriousness. What sense did it make politically, strategically, for Israel to bomb the one Catholic church in that region?
I condemn that attack.
Oh, that attack you condemn.
Yes.
But
Because
the bombing of masjids, not so bad.
Well, it's, Muslims are a little bit incorrigible, to say the least.
But guess what? Those are your cousins, whether you like it or not.
Yeah, your cousins that you don't get along with.
Torah doesn't allow you to stand in allegiance with Christians. Enter the Crusades, enter the...
Yeah, but they're coming around. They're coming around with
Ask a question.
Sure.
In what countries were Jews the safest?
Muslims.
I can't believe you actually formed your mouth to say that.
I figured that was the answer based on the line you would think.
Amir, can you please find the applause button? Morty is coming around, people. Here we are. Pew, 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 pew.
Morty is he's honest actually. When it comes down to some of the facts, he is honest, and I respect him for that. But he still is honest, I respect him for being honest.
Wait 1 minute. This is good stuff. Where were Jews the least safe throughout Jewish history?
Amongst the whites. The whites are savages.
Now you want to call them whites. Say it with me. Amongst the Christians.
Yeah, same thing.
No, because you didn't call Muslims whites or blacks. You called Muslims Muslims. Now you say amongst the whites.
I call them Muslims.
Okay, I don't know who those people are. Muslims were kindest and the most loving to Jews. In fact, here's another fun fact. Most Jews from those countries no longer spoke Hebrew. They were so much a part of Arab culture that they spoke Arabic.
Well, this is very nice trivia from back in the day. But if you haven't noticed, the Muslims hate us.
Where did the Holocaust take place in a Muslim country, Bubala?
It almost took place, at the hands of Palestinian Islamic Jihad and the Al-Qassam brigades, if they weren't stopped.
And you stop.
No, never stop.
Such a pile of hogwash. And I'm not saying that to you because you're a Jew. Hogwash. The most money, the richest Jews on the planet thrived in what countries?
Muslims. You just asked me this question.
Yeah, no. I said where were they the safest? Meaning, which countries were Jews safe?
Oh,
they weren't expelled en masse from Muslim countries. They had some of the richest Jews you know and I know.
Right.
Iran, from Syria, right?
Yep.
From Egypt. How is that possible that today individuals who practice religious freedom, who allowed us as Jews to live and thrive in their countries, how did they become the subjects of such ire?
I can tell you.
Could it be that European Jews came in and caused dissension between Arabs and, between Muslims and Jews? Is it possible? The worst thing I ever heard an Iranian say in terms of what they resented their Muslim neighbors for was that they couldn't build a synagogue higher than a mosque. Boy, so horrible. I don't ever remember hearing of any Jews in Muslim countries that were exterminated by the millions, by the thousands, by the hundreds. Ain't it funny in 2025 that the state of Israel stands more in alignment with Christians and Christian Zionists than they do their own family members in Gaza. Kind of makes you wonder what's at the root of all this.
Well, you know, I don't appreciate your sophistry, as I've said before, but it's getting about that time I have to go to sleep. It's been a very delightful conversation. I'm
going to teach you a little Yiddish. Gay schluffen means go to sleep.
Yes, but I just want to end this by saying I'm still undefeated in clubhouse debates.
Actually, I just put you to sleep. Good night.
Good night. Take care, Morty.
All right. Good night, everybody.
I hope I bring you back to the pro-patty side.
Never.
Maybe just be a mensch. How about that? The rest will come.
I could never. A mensch is
just be a mensch. A mensch is a decent human being. We don't even have to say pro or anti. Just be a decent human being, and you'll make your bubbies and your zadies proud.
I am a great human being, so I'll continue being great. All right. Talk to everybody later.
Take care, bro. Take care. Bye-bye.
Amir, this is too easy. I need a bigger challenge.
We got Nubian. He's a bigger challenge. Nubian is...
This is the quietest I've seen Bull in months. What the fuck? Bull.
No, Bull doesn't like Nubian. Nubian doesn't like Bull. They were going head to head earlier.
No, I'm saying usually I come into these rooms and Bull is going in. Where you at tonight, brother?
Nubian, by the way, Sister Izzy, she's Jewish. She doesn't support what's happening over there in Israel and whatnot.
Yeah, I was actually just enjoying the conversation, so I was just listening. To be honest,
what did you say, Nubian?
I don't believe in Jews who aren't Jews. It's not just.
What? You don't
when
believe
I see
what?
Jewish people, let me be clear. When I see Jewish people who claim Judaism, but they aren't, they are of other nationalities, then I just look at them as a myth. Like it's like seeing a unicorn.
Okay. Is that you in the PTR?
Absolutely.
Okay.
So why are you making assumptions about her?
No,
Do you know this lady?
Do you see what he looks like in his PTR? That's why.
Yeah, no, but you know this guy right here. He thinks he's the all-knowing and he knows everything. Like he could just like take a look at you and just. Did I cut you off, sir?
Only on the. I hate this guy, Amir.
You hate.
We need to coexist. We need to go like Amos says. We need to coexist.
That's just blabber from Amos. But then again, bro, he thinks he's all-knowing and that he could just like take a look at a person and he knows everything.
This guy's mad that I went to college. He's literally mad that I went to college. Bro, anyone can go.
Who said that I haven't been to college?
No, but Bull.
You see? And now he's trying to deflect from the conversation. What was the thing that he said about he doesn't believe, what was that again? That Judaism was...
He said that when he hears Jews who are of different cultures, I think I heard that he doesn't, I don't know.
Different nationalities.
You mean white, you're talking about the white Jews, Dr. Nubian?
Yeah. I don't see the white, black, it's just Jews. And I know what a Jew is. I've always known what a Jew was. As I said earlier, I grew up in.
So do you think the sister Izzy is Jewish? She's Jewish.
If that picture is her in the PTR, then absolutely not.
Oh, okay.
You see that? What? He knows everything.
Wait, hold on.
This guy right here, bro. He's a problem. You don't want him to represent the cause. I'm just telling y'all. Okay, all right. You got it, S.A. But you're the one who called for me. Remember?
No. What I'm saying is, I want you to look good at this person's horsehead PTR and understand that people whose parents or sister and brother, they go to college too. Leave it alone.
Thank you.
Parents, sister, and brother. I'm confused. But like I said, I just don't.
Meaning you're the product of incest, and it shows on your face.
But I'm absolutely not. My parents are not even from the same country.
Like I said, it shows on your face. You were talking about someone else not being Jewish because of their race, and I'm looking at your face and saying that you probably have the same problem, which is why you're probably pointing at others. You grew up in Williamsburg. You didn't grow up in Sudan. You didn't grow up in Iraq. You didn't grow up in Afghanistan. You grew up.
How do you know he's from Sudan, Nazir?
I said he's probably not from those places. He said himself he grew up in Williamsburg.
Oh, okay.
Williamsburg is in Brooklyn.
Yes, I'm aware of where I grew up.
Right.
She wasn't talking to you.
Are you a Muslim?
Absolutely.
Okay. Where do you go to pray? Al Taqwa? Where do you go to pray?
What?
Where do you pray? I'm from Brooklyn too.
She's asking what mosque.
Yeah, I know. But this is just getting.
He's
like
afraid
I said,
to say. You know why it's getting weird? Because you're a fraud. You're a fraud.
Yeah, and you overcompensate a lot.
That is an AI picture. Not really you.
Okay.
It might actually be him.
But no.
Amir, can we get a reset?
Let me say something. People jump off the mic.
Now it's getting creepy. Now you have toxic victim mentality, but you just went at the sister for nothing.
There you go.
Idiot.
I don't believe in
Starts with
non-Jewish
personal
Jewish
attacks and ad hominems, and now you're the victim. Imagine that.
He asked me. He literally asked me, and I answered.
But brother, my question to
got off a mic and you came out of your face with some nonsense, knowing full well that you literally AI'd that photo to make yourself look more Muslim. Nobody in Brooklyn, Williamsburg looked like that. Just cut the crap.
I'm not from America.
You're
What are
full
you
of
talking
shit.
about? Just raised
Full of
in
shit.
I'm not from America.
You're full of shit. I know Brooklyn.
He's from Sudan. Yeah.
Amir, he said he's from Brooklyn, Williamsburg. That's 5 minutes away from my house. He's full of shit.
No, he was raised over there, but he's from Sudan. I know his cousin is on here.
Do you know that for a fact?
Yeah, because his cousin is on here. I know his cousin Mahdi. You'll see him in some of the Quran-centric rooms, or
I'm gonna say one of his Muslim or Arabi uncles married a black woman, and that's how he came.
I'm not mixed with African American at all.
I don't know what you are, but at the end of the day, I can.
Okay, I'll tell you this. I know you're not a Jew. That's the point that I was making.
Because guess what? Because you're such a expert, I'm gonna take your word for it.
Okay, that's good. That's a start.
What a clown.
All I said was that I don't believe in non-Jewish.
Either you know or you don't know.
Okay.
Right? Have at it, bro. I mean, one retard leaves and another one shows up, bro.
I don't think that's
right. And this is why this is why Amir was trying to give you the fair warning that, stop doing the friendly fire, but you're beyond reproach.
We need ceasefire between Bull and Nubian and Sister Izzy, man.
It's not gonna happen.
Nubian,
He's too arrogant.
Nubian. All I'm gonna say,
not a
I think
righteous person.
You're probably thinking about the black Hebrews were light. Is that what you're thinking of? But Sister Izzy is like
No. That's not what he's thinking about.
Claim to be Jews, and like I'm thinking of black rabbi guys like him. I just hate people.
No, she's not like black rabbi. Black rabbi is something else, bro. He's not even Jewish.
He's not going to stand corrected. He's too arrogant. He's too arrogant.
She stands with the Palestinians, bro.
He doesn't care. This guy is a cloud chaser.
It's about a tribalistic based religion. So how when I'm not an Asian Jew.
Don't open the door for him. Leave him.
Okay. Just leave him alone. We don't want to hear him talk about.
You're very controversial, brother. You're very controversial.
What a clown.
Oh, very controversial. Nubian, I think I could use you for one of the big rooms.
Yep, because I'm not trying to hear it.
Oh my God, just leave it at that, bro. Like a beautiful
imagine,
just leave it at that.
Imagine if I just came
out. Just leave it at that.
Imagine if a person just comes
literally,
out.
Imagine somebody up at 5
like, oh, by the way, I'm a Jew.
Talk about
like,
somebody else is a
what?
Imagine that. 5 o'clock in the morning, he has nothing better to do than to pontificate about who's a Jew and who's not. As a Muslim.
It's 12 o'clock in the afternoon. I'm in Saudi
Yeah, he's in Middle East and then near
That makes it even worse. Bigger problems in the Middle East.
It's lunchtime. I'm drinking mango juice and eating nuts.
Nubian, do you do this in the Quran Center group as well, bro?
Absolutely. I'm a mod.
Wow.
Right.
Lord have mercy.
So
what is going on where people in the Middle East got time to talk to people in America about their religious identity?
No, he's a businessman. He told me about some business things. You know, he's a very he's gonna become a tycoon one day, right, Nubian?
One day, inshallah.
Yeah, he's gonna become a billionaire one day. Business tycoon. I told him once you get the $1 billion, let me hold $1 million. You know.
What time is it? What time is it?
I'm in California. It's 2:16 here. She's in New York. It's 5:16.
I told y'all he was a cloud chaser, and he's just trying to come up in the Islamic world. I told you. Yeah, man. He will do and say anything just to run shoulders.
Social media. This is the only social media I have.
Oh, it's cool, man. It's on need to know basis. You don't need to inform us about what you've been eating, why you here, etc., man. Relax.
Amir was
Yo, his teeth are bigger than his freaking fingers. That shit is off the meat.
Hey, Eze, he was over here lecturing Palestinians on how to go about their business. The audacity of this guy.
Wow.
You see what I'm saying?
Wow.
He thinks he knows better. Yeah? Yeah,
I thought we were discussing geopolitics of the Middle East, but
how the hell is he gonna make money as a tycoon, wasting time on Clubhouse? Let us.
How did
that work?
So even his country, as it's going through a genocide, I feel really bad. It's thanks to the UAE, right? And the Sudan, there more than 200,000 people dead. It's very sickening that some of these country leaders are responsible for it. Like the UAE is actually responsible for it. Israel is responsible for it, and because they found a whole bunch of weapons in the hands of like a militia in Sudan, and these militias aren't even Sudanese. They come from outside of Sudan, right, Nubian?
Yeah, they're Zionist puppets.
Yeah, and they found weapons with the Israeli serial numbers and American weapon serial numbers. Finally, America came out and did arms embargo on the UAE. Like, how would you do that? A Muslim leader from UAE giving weapons to the militia, so that way they can rape women, kidnap their children, take over villages.
It gets even better. They finally responded to it, and what they said they said, oh, well, we sold we sold the Janjaweed those weapons when they were killing the Yemenis, not when they were killing the Sunnis. I'm like, what?
So, Nubian, what is your position on Saudi Arabia and the Houthis and Yemen?
My position on Saudi, I think
you think it's wrong?
Well, I'm not going to keep talking.
You're not going to use the same premise? It's a long-term plan and all of this shit that you were saying earlier?
Yeah, all
right. Or maybe UAE is having a long-term plan, right? It's a long-term plan, bro. I'm
not going to keep reversing
everyone needs a role, remember? Everyone got a role. They got different components they got to do, right? Idiot.
See, this is what happens when you make less than $1 million a year. This is how you talk.
So now it boils down to money. It's not about life. Look at this guy. He's exposing himself. You need to buy a bigger hat. So you feel good now because of some money you have in your pocket? Is that going to bring you Jannah? Are you going to get heaven because of the money you have in your pocket, Nubian? You're a very wicked person. You know that, right?
A wicked person.
Repent, man. Repent, bro.
It's only 5 minutes.
That is not the way a Muslim speaks, Dr. Nubian.
I'm sure you would know, Jew.
You're right, cousin.
I can deal with ease, but Bull is actually mad, and I don't have the energy for people mad through social media.
Who's mad, man? Nobody's mad. Nobody's mad.
Yo, Amir, who is Omar?
I'm not sure. Let me see.
Omar's my guy. We're with Omar 100%.
Where's Omar? Omar, I don't see Omar. Oh, right here. Oh, this Omar is a good brother.
Yeah.
I don't trust your rooms, Amir. Like they're staking out your rooms. For real.
Oh no, these are all pro Pallies. I mean, we got everybody. I think in this room right now, the majority of them are pro Pally, except for we had Rolo, and this guy Anon is back. That guy idiot that streams my rooms, man.
There's two Anon in the group.
Yeah, one of them is a recorder. He streams my rooms on YouTube.
Amir, you have to tell these people who don't. I know I haven't been on Clubhouse in a while, but I've been in here warring with Zionists, like on multiple occasions. I mean, destroying.
I know. You're a destroyer. You should change your name to Dr. Destroyer, Dr. Nubian.
You see, here comes the clown chasing. Hey, yo, do you want a cookie? Do you want a cookie? Do you want a medal or something? I mean, bro, you know what? We should just open up a house for Dr. Nubian so he can have a whole award show.
I used to have
this
a
guy,
house.
bro.
I used to have a house. I don't have a house. I prefer Quran centric and Amir's house. So I come to these two rooms. That's pretty much it.
That's good, thank you.
It's perfect Islamic philosophy.
Well, I honor your presence. I know you you like to start shit sometimes.
I come in here just to start shit. Like that's what I come in here to do.
I know. And then we have a lot of people from Zionists that they're shit starters. They like to start shit with pro Pallies, man, all the time. Like today, the guy wanted me to put my picture, like in the chat. If you read it, his name is Rohan from Australia. His daughter is pro Pally, and he wants me to put my picture up. I'm like, I'm not gay, man. And they into doxing business. Al Normal. You have the Rohan. You have the other people like Randy the Candy. That David B. That guy. He actually met up with you know Rohan?
Yeah, I've had war with him multiple times.
Are you talking about the Australian one?
Yeah.
What did he say? Did you get him to change his position?
I don't think anyone can get him to change his position.
But his daughter's pro Pally.
I didn't know that. If I would have known that, I would use that as a weapon. I'm really waiting for Black Rabbi again. So that's what I'm waiting on, because I want to really have the conversation with him about what tribe he's from, and I just want to really just dive in to the tribe. What tribe of Jews is he from? That's like my arch nemesis. He's the Sith Lord to my Jedi Order. So
that's your arch nemesis.
Yeah, I hate that. I hate him more than you.
And you're supposed to be this super duper intellectual guy?
Actually,
imagine that as a look at him.
I'm just mad at this family.
Suits you, man.
I'm
just mad at these panel.
Yo, I did not know. I'm sorry. Now that I'm taking a deep dive into APAC, I didn't know that Hakeem Jeffries receives money from APAC too. Yo, that's some shit. Hold on. No wonder he doesn't come out for Gaza or Palestinians. Damn. And that's probably why he didn't stand up or publicly endorse Mamdani. Remember that? He needs to be able to say, what was it? Global Intifada. What was the statement? Amir, what was that?
Globalized Intifada.
Globalized Intifada. No, Hakeem Jeffries. I was wondering why he didn't stand up or endorse Mamdani. And it's because he's on the tape from APAC.
He is?
Yeah.
Amir, when you moving back east?
Inshallah, once I do what I need to do, inshallah, then I think it'll probably take me 3 to 6 months.
You're paying triple in California.
I know. I want to move and just buy me a property.
Hey,
and
Amir, don't put too much of your business out on the internet, man.
No, I know.
This is not a social room.
That's true. But I want to be close to the Zionists, so that's where I'm gonna move to.
Yo, this dude got 1,635,000.
Wow. It's a big list. It's a big list. So many of these people are connected. Even when I was telling somebody, if we go to a grocery store, right, we buy something from a cashier. We don't know if this cashier is connected to the Zionist entity. We don't know. You know what I'm saying? Because they're all connected. They're spreading the narrative. They're pushing that, envelope or whatever you want to call it. And now what they're doing is because they lost the PR war, they're attacking Islam, the faith. And even Mamdani, because of Mamdani, some of these people are calling Mamdani like a terrorist Islamist. So he didn't even say anything about Islam or whatever.
Wait, you said Mamdani didn't?
Yeah, no, Mamdani didn't mention anything about Islam, that he's going to bring Sharia law or anything like that. But these people, the Zionists and some of the white supremacists, you could say, they're, the one that are Islamophobes, that they're spreading this narrative on social media. If you go on Twitter and on here and even on TikTok, they're spreading this narrative attacking Islam, that, this Mamdani character is going to bring Sharia law, he's a terrorist, he's this. And in relate to the Zionism, if you go to the Zionist room right now, since they don't have any more talking points, nobody really talks to them as much because they lost the whole narrative, right? So what they're doing is they're attacking Islam. That's what they're going for now.
Wow. But you know what? Fuck them. I'm so serious. Like, the world is finally seeing. The world is finally seeing who people really are.
Easy. You'd make a very good Muslim. You should consider the Quran.
Amir, is this one of your friends?
Nubian, calm down, bro. Calm down, Nubian. Calm down. This is not one of those rooms, brother. I know what you're trying to do. I don't know, leave it at that.
I just saw a perfect opportunity for dawah.
I know what you're trying to do. But leave it at that. Sister Eze, she's a good sister. I came across her a long time ago. She would call out all the Zionists on this app, and they attacked her. They even called her workplace. You know that El Normo character, the Zionist mofo? He called her workplace, trying to dox her, whatever.
How the hell are you find it?
Bro, these people are able to find everything on people. That's why, and El Normo started calling me Fawad Jalani, so I called my other AI account Fawad Jalani. Because I want to spread this narrative full of lies. And even apparently he's making up another claim today that I have a arrest warrant out for trespassing. I'm like, which property did I trespass?
You're trespassing at a synagogue.
That's what he wrote in the chat. If you scroll up, it says, yeah, you were charged with trespassing. I'm like, which charge? Where is it? Which property?
That's crazy. Yo, the fact that they called your job is nuts. Yo, that is crazy.
It's not. Listen, if you Google me, you will see speaking engagements. You'll see articles that have been written about me. I don't hide.
I said, you're a public figure. Okay, that makes more sense.
At the end of the day, you know where to find me. I know exactly where he prays. In the synagogue, I just haven't been to New York. But he's going to shit himself when I walk through that door. He's literally going to shit himself. His whole diaper is going to, turn into a tsunami because he talks shit on Clubhouse. He's not going to know what the hell to do with me when I walk up. Not at all.
When can we arrange that?
I'm sorry.
Me personally.
When can we arrange that?
Are you right? I'll be in.
Me personally, things like this is why I avoid social media. I think the internet's become a weapon. I remember when social media first came out, and it was like, you can connect with your friends and family. But it's just become an information database where the fact that someone can find your job and call your job and find out where you pray and all of these different. So me, I just avoid. This is the only social media app I have. I don't have Instagram. I don't have Facebook. I don't have Twitter. I only come on here, and that's it. Because to me, it's just crazy that people can track you down. And,
but
if
honest,
but the problem
thanks
isn't
to
social
AI
media.
and the rest of it, they can do that anyway. If they really want to.
The problem isn't social media, it's the people that you're hanging around with. If people are in the business of doxing, they will dox, regardless of where you find them.
Yeah. Truth. I got to decide whether or not to put Jeffries, expose him on my face.
Okay.
mind to speak
The
about
tracking system is going to be worldwide. It's not a American thing. It might start in America in the West, but make no mistake about it. Where you are, Nubian, it will come to a city near you as well.
I'm not safe, right?
Lord have mercy.
I think I'm in one of the safest places. But good thing I have multiple passports. So if it gets unsafe here, I'll be on move to the next location. I like to travel.
But Doctor, Saudi Arabia
Yeah,
doesn't allow
you sure do
multiple
like
passports.
to humble brag a lot.
Saudi Arabia doesn't allow multiple passports.
That's not true. So one being American, if you're an American citizen, that's already one. Then two, you can have I don't have a Saudi passport, obviously, because I'm not a Saudi national. But you can obtain multiple passports, multiple residency very easily. So I don't know if that's a rule for Saudi nationals, but that doesn't apply to me. I'm an American citizen.
Yeah, it's for that's what because I rented cars out to a Saudi national before, and he said you can't do that, and I actually looked into it, and I think they have a law you can only have one. Some countries only allow one passport.
Yeah, I think that goes for their citizens. I don't think that applies to countries that I have.
Not for foreign citizens, no.
Yeah, because I have a citizen's passport and an Egyptian passport.
Is it true that if you've been to Israel that you can't travel to Saudi Arabia or you can't make Hajj or anything else like that? Something like that, like certain countries you can't visit because you have Israel on your passport.
I've been to Israel before, and that was back in 2017 or 16 or something, and I didn't have that problem.
Yeah, but they don't stamp your passport, does it, in Israel? They know that people they don't same thing in Iran. They don't stamp your passport.
Right, I got a little card when I was there.
They treat you like a terrorist. I'm like, God, I never been through such security in my life.
Nubian, did you do a cavity search on you?
Bro, damn near. I mean, my full name is long. My full name is
God.
My first, middle, last, and then I have like all my grandparents. Ibn.
Oh wow, you're done.
Yeah, it was.
So where was that part? In Israel or someplace else?
Say again.
Where did you go through that?
I was going to visit an upset. That was the purpose of going.
Oh, you said when you went to Israel, you went through this.
I said I've never experienced a security like that in my life. Like,
yeah, he went through Israel. He got to Israel.
The craziest shit. When I went, when I went, it was all green lights. I don't even want to tell you guys about that trip. That was like, I'm not going to do it on Clubhouse, privately maybe. But all green lights.
You must have an English name. If your name is Arabic, if there's a Muhammad and a Fadullah and all these different.
Don't disclose anything. Don't disclose anything. Just let him slumber. Just let him slumber.
My first name is both Arabic and Hebrew, and so is my father's.
Oh, okay.
So maybe I don't know. But at the end of the day, I'll never forget because all of my siblings went to learn there. Like last year, high school is part of their program. But I remember my mama, bless her memory, she was so funny. I was like, I know that when we come through, they're gonna put all of the black. And my brother-in-law, not my brother-in-law, excuse me, my brother looks more Yemeni than he looks black, right? His hair, his face, whatever. I was like, watch me, but they're gonna treat him like he's a Palestinian. They're gonna treat him like he's a Muslim. And my mother's on the phone like, don't say that out loud. Don't say that out loud. They're gonna put my son over the. And I'm like, Ema, at the end of the day, this is who these people are. And I talked all this shit knowing that they were gonna do that to me, right? They were like, Mrs. Eze, please move to the right. Okay, yes. Who are you going to see? Okay. Miss Yatova. Kept it pushing. I got scared. I was like, I know these niggas will set me up. For real. Like I'm looking around over my shoulder. But 10 years before, a group of black Jews had come from New York, and they were detained for over a week. At not the airport, over, like in El Al, because at that time black Jews walked in solidarity with Muslims and Palestinians. I don't know, that's a little bit longer than 10 years. I want to say maybe 20 to 30 years before. Real talk. What do you think they would do now, Amir?
Well, they're looking. I think they're looking for everybody. Like that does spaces on Twitter. They put his name on the rockets that they shot at Gaza. Suleiman Ahmad. He's pretty much on their wanted list. They passed a law. If you support, what was the law? The law was if you support Palestine, if you criticize Israel in any part of the world, and and we have the information and whatnot, you would not be allowed entry. I think that's what they're doing nowadays. So if like for me, I don't think I'll be allowed. I would have to go through probably Egyptian border.
Wow.
And Mazi that comes in here, he's an activist. So he's been to Gaza multiple times. That brother, he went in there with the aid and whatnot through Egypt. He said Egyptian, they took away, they went in with 2 trucks of aid or whatever before 7th of October, and they kept one of the trucks, and they made him wait at the border for 8 hours or 6 hours, and then they allowed him and his crew with 1 truck, into Gaza. And he said the Hamas are very respectful. They allowed it. They respected him. They showed him around what the Gaza, how people are suffering and whatnot. This is before 7th of October.
Gotcha. I don't know. I mean, I think with Facebook now and Instagram and the rest of it, they can do a search and find out who you are, know what your beliefs pretty much are.
Yeah, Facebook is owned by Zionists.
Like I said, listen, you can keep it real. You have nothing to hide. If they do, they do. If they don't, they don't. Why be something else behind closed doors? Why? Who's that? I think you do have a bunch of Zios in this room, Amir.
You have the ANN account. Where is it? Down in the audience, 1 or 2 account. The recorder. He's he's running for government. I have his everything information. This idiot. I wonder. I'm gonna check with the lawyer if he can send him a cease and desist. So John, don't worry. We have a lot of information on you. His name is John Kitover or something.
Yeah, I think.
We'll send him a cease and desist. If not, we'll have to take him to court.
Wait, Amir, could you repeat that?
So the idiot down in the audience with the ANN account, you see that? With the ANN account, I can't kick him. I can't do nothing with this stupid new feature that they have, the Plus account. I have a Plus account as well.
Yeah.
I can go into incognito mode. I can jump in. Can you stop that? Wow. Seriously? Okay, have a safe flight to the hallway. Bye-bye. Okay. So the person with the Plus account, like myself, I can go into incognito mode into any room, and nobody can kick me out. And what he does, he streams it directly on YouTube or into his rooms, and then from his room to YouTube.
Does he have nothing better to do?
Nope, he's a lowlife.
But shouldn't Clubhouse be able to do something about that once it's reported?
How do you report an anonymous account? Click on his account, and you can't even report it.
No, can't you use the account that he has with his real name?
Oh, wait, we'll send a friend request to
you could report that account, but what do we do about 30 phones? He's got 30 phones.
Oh, I see what you're saying. The madness.
Wait, Amir, you have a Plus account. Shouldn't you be able to see and view who it is?
I can't. I click on it, it just gives me the same option what you see.
Amir, there's a simple solution for this. Move to the Middle East. That'll solve all the problems.
Bro, I lived over there.
Come back. We miss you.
We miss you. Look at him. Nobody misses me, bro. But doctor, the Saudi Arabia, to be honest with you, apart from the holy sites, there's nothing there, bro. It's dry.
Wait, Amir, I have a question. Do you prefer the Muslim community in Los Angeles, or do you prefer the Muslim community in Saudi Arabia?
To be honest with you, if it was in my hands, I would love to boycott all of the GCC countries because they are responsible for what's happening to the Palestinians. Whether, doctor, we agree or disagree, but we could always agree to disagree respectfully. But these countries, they're liable. Like the UAE is liable for what's happening to the Sudan, Palestinians, what's happening to Palestinians. All GCC countries are responsible for it. It's not
That
just
makes a
one.
lot of sense to me. So then we should just all live in America. America's not liable.
No, America is responsible. So I talked to my accountant how to not give the money to the genocide. So my accountant told me give it away to your either local mosque or give it to like UNRWA or something, and you get a receipt and you can file. It's a tax write-off. And I gave something to General yesterday, and General said it's called a defund. I found out through Twitter Spaces. So what it is it's like a trust account. You set up a trust account in the UK, and the government would have to show you that the money is not going to the genocide or war. It has to be used locally, right, General?
Yeah, tax. So, for example, in the UK, when you work for an employer, your employer automatically takes the tax out and gives it to HMRC. What you can then do is you can request a refund of that tax, put it into a consolidated account on the side, essentially, until the government proves that they're not aiding and abetting the genocide or war crimes. And then when they've done that sufficiently, they can then access those funds. But it is a very interesting way of doing things.
I think that's both great and amazing. Me personally, I've hated America since my parents came there, so I prefer to live in the Middle East. I like it better here. But I hear you. I've been to California a couple times. I've been to North California. My ex-wife is from North California.
Oh yeah, mashallah.
America is not it. Even with everything you said, sounds great. And I hope Americans utilize that and give as much money as possible as they can afford to Palestine and Sudan and any other cause. To me, it's nothing better than that.
Yeah, but Nubian, Nubian, you don't see racism in Saudi Arabia. I felt racism, bro. Right? The racist to the next level.
Amir, what are you? I don't know what your nationality.
I'll tell you about it later because people are trying to kill me on this app.
Right.
When I lived over there, bro, even Black Rabbi gave me a threat. He said he wants to kill me. I told him I'm in Compton, come up, pull up.
You might get robbed before he gets to you.
No. I mean, so Compton is getting gentrification. They're gentrifying it. Did you know this? Because they built a Rams stadium in Inglewood, right? Mm-hmm. So and they spent I don't know almost more than I think $1 or $2 billion on the Rams stadium. So city of Inglewood used to be really bad. The crime rate. That's where next to the Rams stadium, there's actually a cemetery where Michael Jackson's grave is, where he's buried, right?
Oh, wow.
And that area, the houses and everything, the crime rate was really high in that area. And now, if you go to buy a house, you're looking at minimum, what is it, 1.5 million or 2 million? Because me and my partner, we were looking into buying a small parking lot for the cars because I'm in the car rental business. And tiny place, like you could barely hold like 10 cars across the street from Ram Stadium. You know how much they wanted? $1.2 million for a tiny piece of land. And I was in a shock. I'm like, wow.
Well, that's California, man. You should be used to spending $1 million on a regular basis.
No. So I'll tell you this: before the Ram Stadium thing, right? It was you could probably find the land in that area. That area was full of the crime rate was really high. You could get one for 100,000, 200,000, 300,000. It's because of Ram Stadium. Everything gone up.
Well, as far as your question, have I experienced any racism in the Middle East? In the past, yes, not in Saudi though, but I have experienced racism in Qatar. Now, it wasn't towards me. I've never personally encountered racism in my life, other than in Israel. But I think that was more so because I'm Muslim. But in Qatar, I've heard about a lot of instances. I've never been upon it. But in Riyadh, I had a house here for years. I used to come here frequently for business, and then I just decided to move here. But no, I've never experienced any racism in Riyadh.
when I lived over there, I had to carry a copy of a residency, Ikama, right, with me as a 6 8. Like, can you imagine 7 year old? And I did get pulled over by the cops over there in Saudi Arabia. I used to live. I was living in Jeddah, and walking to the grocery store, whatnot. My dad gave me a copy of his residency, right? And I got pulled over, and I had to show them the residency. Otherwise, they pick you up, and then your dad or somebody would have to come in and get you released. And there was a lot of these things back in the day. And if the women didn't wear hijab, they would get they will detain them, and some women would get their beaten up and whatnot.
You were there in King Salman.
Yeah, and the women could not drive. This is in violation of the Sharia, the divine's law. Divine's, the divine law is they're supposed to get the right. So there was a lot of these things, right? It was very restricted, and there was a lot of spies. And my dad was like, "Be careful! Don't say anything against the king, and this and that. Otherwise, And people get picked up like right and left, and even the scholars are doing time inside Saudi Arabia. Or anybody that speaks up against, any of these kings. And in their schools, they like to glorify fucking kings. You see what I'm saying?
I mean, but what's wrong with the kings? Wink,
I know you're not. Don't say it. I know. I don't want something to happen to you, bro.
Oh, I'm good. Saudi Arabia is very welcoming. The Middle East is very welcoming to what they consider to be American investors. So I don't have those issues. And plus, it's really different here than how you're describing. I wasn't here during that period. I did have family members I do have family members in Riyadh during that period.
What are you doing in Riyadh? Why not live in Jeddah, like close to Makkah Mukarramah? Like you could drive to Makkah for an hour and Medina like 4 hours. Riyadh, there's nothing in Riyadh, man. It's like a desert.
You say, well, there's business. I'm here for business. So
I know, but I'm saying at the same time, you could visit the holy places as well, like once a week or once every 2 weeks if you live in Jeddah.
Yeah, Jeddah's nice. Jeddah's very pretty, but Jeddah's hotter than Riyadh. Jeddah, bro. It's nighttime. Yo, it's nighttime. I tell everyone this story. I come out the airport. It's literally like 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock at night, and as soon as the sliding doors hit me, 48 degrees Celsius. Boom! I'm like, the sun is gone. What's happening? And I spent most of my adult life in Florida, and I've never felt that. So that was crazy. Jeddah's hot. This other thing is Jeddah's so far away from business.
What I was saying was the discrimination in general, like the kafala system, like it's basically, so when I lived over there, right, so my dad couldn't even buy a car under his name. It had to be under his, the kafil's name, right? Somebody that has a Saudi national. And, even the house back then, you would have to buy it under somebody that's a Saudi citizen. You would become a co-owner or whatever. There was a lot of these things back in the days, right? And you wouldn't believe it, my dad's old friend, he bought a store, a Rialain store near Mecca, right? Near the Haram, And, he spent about 50,000 riyals, right? He opened up a store. It was a tiny place, and he started making good money, And it was under the Saudi national's name, and he was sort of like a side partner, you could say. And that Saudi guy, he saw him become successful, took over his business, kicked him out.
Oh, I've heard of that many times.
Bro, there's a lot, and I felt like, what the hell is this? Look, I have respect for it only for the Holy Kaaba in Medina, right? The house of the Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings upon him. But other than that, there's nothing there, bro. There's nothing there. These people are destroying the Islamic historical places. Like, look at the.
Well, to be fair, everything you named is literally probably 7 to 10 years ago. So none of those things are really happening now.
They are destroying historical places, though. The Masjid al-Qiblatain, they were in the process of destroying that, right? They even flattened Jannat al-Baqi, right? Where the graves of the Sahabas are, right? Whatnot. They've done a whole bunch of. And do you know that they were going to break the green dome on the top of the mosque, right? And there was a report in 2014, a cleric report from Saudi Arabia. They wanted to move the grave of the Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings upon him, to an unknown location. There's a lot of these things. it boils your blood that these people, who gave these people to, control the holy places, man?
Yeah, I think they have a organization that governs that. Again, like I said, I wasn't here for those different events. In relation to me, as you know, I'm a businessman. I'm here for business. Riyadh is better for business.
Walaikum assalam, brother.
Yeah, because you have Dammam is nearby, Abu Dhabi is nearby, Qatar is nearby. If you're going from Riyadh, whereas Jeddah is a little bit further. Jeddah's like a 3-hour flight. So that's why we're Riyadh. Me personally, I still love Saudi. I can't knock from Saudi. I hear all those things you're saying. However, you're talking to someone as yourself. You're talking to someone who lives in America. So if we go for atrocity for atrocity. We can do that with every country in the world. There's no utopia on planet Earth. So for me, I just prefer to live in a Muslim country. Plus, how you see me dressed in my PTR, I dress like that almost every day. I prefer to wear jalabiya. I prefer to dress traditionally, even when I was in Florida. That's just how I am. No. He's probably gonna hate that. On the average day, you catch me in jalabiya and Louis Vuitton sandals. So throw that out there for Bull to cry about.
Bull don't mind. He can live the way he live, bro. Oh my God.
Really, he torments me. So
No, it's like a love and hate relationship between you and Bull. You guys both good brothers. It's just maybe look, me and Bull, we had that beef as well in the beginning, but then we found a common ground. You see what I'm saying? So he'll come around. He'll come around. You guys both will come around. One day.
When he comes to Quran Centric, I'll make sure I make sure I utilize my my capability.
What are you gonna do with it? You gonna kick him out? Oh my God!
If he starts talking, and I'm gonna kick him down.
Why would you do that?
Amir Chuni, you fucking terrorist Palestinian. What's up?
Oh my God! Who's this guy, man? Let me move him down. This idiot. Did you want to move down? Did you want me to move you down or kick you out?
No, keep him
okay, sit in the audience. You want him in? You want him up? He's calling me a B word in Farsi. Oh my God.
Yeah, but you said he kept him in. You should saw his PTR. Guys like that are hilarious.
Which one? Who's this guy?
But like I said, Amir, we miss you over here, man. There's really nice villas in Qatar for you. We can set it up. You'll have a perfect view.
Qatar, I heard it's a nice place, but a lot of these nations are getting filled with expats.
You have a perfect view. In Qatar, you have a perfect view of the missiles from Iran. Perfect view. I mean, perfect.
Look at him. Brother Faz, look at this guy.
Did you see them fly over you?
I was actually in Qatar when that happened. I had a layover in Qatar. So I was flying from the United States. I was actually in Qatar when that happened. That was insanity. People were overreacting, They weren't as close. They were very high in the sky. I thought it was a shooting star until I saw like 10 of them.
Oh, good.
They were shooting stars.
We the people of Iran, don't want our bombs and missiles to fly to Israel. That's what you terrorists love, not we.
We terrorists love.
You want Israeli missiles to fly to Iran and kill your...
He's a Pahlavi supporter.
Israel has no problem with Iran and Iranians as long as this terrorist regime that you love so much is reigning over Iran. The missiles are gonna fly over Iran.
Did you want Pahlavi the prostitute to come back?
I want Pahlavi, the one that fucks your mom every night, to come back. Yeah, that's right.
You want him to come back so you can fuck your mom, right?
No, I want him to come back so he can put our dicks in your mom.
Yeah, really? It sounds like you've got Pahlavi in your mouth.
No, I pushed him down.
Yeah.
I hate this conversation.
You could have left me. I was about to unleash some Iranian missiles.
No. You don't have to do that, General. I mean, what kind of
you have
language?
to stoop low for these scumbags. These dirty rats.
5,000 years of Persian culture.
He had 30 seconds and that's what he chose to talk about.
I mean, I don't understand. I was watching yesterday. I think I suggest everybody watch this. Mehdi Hassan is doing a program. Did a program.
Did you watch it with 50?
Surrounded.
It's brilliant.
It's brilliant. And you know
Did you see the Iranian one?
I saw the Persian guy. He says children in Gaza. I mean, Mehdi Hassan asks, is it okay to snipe children in Gaza? Because IDF has sniped children. He justifies it. He says yes, because children are indoctrinated by the Palestinians to hate Jews. So it's okay to kill children. He literally justifies it. So Mehdi Hassan goes on to say, look, you may have your problem with with the IRGC, and just because Iran supports Palestine, you don't have to hate Palestinians just because your enemies. I mean, I'm putting these words: your enemy's enemy is your friend. But he says no. The children are being radicalized, the Palestinian children. So literally, he says that it's okay to kill them. I don't understand these Persian people, man.
Yeah, but first of all, the proof is on them. Where are they being radicalized? First of all, you are radicalizing them. No, when you know how you radicalize Palestinian kids, you kill their parents. That's how you radicalize them.
Absolutely. And actually, the radicalization happens in Israel for Jewish children. They are the ones who are being radicalized. They are the ones. They have these Hesder system of education, which literally combines both military as well as normal education, military and religious education in a normal school. So this Hesder system of education is funded by the government of Israel, and it teaches children literally what the Talmud says about the Goyim, about the Arabs being lower in status and so on.
That's absolutely true.
They literally teach it to their children, and they start growing up hating Arabs and looking down on Arabs. This is exactly what they teach. And then when they reach the age of just before they have to join the army at the age of 18 or 19, they are given rigorous training in killing, theoretical training in killing, in bombing and so on. The theory is based on religious scripture in the sense that what will you do? One of the questions that they will be asked is, what will you do that when you are chasing terrorists, if a child comes across in front of you, what will you do with the child? Will you still your goal is to catch the terrorist? In this case, they refer to the Arabs. But a child is going to hold you back on that. What will you do? The answer has to be, the answer they're looking for is, I will kill the child in order to go and catch the Arab. That's the answer they want every would-be IDF to say. That's how they are radicalized. So there's so much of radicalization in Israel that the more I read it, the more I'm scared for not just for the Palestinians or the Arabs. I'm scared for the whole world. This country, in my opinion, the longer it exists, the less safe the world is. This country needs to be dismantled from its current form. Something else needs to come up in its place. This is the reality. And I don't come here and BS. There are schools that teach this. There are yeshivas, the religious schools that are teaching these things, and they are funded, by the Israeli government. And there are thousands such yeshivas, and also what is known as the pre-yeshivas, which are basically called mechinot. Mechinot is the kind of preschool or the medium, what do you call, it's a high school before you go into the pre-university. So all these things are literally radicalizing Jewish children, and I don't see how that's going to be stopped. I'm just talking in the context of this Iranian guy shouting. I don't understand what's wrong with these Iranian guys. You can have your problem with IRGC, you can hate IRGC, but it doesn't mean that you have to hate Palestinians. And for this guy who cursed General and Amir, let me tell you, I don't consider Hamas as a terrorist organization. Take it, deal with it.
Yeah, but the irony about these so-called scumbag, Iranian Zionists and prostitute Pahlavi supporters is the irony is they say that the IRGC is tyrannical, but they want to replace it with something that is almost worse. Look at his father, the Shah of Iran, that prostitute. He was a dictator. He had an organization, a secret police called the Savak. Ask them about what the Savak did to the Iranian people. They do not want to replace it with a liberal democracy. They want to replace it with the Pahlavis.
By the way,
they want to make him the king.
Brother Fred, you guys remember Aiden? That used to be here, that used to come in the chat, the girl picture. Do you remember?
Ada, no Ida.
Ada. Remember that?
Ada. Yeah. I know.
You know, it's the same person. He had a different picture, and I checked the back channel message. It was the same person. Can you believe it? He was
He transitioned.
He transitioned. There you go.
Oh wow.
And he just back channel. He's like, stop being a hypocrite. Mofo, when did you become a guy from a girl?
He detransitioned.
Yes, Sia Wash. Did you want to say something, Sia Wash?
Yes, please. First, I want to say hi to everyone. Second, so I can understand Andy, but if you search Evin prison in north of Tehran, is a prison of north of Tehran that Israel bombing. In that
Evin prison, was it?
It's an Evin prison in north of Tehran.
Yeah, they bombed it.
That prison is only for opposition. For the people that they're protesting for, hijab and everything, and Israel bombing that. Can you believe that? It's a small room in a prison. The prisoner can't move anywhere. But Israel bombing.
I heard that they killed a few people in the prison.
Yeah, Andy, every time Bibi said we don't have any problem with Syrian people, we have just problem with Bashar Assad. Where is Bashar Assad? Israel is bombing Syria. He said, I don't have any problem with Lebanese, but he's bombing everywhere in Lebanon.
Even brother, he said he doesn't have any problem with the Gazan people.
Please,
but wash your
eyes. Where? Yeah, a lot. Wash your eyes. See the word in a fair way. Do you know? That prisoner in the Tehran, I'm repeating that. They are opposition. And Israel, the meaning is they have a problem with government in Iran, and Israel bombing that. I saw it peaceful event. First, they are bombing, and after that, you can ask them why you bombing the prison. The answer is they are using that for making bomb, making rocket, and other things. Come on. First, I want to let you know this, and with this way, you don't have any bright future because you are fighting with everything. I'm so sorry, guys.
You know, Tommy Robinson, you might have heard of this guy, a British guy who's a Zionist who support, you know him, yeah. So this guy issued a statement. He's an anti-Muslim and Islamophobic, pro-Zionist, pro-Israel, anti-Palestinian, who's still in prison.
He's out.
He's out. Okay. So he issued a statement that Bashar Assad never killed a single Christian. Christians were safe under Bashar Assad. Now, so basically the U.S. and Israel, got him out, brought in allowed Jolani to take over. So now they are saying that Jolani is bad because Christians and Druze are being attacked. So these people have no basis, no conscience, nothing, man. It's on a day-to-day basis they change their positions.
In the north of Tehran, it's a street, we call it Pastan, or the last name is Sultanate Abad. Iranian Jews, they have store over there. They're selling antiques and something like that. In these 12 days, before and after, you can't see anything from the other Iranian to say them why Jewish are doing that, because they are living here, the Iranian respect them, and they are respecting Iranians. They are living together more than 3,000 years.
Yeah.
So Iranian Muslims, they don't have any problem with Christians and Jewish, but they have problem. Not the Iranian Jewish, but the Jewish that they are living in Israel, they have problem with Muslims. Everything at the Holocaust time happened for them. They are doing that with Palestinians, but they changed the view. Just they changed the view, then you can believe that it's a I don't know, because it's not 100 years ago, 80 years ago.
But Siavesh, I only after this 12-day war I found out, that Iran has the second largest Jewish population in the world, and also one of the oldest Jewish population in the world. And in Tehran alone, no, not Tehran, I think Isfahan or some city, they have about 14 synagogues, and all old, traditionally built synagogues.
Brother Franz, I don't think it's the world.
Iran is fourth or fifth because after revolution, most of them moved. The problem is because before that they can support the country Israel. It was legal in Iran, but right now they close the way that they can support it. Every Jewish must support their country. I can understand. It's really good if Muslims do something like that. Is good for everyone. Do you know? But it's fourth or fifth. I think right now we have less than 1 million Jewish in Iran, and I'm not support my government. I have a lot of problem with it. But I want to be fair. Do you know? Right now they have a chair in parliament in Iran because of their religion. The only person that they don't have any chair is Baha'is. Unfortunately, Iranian government they are not believing them. Christian, Jewish, Zoroastrian, I don't know, all of them have a chair in parliament. Come on, dude. I'm not talking about democracy. I know. One of our friends said Pahlavi was dictator. Yes, he was dictator. But when you want a dictator, you are comparing with Hitler, Gaddafi, I don't know, a lot of person. He was not like them. But remember that it's Middle East. You can't bring a democracy like Swiss here. We are far from there for 200 years maybe.
But Siavesh, can I intervene here? Pahlavi came after ousting Mossadegh, who was a democratically elected leader. So you already had democracy. Swiss had their democracy very late in today's life. I think it came about only in the last one. You had democracy. Iran had democracy and elections much before the Swiss started having that. So you don't. I mean, when you say that we cannot have a democracy like the Swiss overnight, you are making it's a wrong statement. You already had democracy. Mossadegh was electorally elected leader, and he was toppled by Raza Pahlavi. Okay, that's the truth.
No, by the British. Different. By the British and American. Honestly, I have problem with Reza Pahlavi too, because for 45 years he doesn't do anything as an opposition. He's just sitting, eating, and have fun with his friend. I have problem with that. And Mohammad Reza was a good king, honestly. And remember that if you search for your interviews, he has problem with Israel too. He said to Palestinians a lot of things too. For example, you don't have power. You need to do something for yourself. The Muslims are just sitting and watching you. And he has problem with Israel too. He said all the media is under Israeli control. And your voice is not, and the people of the world, they can hear your voice. Muhammad was a good king, honestly. He was dictator, yeah. But he was a good king. But forget about Reza Pahlavi. He's son of the king, and I told you, he's sitting, eating, and have fun with others. The problem is, yeah, we have democracy here, but remember that we are choosing our, I don't know, for example, presidents, but they are coming to our election as a systematic control. For example, they are choosing 4% and said you guys can vote to one of them. I don't. It's our problem, honestly. It's our problem. It's not a, I don't know, word problem. And the other thing I told you, I know it's Middle East. We are better than other countries. Do you know? But we have a supreme leader like before revolution. The king or supreme leader, he can control everything. I don't have any problem with that. Do you know? I have problem, honestly. I have problem, but we need to work as a political things to resolve a problem, not just fighting, shouting. I don't know, saying bad words to others. Like unfortunately, some of Iranian, they forgot the subject. They just want to fight together. You know, they forgot that Hamas. I'm so sorry. Just my. They forgot that the person that he's trying to keep his land is not terrorist. So Hamas is not terrorist. They are fighting for his land, for their land. When I don't know, Iraq attack our country, some of the on some of the Iranian, they are starting to fight with Iraqi people before the army can come there. So Iraq can call them terrorists, yes, because they are fighting with you. But in our view, they are not terrorists. They are fighting for their land.
Siavesh, I have a question.
Hamas and Palestinian, they are fighting for their land. So they are not terrorists.
Okay, Siavesh, I have a question for you, and it's a very genuine question that I really want to understand. Why is it you heard the other guy who was here, the other Iranian who was here abusing us, cursing us, calling us Palestinian terrorists?
Who is that?
Who was that, Amir?
So that's Artash. That's Artash. His name is Artash.
Yeah.
Yeah. His name is written in Persian in the.
I blocked brother's other account. He started coming into the room with the girl's picture in the audience, and then kept on complaining. Why you kick out Artash? I'm like, come up, let's have a conversation. I kicked this account as well. And then today he comes up with the guy's picture and comes up, starts cursing, hey, B word, this and that. And then I check the back channel message, it's the same person. I'm like, oh my God, catfishing.
Okay, so this is my question. Maybe Nargis also knows. Siavesh is here. So, okay, I totally understand the problems that Iranians have. Some of them don't want the IRGC, some of them want it. And those who are opposed to IRGC want IRGC gone, the Ayatollah gone, and all that. Okay, every country has its own problems. I don't have an issue with that. Okay, but here is my point. Why is it so many Iranians, like this guy that I just mentioned, who was telling Mehdi Hassan in his show that Israel has can kill children because these children are terrorists. So why is it that some of these Iranians hate Palestinians? This is something that I don't understand. Is it simply because of the belief that your enemy's enemy is your friend? Like Israel is Palestinians' enemy, therefore Israel is my friend. That kind of a thing.
Obviously, Fayaz, it comes from like superficial thinking, right? This would not hold true to all Iranians who do not want the IRGC. What you're witnessing is just loudness exhibited by a handful of people who are kind of jahil in a way. Like it truly comes from a place of ignorance, I think, because how is one equivocating a bad government to being okay with the death of innocent children, whilst the very complaint against this government is that they are crude or cruel to the innocent. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So somewhere there's
jahil. Yeah, the right word is jahil. You're right.
It is just a pure ignorance.
Pure ignorance, and also a lot of, I think, brainwashing takes place.
But a very small group, Fayaz.
Yeah. Okay.
This is not, whatever you're hearing is loud noises from like a particular small group.
I want to explain my view too. First, you can't believe that there are too much. There are very few because you can find them in media. And media is the place for, I don't know, the people, they have a lot of free time. They're getting social or other things. I don't want to say anything like that, but honestly, it's just media. In the street, if you can say, if you can ask Iranian people, they don't have any problem with Jews, but they have problem with Zionists. They don't hate Palestinians. Do you know that? If you can ask in the street, don't believe the media. Exactly like CNN, Al Jazeera is fair, honestly, but BBC and other things, the organizations, media, they are telling you that the things that they want. I'm so sorry. I'm trying to tell you my view, but mine is not perfect like you guys. And the other thing, sometimes yes, if you want to close your eyes, you can believe that your enemy of your enemy is your friend. But honestly, they are not your friends. You can see Palestine, you can see Lebanon, you can see Syria, other countries. They just need to read more, but they are not too much. They are a few.
Yes, I know. I understand that. I understand that. But this is, I was shocked when I just narrated this before Nargis came into the room. This guy, this American Iranian guy who's opposed to IRGC, was sitting in front of Mehdi Hassan in his show yesterday and justifying Israel killing children because, according to him, Palestinians, radicalize their children to hate Jews. So he literally justifies killing of children by Israel. He had no other explanation for that. That's why I was, this was at the back of my mind, and then this guy comes and starts abusing us. That's why I had to ask this question. But I know it's very few people who are jahil enough to do these things, say these things.
By the way, I forgot to tell you guys. So Trump came out yesterday. He said, not Trump, White House officials said Netanyahu likes to bomb everything. He's a madman. Isn't that funny? A madman, and he liked to bomb everything. That was.
Who said that, Amir? Who said that?
They didn't give out the name. They just said White House officials.
Yeah. Okay.
How did they make a statement like that, man? Like,
it was in the Axios. It was like a leak. I don't know. I don't think it was a leak, but Times of Israel picked up on it.
Oh wow!
And you guys know how I feel about Times of Israel, right? Shame goes. He probably had a subscription of Times of Israel.
Yeah, Amir, I'll consider it. Amir, I'll consider it.
You consider you want to become Islamist or you want to become a Salafi?
I'll consider
oh my God, is this Nubia?
Yeah, Nubia. When is this happening? Are you going to read the Ibn Taymiyyah, Shaykh al-Islam's book? Are you going to read it?
What'd you walk into, bro? Doc, what'd you walk into?
I'll consider it.
You consider what?
You invited me to be a Salafi. I'll consider it. You have to show me a few things.
He will never.
Okay. Do you take any of the scholars, the four
Nubian won't, bro.
What about Imam Abu Hanifa? Do you take anything from Imam Abu Hanifa?
Like I said, I'll consider.
No comments. Oh my God! Don't tell me we have another Mahdi here. Is that another Mahdi?
He's not his nephew.
I know, but he's not another Mahdi.
He is his nephew. Like he's his relative. He
I
calls
know.
him Uncle Mahdi.
I know.
I'll consider it. Name your scholars. I'll consider it.
But doctor, do you take anything with Imam Abu Hanifa?
Define consideration. What are you considering?
Oh God! Okay, how about this?
Speak up, Rubio.
No, just watch this. I invite you guys to my private room. We can have a conversation.
In my private chamber, shall I reveal to you the secrets of the universe?
Randy said that for like 2 hours yesterday in Lions Den. They were attacking him, calling him a heretic, and he just kept inviting everyone.
He triggers like everybody.
He was like, everyone can come.
Even I triggered him one time. I said, bro, you don't know what you're talking about.
I crashed out on him, man. Just day before, I crashed out. And he was having a lot of support from like Christians and some others around him. I was like, and he's being all quiet. I was looking bad. In the end, I ended up apologizing. I freaking crashed out on him.
But you do take from Imam Abu Hanifa, right, doctor?
I'll consider it.
He does.
No, I'm just asking you. Do you? So which of the one of the four scholars do you take your the madhab from? Like
See, I can't tell you who my scholars are. You have to come to my private chambers. We have a conversation over some
Doc ain't
dates
gonna
and
answer
coffee.
that question.
So do you call yourself a Hanafi or a Shafi or Maliki? What do you call yourself?
Oh, okay, that's an easy question. So I call myself a Muslim.
None of them. That's why he's dodging it.
All right, so I think what it is, it's very complicated, doctor. We'll leave it at that.
And you saved me.
Status is
I came across quite a few people like that on this app. They just follow the Quran Kareem and the Sunnah, and that's it.
Not even.
No, but then the Quran is a case of.
I've seen you've been debating.
They don't like Quran.
You've been debating Nazia, huh? She's a good debater, huh?
I'll put it like this. To the Sunnis, I'm a Quranist, and to the Quranists, I'm a Sunni.
That's true. That's true. These guys, so they're Quran-centric or something. I mean, you know that whole movement of Mahdi, no?
No, but doctor, I'm just gonna tell you one
Pick and
thing.
choose hadith. Pick and choose.
Imam Abu Hanifa's position was that it was sort of like close to Quran-centric position. Okay, you should look into Imam Abu Hanifa, right? That's one of the madhabs, right? And that was his position. More from the Quran Kareem, right? And then the hadith. But the other madhabs, it's like 50-50.
Wow, I can sleep at night. I'm a Hanafi. Yay! What's my cookie?
कभी मजहब को नहीं लेते आमिर ये लोग कभी भी मजहब को नहीं लेते
I want you to teach me information, so come to Riyadh.
Nah, I'm good. I'm not gonna go down that path. I'm done. I'm done.
If you go down that path, you better be skipping.
You know. Have you watched Hindi movies, the British Raj movies, the English, these English army people?
I speak good. I speak good Hindi. I speak good Urdu. Tell Fayaz
I felt like I'm watching Lagan. I'm hearing a dialogue from Lagan.
She's fluent in Hindi. I found out, right? I was in a shock. How could an Iranian person speak, this language, this tribal language, right? I was in a shock.
No, she lived
over there. Yeah. She lived over there. I was like, wow, that's interesting.
Oh yeah, and she seems to.
I mean, look at Nubian. He speaks Arabic. He's not an Arab. He speaks Arabic.
Nargis tried to teach me Urdu. She tried.
Right, Nubian, you're not Arab. You're not an Arab, right?
No, Amir, what you don't know is that Nargis has not only lived in India, she has lived in an area where they speak the most colloquial Urdu.
The worst. Like everything I learned was from like service providers, if you know what I mean. Those who give you service.
Khoshai Chakabala? Like you don't speak Sindhi too, do you?
No, I don't speak Sindhi.
Wow.
Oh, do you speak Sindhi? Oh, wow. Are you from Punjab?
We'll have to. What is it?
If he speaks Sindhi, he should be from
Go
Sindh.
into detail.
Where's Sindhi?
We can go into detail.
Doctor, I think we're gonna pass on that. I think you need to take it up with the Lions Den. There's a lot of clubhouse scholars.
Dude, doctor is a lost cause, man.
There's a lot of clubhouse scholars on this app. You should go into the Lions Den and kill their brain cells, doctor. I know. I think I can sense it. I think
Everything's gonna be a question mark. So if you want, I got this quick stutter step cross. If you want.
I think you got under the skin. I think Bull and who was it? I think the sister Eze, and then there's other people. I think they had a problem. I think it's gonna be the same thing with when it comes down to the madhab.
May I know why you've become a doctor overnight, doctor?
That's what I was asking. When the hell did you become a doctor?
I've been working the whole time I've known you guys. I've been working on my PhD. I told you guys that in management.
What is your thesis on, doctor? What are you? What are you doctor of? Sorry?
No, my education is in construction engineering.
No, the doctorate is for what?
Say again?
No,
for
what
gibbering.
What was your
jibber bullshitting? That's what it is.
No, you have a doctorate on what? You have a doctorate on what?
His doctorate
on which subject?
I've already answered the question.
Sorry, I didn't hear. Can you repeat that, please?
I said my education, my formal. Where are you going? My formal education is in construction engineering.
Construction engineering.
Engineering, yeah.
Okay.
That's what I do. Yeah. Oh yeah. I hope you weren't expecting something, like philosophical. I wouldn't waste my money.
He does speak tongues, though. Well, at least he did. His profile did yesterday.
Speaks tongues? I don't know.
Anyway, we started talking about what the Trump officials said about Netanyahu. But you know what has happened actually, Amir, when they bombed this Catholic church in Gaza, that has actually touched a raw nerve in most of the American Christians, so at least Zionist Christians. I don't know if you guys know this guy called Michael Knowles. Michael Knowles is a right-wing conservative Christian who also believes that unless all the Jews gather in one place, the Messiah will not will not come. So he's one of those believers. And he's also the editor of that there's a magazine called The Wire, the Daily Wire. Okay, so he has extreme views on pro-Israel, extreme pro-Israel views. So he came out yesterday. He issued a statement. He has a YouTube channel as well. He issued a statement saying that we have so far been, he was addressing Israel and Netanyahu, that in spite of everything that you have done, we have been supportive of you simply because we believe that you are doing the right thing, which will help the Christian cause. But you have now crossed the line. I'm just paraphrasing what he said, what I heard him say. You have now crossed the line. You have started bombing us, in the sense, bombing the churches. So you will have to be careful going forward. So this guy, Michael Knowles, justifies everything that's going on in Gaza. Now, if for him to come out and say that you have crossed a line is a big thing. Even Mike Huckabee, the U.S. ambassador to Israel, he also went out and made a statement that Israel is, this was with regards to the attacks in a village called Taibe, where they are attacking Christians and they're ethnically cleansing Christian Palestinian population. So he made a statement on that. He also made a statement that Israel is not giving visas for Christian missionaries to visit Israel and propagate their religion. And he even warned that we will kind of reciprocate it. We will restrict visas for Israelis coming into the US. So, it is all happening now. I just hope that it all happens faster than it is happening.
Yeah. Is everyone going to ignore the fact that Nargis just grew a mustache? Or?
Yep. That is kind of interesting to see men become a woman.
No, that's the Indian part of that.
I mean, women become a man.
Come on, General. But doctor, you have written that you are working with your wife, so, and you still have your earphones on you.
No, I don't have my earphones. I have you guys on speaker pressed to my ear.
Okay.
I'm about to get in this car now.
I think you stay busy with the family, doctor. What are you doing on this app?
Please don't be jealous, though.
No. Doctor,
So jealous of you.
I'm not jealous, Dr. Nubian. I'm saying it,
And me,
family
Ayaz
comes
and
first.
I are so jealous of you, Dr. Nubian.
No, you know why Nargis, when my wife and I are going out together, and if I have my earphones on my मेरे कानों में जब होता है ना, तो she says, what is it that you don't want me to tell you?
Oh. So sweet.
That's flawless right there.
My wife is used to me. My wife is used to me either being on Clubhouse or on a business call. I live on the phone. Everything I do is on the phone.
That's disgusting.
So your phone is basically your private chambers then.
Your phone is your wife. That's what it is. Robia. Your second wife.
And we should find a girl for Amir.
Amir is that? I thought he was married.
I mean, he's also an older gentleman. I mean, he's 70, almost hitting 73.
No. He's much younger.
I mean, he's almost 73, mashallah.
I
mean, is an elderly gentleman. What are you talking about?
Where's Amos? I think Amos needs to find the wife as well. We can. He wants to find Israeli wife. He's the kibbuznik. I told him you should move to Poland. I even told him, I said, inside Israel, it's so expensive to live over there, right? Leave and you can find 2-3 wives in Manila. There's a story in Haaretz newspaper. There's one, this girl, she said, it's so expensive to live inside Israel. And she packed up and she left to Manila, Philippines. She said, I was only making enough to pay the rent and the other stuff, I couldn't afford it.
Nice trick.
Israel is expensive.
Nice
We
trick.
can put Nargis on the Black Rabbi. Amir, what do you think? We can put Nargis and Black Rabbi together.
Oh, wow.
Nubian, shut your mouth. Come on.
Nargis is
Black
my
Rabbi,
friend.
everyone's a confused soul, man.
Why did you and Black Rabbi marry Nubian?
You
say what?
He would make a nice companion to you, Black Rabbi, and you.
No,
Both of you can travel the world and spread your religions. Like
No, my wife. I have a lovely wife. I'm totally happy with
your religions with no mazhabs in it, both of you.
No, I totally get it, doctor. I know your wife is listening to what you are saying, so you have to say all these things.
I just got pinched.
Oh, your phone is your second wife, Doctor.
No, it looks like it's his first wife, actually.
First and only, I guess.
Dr. Nubian, say hello to us, to our sister. Assalamu alaikum, sister.
Assalamu
If you're there, just punch Nubian out every day. Punch him until he drops his phone.
Now we're just gonna explain the mustache, or we're just gonna have to accept it.
Just enjoy it as you see.
You look like a straight Michael Jackson in your profile picture.
Yeah, don't get too excited, Doctor.
Don't get too
Relax yourself.
excited.
Relax yourself. Nubia and I don't get along, guys. I just want to let you guys know. Recently,
Actually, we do.
unblocked Dr. Nubia. What?
Did you really? Did you block him?
Yeah. He's so annoying. We both got into battles before.
We're best.
Ideological. Now we are friends.
Oh, it's like.
No, Muskane. No.
Don't even say it. Don't even say it. Otherwise,
Listen, I was modding with him. I made him mod today. He dropped me in the audience within 5 to 10 minutes.
guy.
Huh?
The guy.
Yeah.
Who, doctor dropped you?
Oh my God.
No, Fayaz, you don't know that story. It's long.
So, see, Nargis, yesterday when I said how long before you're going to be in the same room together. Remember when I said?
Listen,
There you go. You're going to wait for 5 hours, 6 hours, baby.
It was funny, bro.
SubhanAllah.
Come on, it was funny.
No, it's funny, but then he pisses me off.
Omar was there as witness.
Yeah. Nargis is gonna have coffee on Rodeo tomorrow.
They did a hostile takeover of
Hollywood Boulevard, actually, not Rodeo, but she's gonna have coffee on Hollywood Boulevard.
That's Amir goes there. What do you think I can go there? What? It's
Personally, I have personally no problems with Nargis. I consider her to be a friend, a co-member of our house, Quran Center. I appreciate her philosophical comments and her little murmurs and whispers that are usually unintellectual,
It
but
is
however.
haram to walk into your spaces. That's all
I think you should avoid words like haram. But,
okay.
All in all. But all in all, like I said, I have no problem with Nargis. Nargis is one of my besties on the set.
Guys, wishful thinking is a good thing.
I hate her. My mom's name is Nargis. It's weird whenever I say Nargis on this app. I hate
Why? Are you serious?
There's only a few people on this app that I can say I hate, and it's mostly black rabbi. I could literally rip his arms off with my bare hands and feel
he's
nothing
so
wrong.
annoying, man.
I literally hate that.
I have the same feelings about him. I mean, that's one person I cannot stand on this app. Just
he's
hard. Yeah.
Amos is
He's a nightmare.
He's funny as heck. Amos, you
He's a nightmare. And Amir exposed him. Oh my God.
Amir, you dictator.
No, the way he says coexist.
Picture of this guy with a rainbow wig on.
Israelian. Fair. Israelian.
Yeah. Coexist.
He was here earlier. Sister Ezra, she actually called him out. She said, the Jewish sister that was here, she calls out all the time.
Ezra is damn cool, man.
Yeah, she called out Amos that you are a Nazi and this and that, and he got butthurt. He said, you always talk about Hamas. You talk about, what about the 7th of October? And then even Rohan was in the chat, in the audience, right? He's like, well, can I put your picture on? I want to see it. I'm like, I'm not gay, bro. Come on. and then she triggered him really badly. He kept on shouting top of his lungs, and then I actually had to move him down. He kept on shouting it and she told him, like, how many babies have you killed? 20,000 babies on the other side. Why don't you talk about that?
Man. It's a very sensitive court. Every time.
These people are sick. I mean, when you really just play by play, like when you just really listen to these Zionists, they're actually sick. Like it's madness. Like they have even Morty's the same way. You can talk, hey, this many babies were murdered. Well, they'll just be like, well, it's crazy.
Okay, that was very good contribution. Obviously, a lot said passionately and mostly nothing at the same time. Thank you.
Thank you, Nargis. Thank you, Nargis, to chance.
Nargis, how much longer before you're going to be co-modding with that person?
Never.
How long? 3 hours?
Plus, he had blocked me right away. Can you imagine? What audacity.
He blocked you?
What audacity.
Because
I called out some real metaphysical flaws.
Doctor, by the way, do you believe in Hadith corpus, doctor?
Absolutely not.
Okay, I'll just leave it there.
He does.
That's true. Do you care about, do you respect the companions?
Yes, I do.
Okay, there's a video on YouTube. We called her out. Me, Nargis, and there's other brothers. We were part
I do respect the Hadith corpus, Nargis.
Look, we used to be part of the.
I said pick and choose.
We used to be part of this religious. I'm not gonna name any names. We used to be part of the Dawa room, and apparently she sent one of the brothers a message. She cursed the companion. She called the mother of the believers the B word. It's available on YouTube. If you Google it, if you YouTube it.
Wait, Nadia?
Yes, and Nadia and her husband.
Oh, her husband. He's something else.
Both of them. I'll put them.
He used to be eating bomb. I was like, I don't know.
No. Bro, he recites like he's rapping.
Yeah, I figured. But I cannot believe Nadia said that. I cannot believe.
Okay, I'll back channel you the link. I'll back channel you the YouTube link. Just watch it. It's like only 1 minute long. And I used to go in there in Quran centric. I would call it out, and I even told Brother Badi, but he's like, maybe it was taken out of context. I said it wasn't taken out of context.
I was the last person you should have told this to because I am gonna troll the shit.
I'm gonna send you the link right now, and just I don't even engage with these characters. Nazia blocked me, and I am happy. I used to trigger her every time I see I come across her or her husband. I'm like, these people shouldn't even be allowed in any Quran rooms.
Yeah, they're Quranists the Western Quranists, I should say, are very interesting characters. And their husband doesn't even read or speak Arabic. So I'm like, how are you a Quranist if you didn't learn the language of the throne? Like, it's just madness. But I still can't believe, I have to literally see that. I still can't believe she would actually say that. Like, you said the B word? That's extreme.
Yeah, I'm going to send you a back channel you the link right now. It's a disgustingly, brother, I know all the Quranists of this the part of the room that we were part of, they all started fighting because of the rooms that we used to host. And Nargis knows them, all of them. I know all of them, every single one of them, what their position is, how many rakats they pray, if they even believe in rakat or salat. It's disturbing. And I got tired of it, and then I was more into the Palestinian thing. I went on Twitter Spaces, and I said, on this app, we don't have a freaking perimeter room. So I started opening up rooms. The first room that I opened up, you know what the title was?
That's what
Therapy room for Zionists. Therapy room for Zionists.
Hold on, what was it?
Therapy room for Zionists.
Oh, therapy room. Okay.
For Zionists, because they come in, it's like a therapy, back.
Her husband and I were arguing over the proper way to do the proper shahada and all this madness.
Ooh. What shahada?
I respect the Sahaba. I don't know what you're talking about. Again, I'm a non-sectarian Muslim. I respect the Sahaba. I respect the Prophet. I respect all of his wives. I respect all of it. My thing is, my only contention that I always make, and I say it 1,000 times. Sure, if you want to.
So there's a link right there.
With anything, everything should be.
Wait, what is a non-sectarian?
I think every document, every hadith should be scrutinized. That's for relevance.
Wait, what?
Look, I send you a back channel message, doctor. Please do check it. That's only 1 minute long. If you want to watch it right now. I'm not putting it in the chat because some of the people, they might use it against other people. Anyways, what's up with you, Layla? Anything new?
Nothing. Wait, did he just say that he's a non-sectarian Muslim? What does that even mean?
If you were part of the Dawah room, Layla, you come across people that are non-sectarian. You come across people that are Quran-centric, Quranists, Shias, non-Shias, non-Quranists. They believe in. There's even a guy on this app. I forgot his name. He believes that according to Islam, they were what was it? They were the Jesus peace and blessing upon him was killed or something. According to Quran Kareem. Yeah, you come across a lot of characters.
A lot of Malikis believe that. Did you know? It's not a small number, Anisha. It's quite a considerable number that. But they won't hold to the story of resurrection. Like this would be the difference between like somebody who holds.
Not the brother Sufyan. I don't. No, he doesn't.
Oh, Sufyan. Yeah.
He doesn't. He's a Maliki Madhab scholar.
Correct.
I'm so confused.
So Layla, are you Hanafi, Maliki, Shafi? What are you?
I'm not too. I don't get into Islamic debates because I'm not educated.
Okay.
But
so look where you're from. A lot of majority of the people are Hanafi. So just
I know what I am.
Take the title. You're Hanafi. Okay, take the title.
No. I know. I know what I am. I know what I am. No. My I've been taught madrasa and I went to Qalam, so they taught the Hanafi madhab.
Did they hit you? Did they abuse you?
No, well, of course not.
No, at the madrasa they beat kids.
No,
really?
I
Who's Sunni? Who's Sunni? Oh my God, that's Nova. Nova, I can't believe you changed your name again, sister. Assalamu alaikum. Yeah. I went to madrasa school back in Saudi Arabia. They do beat kids, and I told my mom to take me out. I was going to become a Hafiz Quran.
You're gonna be an atheist or what?
No. I instead of going to school, I saw there was a family friend that they left the school, and I was kind of, want to try something new. I was, I think, what was it? I don't know, 7 or 8 years old or something. Tried it, did like it, and then they took me out, and then I went back to the regular school. So yeah, did you watch it, Nubian? Nubian, did you watch it, brother?
He's on a walk or something. What time is it for him to take a walk?
He's in the daytime. It's at 12 o'clock. It's the daytime.
It's what time? 6 o'clock.
He's in Saudi Arabia.
Oh wow.
Yeah. That's good. But watch the video.
Is
right?
that Dusra wife I think over there?
I love him. Whatever he has, Anyways, just watch the video and call her out when you get a chance. It's disgusting and disturbing, man. So Leila, what you been up to? Are you enjoying the little carts on the side of the road?
No, dude, I got sick.
You got food poisoning, just like Netanyahu?
Yeah.
Netanyahu got food poisoning, guys.
The day that he got it, I got it. I was like, astaghfirullah, man.
Oh my God, you guys have something in common, right?
No, please don't ever say that.
No, food poisoning. I'm not saying anything else. Food poisoning.
Yeah, I was tripping out for a second because I was like, what do you mean?
Right.
But it's okay. I'll be fine. I'll survive.
Inshallah. Just drink lots of water and see a doctor or something.
That's what I did, right? And they sent me home with liquid IV. Where I'm at, the doctors ain't it. They sent me home with liquid IV, and they told me to drink water, and I was like, damn, thanks. I'm not gonna get any actual medicine, okay?
Yeah, drink lots of water. Make sure to get the bottled water because the tap water you won't be able to handle it.
Yeah, that's true.
Because you're Americanized. That's the problem.
Oh,
That's
no.
the problem with these people that are Americanized, man. These people have been Americanized.
Totally, 100%.
What are you talking about? I can't have a single glass of tap water. What are you talking about? You think you're the only one with a freaking heart? I don't have it, man.
I get my water from the water store.
Oh, do you buy it from there?
So
why don't you buy these filtration? Mama, when my mom came here a couple of months ago, she installed like filtration devices on all my taps.
Oh yeah. But I've been using the same water store for the past 8 years or 10 years, so I'm hooked up to that water, that taste. I want that same taste. So even if I moved out of the area, I drive about 5 or 6 miles. I take my empty 5-gallon bottles, they fill it up, right, and then I bring it home. I have a water dispenser. So I go there like
come and drop it off at your house. Why are you freaking going?
Because I did subscribe to Sparklet and Arrowhead. I didn't like the taste.
Yeah.
And I'm hooked up to that water store. Water store doesn't do that.
It doesn't deliver or what?
Nope.
Oh wow.
Guys, I love Dasani. I don't know what it is. Dasani.
Ben, do you want to say something? Well.
Who? Ben, hi.
Yep. That's good. So Ben is not speaking. We have Layla. She's speaking. Go on, Layla. Entertain us, Layla.
Okay, let me tell you about the time that I made a Zionist shit his pants. So I'm not even kidding, right? So basically we had like this like tabling thing at our university, okay? And so the Zionist, like, he kept, like, so we used to table, like, every Wednesday, right? Every Wednesday he'd come up and he'd, like, hog our time, right? So so basically there was this one time, right, where somebody wanted to take the shahada at our table. And, like, we were getting the works, we were like coordinating, like, a sheikh to come to the table and give the shahada and whatnot, right? And this freaking Zionist comes up, okay?
One more. If you think using my profile picture will get you more girls, it's not gonna work out. I know you're okay.
And then I was like, okay. So I was like, hey, do you want a cookie? And I put a lactate, like a few lactates in the cookie. Like it was like a cookie sandwich, or like the like whoopie cookies, right? So I put a few lactates in the cookie and I crushed them up and I gave it to the guy, right? And 20 minutes into interrupting us, he started to shit his pants. I kid you not. Like he just stood there and just started just shitting himself. So yeah, I don't know if that was funny, but like to me it was funny in the moment.
I hope he was wearing a diaper.
No, he wasn't. That's what made it funny.
Yep. Doctor, did you watch the clip? Nah, bro, you don't miss me, man. Doctor, did you watch the clip?
I mean, we missed you. Come home. Crazy.
Yeah. I asked my dad, right? So I went to Canada, by the way. Doctor, my dad retired, right? He worked over there for 40 years in Jeddah. So I asked my dad, how do I boycott Saudi Arabia, right? He said, just don't go for Hajj or Umrah. I said, it's a yay and nay, right? You have a religious holy place, which you're required to, do, at least once in a lifetime. And then you have the leaders in power that are always about the money. I know what you said to Layla earlier was all about the money, right? But I think we'll have a difference of opinion, man. I need some physical people, physically there and doing something on the ground. You know what I'm saying? I know, Nubian, it's what you said, that's a long game about the money thing or whatever.
Dude, what is this Nubian telling you, bro?
So Nubian went back and forth with Layla, right? And Layla, she agreed on certain things she didn't agree with him.
Don't agree with Nubian, Layla.
So I agreed with certain things with the Nubian about the money thing, but then the money thing doesn't really matter. The lives matter, man.
As long as he's serving his masters, this Nubian, it's happy.
No, he's a good debater, right? I think, you know how the Zionists, they come in here, they can derail the topic and whatnot. I think Nubian can put everybody sort of like give them a good comeback for the debate.
Yeah. He has value. He has value as a debate.
Yeah, he's got a value. That's why he got pissed off, huh? But I can't believe, Nergis, I can't believe you co-modding with that person. I spoke to you like yesterday.
Within 5-10 minutes, I was demodded.
Oh my god.
I mod and I get demodded.
I just spoke to you like, how long are you going to wait until you're going to co-mod with him? And you're like, fuck you, Amir.
I thought of you. I swear I thought of you.
Oh my god.
When I gave the mod, I was like, shit, I wish Amir was here and watched this whole freaking... Immediately, I was attacked for my metaphysics. You're an atheist. You're a fucking atheist. Like, you piece of shit. Do you understand metaphysics of God?
What is metaphysics of God?
Like, there are many arguments for, like, God's existence, right? And some of us, like, hold models that don't look like the typical traditionalist, hardcore, like, fundamentalist model. Which is fine. But people don't grant you that worldview for God.
Yeah, there's different models, but Layla, some of the models, they get a hold of Islam. Nergis explores all the models. She explores all the models.
I am definitely kicked out of the fold many a time.
They called her, they did the takfir on her, they called her Kafir multiple times.
Yeah, I have also answered back with a lot of grace.
But Nargis,
The
they
same
did the
takfir.
clear on me as well, like 100 times or 80
Never,
times.
Amir. When
No, they have done it on.
Oh,
no,
on
no,
you.
on. Yeah,
Yeah.
people have done it. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a normal thing.
Guys, I'll be very honest. I don't understand why people get into religious debates on Clubhouse. Like political debates, I understand, but like, if you guys are all shayukh, you would not need to be on this app then.
Yani.
We're not. Yani, we're not.
Yani, we're not.
I wish we were. I wish we were. But we have Clubhouse scholars. You know, we have
That's
Dr.
what I'm
Nubian.
saying, dude.
He's a
All
Clubhouse
fucking
scholar.
made up scholars, bro. Like, these are lame ass arguments.
These are Salafi scholars. What are you talking about? Look at Mikhail. He's a Salafi scholar.
I just come on here to, find arguments.
To troll.
Exactly. I don't think debate I don't think religion is something you should roll about. But like, you know what? You do you. Allah knows best.
That's true.
Yeah, what the hell is it with Morty, bro? Like, I see him like being a Zionist on one room and then being a pro-Pally in another room.
Do you not know Morty?
No.
Okay, I'll back channel you something. Okay, just look at the message.
Okay.
I mean, can I tell you something? Because I heard that couple times you said Farsi is the tribal language. I'm so sorry it's out of your conversation. If you want it, I can let you couple, I don't know, sentence about it. If you don't like it, I can tell you later.
See, Avosh, you know why I say this?
Yeah, what?
We have disgusting Zionist Iranians that come into this room, the Pahlavi supporters, that they justify the killing of innocent Iranian children because they hate IRGC. To piss them off, I say anything to piss them off. Nothing to you, nothing to do with you. It's the one that are Zionist Iranians. So I do everything in my power to say things that I don't even mean. I do it on purpose.
سیاوش به تو نمیگه که
So you know, brother, it's nothing to do with you. It's not tribal. I know it's not a tribal language. I do it on purpose. I say this
اونا
on
میاد
purpose.
گروهی میاد بعدش یه چرت و پرت یه مش چرت و پرت میگن با هم دیگه خب آره نه این به ماش کاری نداره با اوناست خیلی خولن یه مش دیونه میارن
They can hate IRGC, but it's not meaning that you can love Zionists. Do you know?
They do.
They love Zionists, Siawash.
Yeah,
So,
unfortunately, yes.
and
all the
do
time
you
I'm
know?
fighting with them. Do you know?
Siawash,
I'm challenging.
forget supporting the Zionists. You know this attack that happened recently? They justify the killing of the children, the 50 or 60 children that got killed, because these are the children of IRGC. Any children I see is innocent. You don't attack children. These people come in here, the Iranian Zionists, they justify, and that pisses me off. You don't do that.
But all the Jews are not. It's funny for me because I have a lot of Jews friends in Los Angeles actually. All the time they are supporting Israel, but in this time, in these 12 days especially, they never support Israel. Do you know? Because they
No, Siawash, you're wrong.
Friends.
Brother, you're wrong. Inside I'm talking about Israeli Jews, not American Jews. Israeli Jews, they supported it.
Yeah, of course. No,
So, because look, the American Jews don't have any saying what happens inside Israel. The Israeli Jews are the only one they get to vote.
I told to my friends, they are not my friends. In the other rooms, they are supporting Zionism. I told them, European pushed them to leave the Europe 100 years ago because they are tired because of them. You know, other Jews, they are supporting Israel and send money to them because they want just keep the Zionism in that land. They don't want them in, I don't know, America, other countries too. Different language, I know. You guys actually is done with this conversation. So it was my bad because I told you are talking about the tribal language. I want to tell you my Okay, got it.
It's
Okay,
not
thank you.
tribal language. I know it's an old language, bro. Even some of the scholars on the Sunni side, they spoke Farsi. But anyways,
You know what, Amir? The guys who organized the protests here in my city, one of the biggest ones, the ones in downtown, um, they were the gays from Hillcrest and also Jews from downtown, especially the ones I work with.
nice.
Can you imagine?
So the Jews are doing it, huh?
Some of them are quite in it. I think they're feeling
In
embarrassed
the
or
pro-Pali
guilt.
or pro-Israel?
Pro-Pali? What do you mean? There's no
What's
such
the-
thing as a pro-Pali. I mean, pro-Zionist protest.
No, they have
They
pro-Israel
have.
protest. Yeah,
I see. And then they closed down the Starbucks on 5th. Can you imagine? Not the Jews, but the gays. They organized a whole freaking large scale one too.
I wonder how the Zionists are doing in Malibu and Beverly Hills.
They're enjoying themselves.
And some people live amongst the Zionists.
Are there?
Look at the evil laugh this person is doing. Look at it. Look at this evil laugh.
The lotus grows in the most filthiest of waters. What do you think?
These people, they live amongst the Zionists.
Alayla, the most.
Zionists.
They don't. You should bloom like a beautiful lotus in the filthiest of waters.
You have no idea. My neighbor is a freaking Zionist. So basically, right, I was telling Amir, right, about where I live. Basically, my backyard is a beach. I'm very, very grateful, okay? My freaking neighbor starts, like, setting up his freaking lawn chairs in my part of the beach. And the part of the beach that we have privatized so that me and my sisters can, like, go swimming, right? And we don't have to, like, like we can go comfortably, like there's no guys and stuff, right? This guy starts coming around the fence and starts putting up his freaking lawn chairs. Like, damn, you're gonna colonize my house in America too now? The freak. Starts taking up, like, starts putting lawn chairs, starts, like, putting his stupid succulent plants that nobody gives a shit about. I just want to throw his chair into the ocean.
Oh, why would you grow like succulent plants when you live by the beach? It's so weird.
That's what I'm saying. Dude, that's not even the weirdest thing. Oh my god. This guy, he has, randomly every week, right? He just goes out into the ocean and he sets up a tent. And he just stays in the tent.
That's kind of cool.
No, it's not, because he'll, like, get out in the middle of, like, at midnight, he'll get out and he'll start swimming in the water or something like that.
That's creepy.
I know. Like, me and my sisters, one time we were coming back from a bonfire, and we saw him, he's just, it's like midnight, and he's just standing in the water, like, staring up at the sky.
Oh, fuck, that's creepy.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Buggy
I used to
weird.
live by Laura, and there used to be a lady with like a very tall hair, and she used to kind of wear it like an erection. And we used to call her the erection lady. So she, listen later, she would like have this cart, from like the grocery store, like Trader Joe's, and then she would like push it and walk along the beach. And she lived in one of these freaking magnificent homes. But yeah. So her husband left her for some other chick, and she kind of went cuckoo. And so her kids live in the house, but she freaking walks the streets, pushing this cart, and wearing her like Gucci's and whatnot.
What the fuck?
Can you imagine? With her big long hair, like a freaking. So fucking weird.
That is so fucking weird. I'll probably laugh if I see that. I'm laughing, bro. No, like, dude. Malibu has some of the weirdest people ever. You know, like it's all those like finance bros and like circulars and stuff like that. Like the hair dye gets to their head. You know,
a lot of orange,
literally,
orange spray. Yeah.
Literally, like, you know, I used to have friends like that, right? Especially the ones in high school. Like a lot of my friends are white. And I'm like, dude, if you spent as much time spray tanning yourself as you did reading about Palestine, you'd become the next Mahdi Hassan or the next Candace Owens.
It's really sad. The amount of orange, the amount of freaking ducklets that I get to see on a regular basis. And the thing is, they get bigger and bigger and bigger.
Those fillers.
Yeah, fillers and just plastic all around you. Kind of sick of it. I wanted to like pack up at some point. I don't know if I told Amir this. Just move. Freaking move from America. Just go live in like, I don't know, maybe Spain or somewhere by the beach too. But okay, I got tired of the water, to be fair.
Really?
Yeah. It gets tiring.
Okay, go and start living in the mountains.
I did.
You do?
I did. I'm close to the hills, actually. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, nice.
Mountains are the best, man, for us.
I'm building a house in a mountain. Inshallah, in a year, we will move into that house.
It's beautiful, man, for us.
Inshallah.
Mountains speak very different than water does to you.
I like water. I think for me, it's just more calming. Mountains give me anxiety because they're so high up.
No, but once you reach the mountain, on top of the mountain, you're, at level with the mountain.
Yes.
So you shouldn't feel that.
You're not looking up to it. It's living with you.
That's true.
There's something about mountain life. Something really beautiful about it.
Inshallah, this is going to be my.
What about the landslide? What about the land?
You have negative Nancy has to speak. Like, why would you? Why would you think about it? I mean,
this mountain where I'm going to have the house, inshallah, there are no landslides there in that part of the world.
Is this south or up north?
South, yeah, south. Yeah.
South has beautiful mountains.
Yeah. And it's going to be, I live in point A, which is then my workplace is in point B, which is in a straight line, about 100 kilometers from point A. Then this mountain is in point C, which is about 20 to 30 kilometers from where I work. And then
That's
further
far
down.
away, man, for us.
Yeah, it's okay, but it's closer to my workplace. So then I have another, a straight line. If you draw a straight line and if you put 5 dots on the straight line, those 5 dots is literally my life, because my daughter lives in the first dot, then I live, or we live, then my workplace, then my son lives. No, then the mountain comes, then the sun comes.
Oh.
Yeah.
Kitover is really nice. All of it in Sirat al-Mustaqim.
Sirat al-Mustaqim, absolutely right. Sirat al-Mustaqim.
Listen, Fayaz, this is, don't dox yourself, but do these mountains contain coffee plantations?
No, it's not the one that you are referring to.
Okay.
No, but I can tell you later, or in the back channel.
Okay.
Sure, that's not a big deal. But what I'm saying is, of course, I must have done something good, some good neki for Allah to bestow me with all these good things in life, Otherwise, I don't deserve them, to be honest.
Only He who is infinitely abundant provides infinitely in abundance.
Bilkul sahi, absolutely.
Right? To expect anything less is idiotic.
What are your thoughts on Arabic poetry or Islamic poetry or Arabian poetry?
I don't know. I don't know Arabic. I can read the Quran without making mistakes. I understand it to some extent, but I cannot speak, I cannot read Arabic. Yeah.
Not your language, chaos. Like none of our languages. I think scripture came to sort of guide. As much as like one would say like it's good to know the Arabic behind it, I still think the main like mission of any scripture from any religion was to show guidance in some form or the other.
Yes, but if Allah wanted to, reveal His words in any other language, He could have still done that. But why did He choose Arabic? Many scholars say that this language was chosen because this is the only language which can be read and understood even by non-speakers of any non-speakers from any area of the world, any region of the world, and they still don't have to know the language to read it. And it is true. I learned Quran by reading Quran. I was taught to read Quran by a ustad. And all that I learned was to read the Quran. If you keep a Quran Sharif in front of me, I can read from Alif Lam Mim up to the end of the Quran without making a mistake. But if you give me some Arabic text, I cannot read it. Yes, I can read it, but I will make mistakes. You get my point. But the same thing you cannot do with other languages. If I gave you a book in French, if you did not know French, you will not be able to pronounce it right. Maybe because the alphabets are English, similar to English. You may still be able to read it, but you will read it as an English text. You will not be able to, pronounce it the way it needs to be pronounced.
What do you mean? That's also taught for us. Like even the pronunciation of like words in a language like Arabic are still like taught. That's how you've learned.
Yes, I know. But what I'm saying is, it's very difficult to learn other languages in just by reading. If I had
phonetics.
Phonetics, yes, that's the word.
True, and every letter would have its own distinct sound, which is very particular to Arabic. Like in Farsi, we have all the letters, right? And 3 or 4 more added, like p, g, j, ch, which Arabic doesn't have. But it won't have a distinct sound in like the S's, like the th and the whatever, the different S's. And like the zers will have the
from the throat, guttural, right?
Yeah. So in Farsi, it's the S's are S. There's no distinction. Although when you write them, you'll utilize the different sounds, but not when you say them. Yeah. Like Arabic has
I like to I like to hear people speak Farsi. That's kind of melodious. I like that more than Arabic. It's more like I think more romantic, more French in its flow.
Yeah. Also contains quite a few French words.
Oh, it does? Okay.
Yeah. Like mother, and just any other, a lot of them. Like here, basic colloquial, Farsi contains a lot of French.
I didn't know that.
Probably because of the French rule. and the all inclusivity. So I think Dari would be the original language of the empire. Till like all inclusivity in the expansion of this empire just led to like a pantheon of Farsi. Just keep adding on to the language.
What is the origin of Farsi?
Dari.
Where does?
Like Afghani speak.
Okay, Deri, right.
Yeah, Dari. I find it hard to understand some of the Dari, which is weird because can you imagine how much change Dari must have gone through for it to become Farsi? Some of the basic stuff would stay, but yeah, the innovation to Dari would be the Farsi speakers of today.
But anyways, the Imam Abu Hanifa's opinion was that you could actually, recite in English in your own language, right? If you can't speak Arabic, and his students actually had difference of opinion. So people, that when they're reading when they're praying or whatnot during the prayer, they can read, they can cite the ayah or not, they can use the translation. If they can't do it, for the new viewers until they learn.
It's quite forward thinking.
Yeah, that's Imam Abu Hanifa. That's why I was telling Dr. Nubia that Imam Abu Hanifa, he actually he was more sort of like Quran centric position, you could say. But there's other madhabs, they do 50-50. You see what I'm saying? And
Dr. Nubia is from Sudan.
yes, he's from Sudan.
So these are the Sudanese follow like the Ansars that came from the Muhajirin and Ansar, right? So these Ansars went to Africa, went to Sudan first and foremost, and sort of settled there. They go back to the time of the Prophet.
Assalamu alaikum, Rahil.
Yeah, hi. Walaikum assalam. Hello, everybody. How are you guys?
Good, Rahil ji. Kaise hain aap? How are you?
I'm great. Everything's good. Alhamdulillah. So it caught my ear when you said Farsi is a romantic language. I agree with you, but I was also agreeing if Farsi is a romantic language, are Persians romantic enough?
No, what kind of a question is that?
Persians are not romantic.
What is the point of a language being romantic if the people are not as romantic?
No. Rahil bhai, how do you know Persians are not romantic? Have you interacted with them? Have you met them? Have you lived with them?
Yeah. Two very important people in my life were from Iran, and it was a very beautiful experience. Unfortunately, one of them is not in this world anymore. So all I have is the memories now. She died very young.
So are you saying they are not romantic? Is that what you're saying?
No. They are extremely intense. And romantic will be a very small word. They're extremely intense and dedicated. Okay. And they can, I don't know if any Iranians or Persians on the house here, but if they love you, then you are a very lucky guy. And they are very, very selective also. They are very selective.
Have you ever met like Pahlavi supporters? They're beautiful soul, and you should get in, you can talk to them, have a conversation. They're Shah Iran supporters. They use beautiful language. We were engaging with him earlier, and he went down on his own, in the audience. We didn't do nothing. So yeah.
Oh, Rahil, I know. Amir, Rahil is a friend. Oh God, no. But Rahil, the thing is, Iranians are nice people. Their language is beautiful, and I don't have much interaction with them. There was one girl who studied with me during the college days. Okay, she was from Iran and she was studying here, That's all. That was the only interaction I had with any Iranian, in life. She was a nice person. I knew her parents. They were nice people. That's all I know. But I know some Iranians on this app, and they're all nice people, nice, beautiful souls. Like Nargis on this app, you see Nargis. She's from Iran, and she's a nice, beautiful person. Okay, so yes, I agree with you. They are nice. They can be intense, also, and I'm sure they are very romantic as well.
We'll have to know Nargis better to know that. But I think, yeah, you're right. They're very intense and they can be very extreme also in their feelings. I don't know if Nargis is from Iran or where. Like if they like you, they love you, then you're very lucky, very, very lucky. But if they decide that you're trouble and they don't like you, then you'll have a tough time surviving. You know what I mean?
You seem to have had a good experience with them. What happened? Tell us.
I would like to remember the positive experiences. Why I remember the negative experiences? So yes, yeah, it was very early days of college, when you're 17, 18, those days. So a very, very beautiful experience. And as I told that, unfortunately, it was just for a couple of years. Then we had to part for. And they are very Iranians and Persians are very. What do you say, that protective, that okay, you should marry, a girl should marry, a boy should marry within the community. Like that's what my experience has been. They're not very open to people, their girls especially, getting involved with a man who's from outside the Shia or Iranian community. And unfortunately, they can be a bit racist sometimes. At least the Iranians I've met in Pune, where I grew up. So color of the skin is the big deal for them, which is very sad. That is one negative. But anyway, my love story couldn't go the long hog, and we had to part. And then after a few years, I came to know that she has left the world. So that was very heartbreaking for me. Yeah, it's this. I can't say more about it. Thank you.
Not so racist. Maybe a little bit. Right.
राहिल भाई, हमारे देश में भी तो सब कई रेसिस्ट हैं. We are racist to some extent. Indians, as Indians, I'm saying, we are also racist. So the racism exists in every society, every country. So we cannot generalize. But I'm very sorry to hear that your love story could not be, did not extend beyond a point. But I'm also sorry to hear that that girl is no more. But at the end of the day, Rahil Bhai, there's only one thing. Okay, nothing is in our hand. It's all predestined. Mate pe likha hua hai, right? So she wasn't made for you, probably. And maybe God did not want to give you a pain, so he took her away before she actually went away. So a lot of things. If you really want to talk about college days and all these broken heart stories, we can have a separate room for that. We can invite everybody. Everybody can share their thoughts and pains.
Actually, you know what, since we're on this topic, so I don't mind sharing a little bit. You know why? Because it might be helpful for people who are listening, who have young daughters or sons and all, because this is a very interesting thing, and that is why I feel like sharing. It's okay with you guys. So, her family, and we just can't force people to marry to someone whom we like. Like, can't force a kids to marry someone whom we like. It should be the kid's choice. So her family were really shocked and upset and angry that how could she even think of a non-Shia guy? Iranians are mostly Shia, and I'm a Sunni, right, Khan. So they were very angry, and her uncles and cousins and gundas behind me and all that, which I got a bit scared, but I could deal with that. And then She was ripped apart from me and forcefully taken to America. And then at that time, I don't think there was internet and WhatsApp and all that, so we could not stay in touch. So they literally forced her to take her to America and all to relatives there. And then after a few years, I got to know that they got her married to a guy who was 12 years elder to her, which is fine, who was a Shia, which is fine, and who was extremely religious. Like middle of the night, he used to pray. If you know Tajud ki namaz, 3 o'clock in the night, there's the 6 namaz in Islam. He used to pray that. A software guy, drawing a huge salary in an American company, and they used to popularly call him as a Maulana, although he was a software expert and but still very, very religious. So they thought he's the best guy for her, although a bit elderly, but that's okay. And they got her married. And okay, against her wishes, of course, because her parents forced. Yeah, I don't know what's so funny about that.
How he's elderly? He's 12 years older.
Yeah, older to her, I mean. Can I just continue?
Yeah.
Yeah, older to her, not elderly. So then I said, fine, good for her. She's married a nice Maulana religious guy who's doing very well for himself and all. Then after, and she had a daughter also, lovely daughter. I met her once. So then we didn't really stay in touch. It was not the right thing to do. So after 5 or 10 years, I got to know that she killed herself. She took some poison and killed herself. And then all the skeletons came out afterwards that the main reason was her husband, the same Maulana guy, the software guy, who was a extremist kind of guy. He used to not like her wearing Western clothes and men looking at her, and so he used to be a lot of domestic violence and things like that. That too in America, not in India, okay? And poor thing, she didn't get the support she wanted from her family, and she thought the best way out will be to kill herself, leaving her daughter behind. So that's a very sad story and probably a lesson for. Yeah, and that's, I think, a lesson for all of us here. That's why I shared it. So we should never force our children to get married to someone whom we like. We should let children take the decisions and let them see where life goes, because whatever good bad happens, then at least they chose that, because we as parents are not in a position to say what is good or bad, who they should fall in love with. Yeah, I'm done. Thank you for listening.
That was such a depressing story. Thanks for sharing, man.
Yeah, thank you, Jazakallah khair, for sharing, Rahel. But did you find another person to get married to, Rahel?
Yeah, of course. Life goes on. Yeah, we all live, but that pain will always be in my heart. That at that young age, I didn't fight for her and I didn't do heroism and pull her back or run away. And because of that, today she's up there in the skies, probably watching from there, from heavens. So, but at that young age of 18, 19, you don't have the courage to fight an entire police and gundas and parents and rich and powerful people. You know what I mean? So that regret will always be there that I didn't fight for her.
Yeah, maybe Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has something planned for you, that's why maybe it was going to happen. It happened for the best.
It's not your fault, right?
No, it's not your fault.
Don't carry that weight on your back. This is not your fault. She had to do it. And it was her choice. You have to respect it.
No, it was not her choice. No, it was forced upon her. Like she didn't have a choice.
No, we all have choices. Either live or we don't. Living is a choice. It's a privilege.
Oh, you mean that? I thought you're talking about the marriage. For the marriage with that Maulana, she didn't have a choice.
But living in and of itself is a choice. It's a virtue to exist.
No, but see, certain times, it's very easy for us to say that people have choices, but when a person decides to kill himself or herself, I mean, they have really lost all hope. I can imagine, I can't even imagine, neither of us, that because, taking your own life requires a lot of courage. It's not easy to take your own life unless you're intoxicated or you're under drugs. But if you're a normal person just going through depression, to take this extreme step means you have gone through hell, extreme hell, and that's why you think this is the best way out.
Right, it happens a lot in America, by the way. A lot of
Right,
people.
very
If you look
common
at
phenomenon.
if you look at the data, there's a lot of people that try to commit suicide. It's because it's depressing, right? You have, a lot of people are lonely. I'll share in our. This was a post in Times of Israel, Times of LA Times, long time ago. I forget, I keep bringing up Times of Israel. So this was posted in LA Times when I used to own a store. I used to read a newspaper, hard copy, every day, because I was selling newspaper. So there was a story posted. An old man, right? He would go to a park. He was so lonely, right? No family, no connection, whatnot. He started paying people to sit with him to have a conversation with him. You know, that's how the loneliness it gets to you. You see what I'm saying? And it happens a lot. Why do you think on this app, there's a lot of people on this app that actually have loneliness as well in their real life? They don't have nobody to talk to. Why do you think people are on this app? It's because of that. So all I'm saying, and I did, I have spoken to a few people that were going to commit suicide. They told me that, and I spoke to them in private room. So I'm sure a lot of you.
Sorry, you didn't complete. Okay. No, in Japan, loneliness is a very big issue. In fact, they now have government sponsors people to go and spend time with senior elderly people because they commit suicides, they take their own lives. So there are also agencies in Japan whom these elderly people, lonely people can reach out to, and they will send somebody to spend the evening with you. So this is a big thing. I agree with you, but I just want to get back to the point that Rahil was making about. He kept referring to that guy as a Maulana, and he also said that guy was also reading Tahajjud. Now, I just want to mention one thing. Just because somebody reads, I don't know about that guy. So somebody reads Tahajjud, we cannot call him a Maulana. Okay? I pray, every time I have a hajat, something that I need to ask Allah, I try to pray Tahajjud. Because if I pray Tahajjud and if I ask for something in Tahajjud, Alhamdulillah, Allah responds. He gives it to me. And this has been my experience. But I am nowhere near a religious person. Okay, people who know me, they tell me, "Tum kab sudroge?" You know what I mean? So that kind of a thing. I don't have any vices, but I'm also not a religious person. So just because somebody reads Tahajjud, we cannot brand him as a Maulana. And we, I don't know why we as Muslims, denigrate the term Maulana. It need not be denigrated. Maulana is a title given to somebody who has studied religion. And this guy that you are talking about, he may not have studied religion. Okay, so this is just something that I wanted to tell.
Yeah.
But no offense to you, Rahil.
No, you're right, Fayaz bhai. But the thing is, he was popularly called as Maulana. He was not given the title, in a lighter vein, because he was so religious. That's why people used to refer to him as a Maulana. Like, he's such a religious and nice guy, inverted commas mein. So that's why, it was just in lighter vein people used to address him as that.
But regarding Tahajjud, Rahil, I tell you one thing. Try to pray Tahajjud. I'm telling you, हर एक मिन्नत हमारी पूरी होती है. Literally, God listens to you when you ask Him for something in Tahajjud. And I'm talking to you with personal experience.
There's something about that time of the night, right? It works differently. Like spiritually, it just hits a different chord.
That's around 3 in the night, no? You do the. Am I right? Yes.
Just before Fajr.
Yeah, just before dawn.
Maybe 2 hours before.
Yeah, that's right. But I tell you, Rahil, it gives you so much peace of mind. You literally are one with Allah when you are praying at that time. When you are in sajda, you literally are transported to the other world. And whatever you ask for, if it is good for you, if it is going to bring benefit for you, you are given. There is no denying that. You are given. Alhamdulillah. So I always suggest everybody, that if you have something, some issue, just go pray 2 or 4 rakat tahajjud and just submit the application to Allah. That's it. And do it in such a way, and you do it in such a devout way that He cannot ignore you. But what happens actually is when you are in tahajjud, you are actually alone. Even the people inside your house are sleeping. So literally there is a calmness that you cannot get anywhere else. Okay, during daytime, if you are praying in a room also, where only you are there, you don't get that calmness. But at about 3 o'clock in the morning or at about 4 o'clock in the morning, that's the time when people get the maximum sleep, what is called as a REM sleep, that's the peak of your sleeping pattern. That's the peak in your sleep rhythm. So that is the time when everybody is asleep and deeply asleep. That's the time when you wake up, you go and start praying, and you are literally one with the God. There's nobody around you or between you and God or within you. Literally no one. You are just there with Him. That's it.
Yeah, well said. But but Ryan, there's a lot of Maulanas that are good people. There's a lot of Maulanas that are bad people. There's people that are non-Maulanas that are good people. There's non-Maulanas that are bad people. And it's you can't just generalize it. There was a Maulana and this and that. Maybe Allah knows best. Whatever happened, I don't know. To be honest with you, it's sad. And may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala give her space in Jannah, but committing suicide actually goes against the religion.
So 2 years ago when I was the Maulana, guys, I have a story to tell you. So the most successful years of my life, in fact, I was so respected, called to places to speak as a Maulana, and soon I had to give up that profession because they didn't find me good enough.
Was it on Clubhouse?
Yeah. It was my Clubhouse career as a Maulana.
Yeah. And the person is still here who keeps kicking you out.
But I guess, don't you still do the work? I mean, I've seen you in the rooms on religion quite often. You are discussing,
She gets kicked out of her own room, brother.
Oh yeah, she told us.
Today was an exception, yes.
It's all the time. It's not just the first time.
It's been a long search for me for years. I was not raised with it.
Okay.
Yeah.
But Nargis, I don't know. I mean, I don't want to preach, but this is one thing that everybody should try. Everyone who knows, who wants to practice, who wants to practice Islam, try tahajjud.
Of course, I have, yes.
I'm telling you, everybody. This is what I tell anybody whom I want, who comes up to me for a solution or suggestion. This is the first suggestion I give them. Whatever I have to tell them, on a worldly basis, once I do that, then I tell them, look, just go and do this. And you also know that in the Quran, literally every word is meant for something. Okay? Every word is literally meant for something. And when you join 2 words, they give you something else. When you join 3 words, for example, Ya Subbuhu Ya Khuddusu. If somebody is upset with you and somebody is, giving you a lot of problems, all you have to do is look at them and pray to Allah by reading these. These are his one of these two are his names. 99 names. These are two of his 99 names. Okay, Ya Subbuhu Ya Khuddus. It melts their heart, and I have tried it. It literally melts their heart. They have no rancor against you. It literally works. Then I'm just giving you a few, tips. I'm sorry, I'm going on the religious side now. Rahil started it. So, for example, if you read, Surah Quraysh, Lila fi Quraysh and Ilaf, okay? If you are not able to find, for example, you have to go somewhere, you don't have a transport, you don't have a ticket, you are not able to get an airline ticket, or you're not able to get a car to go, read Surah Quraysh and pray to Allah. The way He arranges it for you, He arranges transport for you mysteriously. You will not believe how it happened. Similarly, there are thousands and thousands of what do you call small things like this. Nuskha, like we say in Urdu, nuskha. I mean, small cures for everything. You get it from the Quran. Literally everything. Okay, I'll just be back in a while.
Yeah, sorry, I was not in a network area for the last 10 minutes or something. So I didn't hear if anybody asked me any question.
No, I think we didn't ask anything. Yeah. But anyways, if anybody else wanna come on up, you guys can come on up. I think this room has served its purpose. I don't know. I think I'm probably gonna end it. So if anybody wanna come on up, you guys can come on up. If not, I'll be ending the space. And okay, Kim, come on up, Kim. See what Kim.
I just wanted to say, Assalamu alaikum. I just wanted to say before you end the room, fuck Israel.
Alright, anybody else want to say anything? No?
Free Palestine as well. Yeah, fuck Israel. Yeah.
Yeah.
Check what's
What did you say? Check. Okay, let me see. Let's check. Oh, there you go. Yep, I see it. Yes. Okay. Check. Did you get it? You got it?
Yes.
Alright, good. Yep, there you go. We're in touch, and apparently that person, that person changed his name to. I'll send you what he has changed.
I know.
You seen it, right? He really wants more of the dinero.
Wait and see what's coming.
So are you gonna do it on this exposing? When? So when should I be expecting? I need to grab my popcorn and soda. When are we doing? I'm gonna bring my people in there.
Not me. Come on.
Who's doing the show?
The official will take care.
The official, but on this app I'm talking about. Somebody's gonna do the show.
I'm not sure though. If he's around, I don't take.
But you have to let me know so I can bring
Yeah,
my people, and I can be on this app and just join.
I'm not really know. Like if I'll let you know.
Need
Tomorrow I have a
advance
meeting.
notice. You do have a
I'll
meeting?
let
Okay. So Nargis, can I ask you this? The numbers, would you say, is it 5 zeros?
Yeah. Not just now, the others large also.
No, I know, no, but other people, are they in touch with you?
Yeah.
Okay. How many would you say? Is it 5 people, 10 people?
No, large amounts. You're kidding me.
No, I'm talking about the people in
Yeah,
general. Like
people. Those are still on here, still hanging around, looking around. But some others also I heard. That's why I got on. Because that's what the government needed info.
So your side is 5 zeros, right? Okay. Do you think anybody has 6 zeros in there?
No. Of what I know, not yet.
So I want to give you this scenario. So do you think this person can put his hands up in the air and say that it has nothing to do with me, it's the other party that was involved?
Yeah, can. But that's what they need to do. Which other party? What's your network? Who are those involved working with you, etc. So this I filed a while ago. It was required of me for the sake of my taxes and all that. And then yeah, I have to let you know first.
Yeah. Let me know. I'm gonna bring my popcorn soda. I'll probably be in the audience. If you do and make sure you do the room with the replays on.
What room? अगर वो है around because of the amount of damage been doing, it's unbelievable.
रोज ही यहाँ पर बैठा होता है वो तो।
इधर पे?
रोज ही होता है सर पे। पता है ना रोज यहीं पे सोता है हकता सब मुँहता यहीं पर ऐसी यार में।
Why do you think?
जी अब तक उसी की बात कर रहे हैं ना जो है। वो जो सांस जिसको सही नहीं आती। हाँ वो यहीं पे अभी भी ऑनलाइन है। रोज
Morning and night.
रोज उसके हमारे यहाँ रात होती है उसकी सुबह होती है। वो जाग रहा था पूरी रात।
Markets, no? How they move. Anyway, all have understood the working of the Fed. Even the little religious boys that were drawn into it and cheated. That it to a lot of good people.
Man, you know what I would suggest? It has nothing to do with me, but I think if it was my case, I don't know if you signed the NDA. Have you signed the NDA? No, okay. Do you know the party's name and the company name and everything?
It was a scam, so.
Okay. So if I was you, if I had the information, I would, once the case goes through, then we've got to bring awareness of this app as well. So people.
Absolutely. Yeah.
So you would have to open up a room or something.
Absolutely. They've opened before. That's how I came to know. Through some other brother who said, do you know this person? Like, don't ever get involved if there is. I was like, you kidding me? It's 1 year of misery. I've been fighting this shit out. Not usko malum nahi hai, but with the companies through which these things were done are reputable companies. They should not have allowed it. So those are the ones like that I fought, right? And it's come through almost after such a long time. But now, like even those friends I have, like in Hollywood, the ones who make documentaries, he was like, my God, how has he planned it out? Like this has to be like scam of
Ponzi scheme.
So if they do anything, they probably. He was like, let's do something about it. I said, no, wait, like, you can't jump into it like that till like everything is settled and closed. And then someone is going to get a knock on their door. Because even if the government doesn't care, okay, about your personal thing, they still want that dollar amount come out of that taxpayer, right? Who has the funds? They don't want fucking stolen funds, right? Because who's paying taxes on those? These guys are not paying taxes on those.
Yep.
Yeah. So for its own sake, it's going to be after such crime. No, it has to be exposed. It has to be. I don't care. Even if it means like dying for it, I will do it. Because there's so many others who will fall for this shit. Calling people into rooms, talking about how much you've got, this and that.
कितने जूते दिखाते हैं लोग कंजर.
And the juta is an excuse.
जूते तो उसको जूते पड़ने चाहिए. उसी जूते से जूते पड़ने चाहिए.
और ये सब जूते are excuses. उसके पीछे जो होता है, that's a different crime.
वही बात है.
Yeah, tomorrow anyway I have a meeting with my lawyer.
वही.
Yeah, and after that, like, just give it a little more time, a couple of weeks, 3 weeks, till I sort of settle this one out and then get to that. Fucking, this is why I think when decisions are made based on just, this person's religious looks like they cannot do you harm. I've not had that experience now. I mean, for me, like anybody who holds religiosity means they're good. This is what's happening in my psyche. I was not raised with such an environment.
बहुत खराब यानी इतनी अच्छी दोस्ती थी बहुत खराब कर दी उसने. वो गेंडे ने.
What happened with you, man?
With me?
Because I wasn't there.
तो मेरे ऊपर उसने 20 रूम चलाए हैं. 20 से 25 रूम. बीच में साला फी की जो ना मैंने माँ बहन रखी थी इसके रूम में तो किक आउट कर दिया था कुछ ना रूम बनाया मेरे ऊपर. बार पता ही है ना मुद्दा करना होता है. 3 साल की बच्ची के साथ या उसके साथ जो भी शिया लड़की कोई भी आ रही कि मैं तुम्हारी बेटी है बेटी के साथ मुद्दा करूँ. वैसे ऐसे गंदे लोग हैं इसलिए तो मैं जो ना उनको मना करता था मत करो निकाल दे रूम से. तो वो निकाला फिर उससे कंप्लेन करा फिर उसके बाद दूसरी कंप्लेन फिर दूसरा रूम बना फिर उसके बाद दूसरा ये वो बैक एंड फोर्थ एंड देन आई मूव्ड ऑन. आई एम लाइक फक यू. ऐसे रूम भी कुछ खोला मेरे नाम पर और कंजर है मैं मरता. तो वहाँ से फिर हट गया और आखिरी मेरा हुआ है अल्टरकेशन उसके साथ नूरी के साथ. नूरी कंजर जो ना मेरे नूरी और एजे कंजर एक सुअर का बच्चा पीठ पीछे बहुत गंदी बातें करता है. उसको तो मैं डायरेक्ट मेंटल रिटार्ड वगैरह बोल के उसकी वो क्या कहते हैं ट्रिगर हो गया था उससे. फिर नूरी बकवास कर रहा है मेरे पीछे और फिर मैं जब रूम में आया तो मैंने कहा मैं तुम्हारी माँ के साथ मुद्दा कर रहा हूँ इसलिए तुम तो और ट्रिगर हो गया क्योंकि सुननी है ना ये शिया की टैक्टिक यूज करो तो ट्रिगर हो जाता है. मैंने कहा तुम्हारी माँ के साथ मुद्दा कर रहा था क्योंकि मेरी पता नहीं क्या बकवास कर रहा था. मैंने कहा तो वो आखिर में उसमें से एक कोई मॉड था उसने मुझे किक आउट कर दिया. फिर उसके बाद आई थिंक दूसरा रूम चला फिर उसके बाद दूसरा रूम तो ऐसे फिर जो है पार्टी प्लेस और या पहले आते थे यहाँ पर या फिर गायब हो गया. तो उसके बाद जो है फिर
तो सब मिल के काम करते हैं कुछ
I don't know
either actually to be fair.
I don't think
I don't think so.
वो यूके वाले ये सब तो नहीं सिर्फ इसके ये कहानी इसका और इसके पीछे पड़ गए कुछ लोग हैं और ये चोर है एक नंबर का. वही लेकिन मुझे क्या पता था कि कब नरगिस लेकिन कब पैसे दिए
around this time last year.
बता दे तो सही मुझे कि पैसे दे रही हूँ मैं.
How did I know?
कुछ एडवाइस तो ले लेती कुछ लोगों से।
अरे how did I know कि ये है?
मैं तो पता है शुरू से इसको
इंट्रोड्यूस किया और ये सब लोग डाले kept paying, and then I was very well done, but my God, such a well done.
लेकिन नरगिस मैं डे वन से जब से रूम शेयर की जब से ये फ्लैक्स करता तभी बुलशिट में लगता था, क्योंकि जो भी फ्लैक्स करता है सब बुलशिट है सब में।
मुझे मालूम नहीं
पता है ना, यहाँ इस ऐप में मैं बिजनेस लोन के अंदर ज्वाइन किया था मैं, चाहिए वहाँ पर इतने बुलशिटर आते हैं कि मेरी इतनी प्रॉपर्टी मैंने कितना बड़ा बुलशिटर है सारा। जिसकी प्रॉपर्टी होंगी ना वो कभी बकवास नहीं करेगा ऐप पर आकर फ्लैक्स करने के लिए फ्लैक्स।
didn't know those things.
कम से कम एडवाइस तो ले लेती, कुछ पूछ लेती।
Didn't think ना, all was done under the guise of
चलो it's okay, but अब लॉयर के थ्रू देखते हैं क्या होता है।
Okay, I mean, there is a system of justice by which like this world is governed. I've never lost hope.
Inshallah, I hope you win the case.
Yeah, inshallah. I hope the wrongdoers get caught because they're creating more harm for others. ये जो लड़का है जिसने सलाफी लड़का जो दूसरे लड़कों के साथ उसने इसके बिजनेस में इन्वेस्ट किया है और उसने कहा कि इतना पैसा हम लोगों ने डाला इसके बिजनेस में और पूरा का पूरा ये चोरी किया एंड 1 साल से इससे पूछ रहे हैं एंड आखिर वो आके मुझको like almost he was requesting so much कि कुछ करो हमारे लिए क्योंकि मेरी इज्जत गई है इतने लोग क्योंकि ये मुसलमान रूम्स और इस दावा रूम्स लगा रहा था तो इसलिए सबने सोचा कि ये कभी भी ऐसा काम नहीं करेगा लेकिन डायरेक्ट इन्वेस्टमेंट जो इन लोगों ने किया like 20 people or so 22 people इसके ही डायरेक्ट कंपनी में इन्वेस्ट किया इसने चोरी किया है has not just not provided a profit on the investment इसने वापस ही नहीं दिया
बड़ा चोर है।
unbelievable that these are large amounts including mine and some others who joined so it's almost like 30-40 people of which I know of which
कितना होगा 5 लाख होगा ये जूते खरीदता रहता है घर के अंदर
uses this whole Amazon thing what the fuck it is anyway I shouldn't give up
No, inshallah, I think
every
you'll get it
time
back,
I
inshallah.
do like my heart just sinks and I feel I was so embarrassed for a few months because I have been a business person
इसलिए गायब हो गए थे
हाँ the depression was fucking
Oh, yeah.
felt like dying and imagine like having a child being answerable for it and falling for some bullshit Islamist on man because I thought कैसा झूठ बोलेगा ये जो इस्लाम का दावा
नरगिस
करता
50 से ऊपर है
of course
50 से ऊपर दिया है
way
या अल्लाह नहीं आपने
way
Yeah, what's going on here, man?
Yeah, hang on, AB, please calm down. I'm about to end the room anyways. I'm just trying to finish this conversation.
Okay.
Yeah.
but I'll let you know अब मैं नहीं बोल सकती मैं तुझको मैसेज को दूंगी
Okay, no problem.
Okay.
चलो अपना ख्याल रखना और एक और सवाल क्या ट्रस्ट कर सकता हूँ बनोगी मॉडरेटर इस रूम की
लेकिन मैं in and out
उसके पास चली आती बार हाँ
नहीं I'm in and out working or I'm just in and out but yeah when anything that resolves and stuff
बनोगी
let's give me some time
ग्रीन स्टार बनोगी
थोड़ा टाइम दो मुझे इसको
चलो कल परसों ट्राई करते हैं
हाँ
चलो इंशाल्लाह फिर बात करते हैं. All right, thank you for the share. Thank you guys for coming, guys. Sorry, we were engaging in it was a secret conversation, confidential. When the time is right, you guys will find out, inshallah. But until then, please don't trouble your mother and don't trouble your brothers, sisters, your family members. Just, take it easy with them. And we'll be in touch with you tomorrow, later today when I open a fresh new room. Thank you for coming. Assalamu alaikum. Take care, guys.
Dead also before they actually announced when he died, right? Because a lot of times people get so caught up in religion, they forget about the relationship. They forget about when if we're going to talk about God, right? When God is speaking to you and giving you information, right? That trumps anything that's just willy-nilly, even on the news. Because even the news, everything, they give you bits and pieces and they throw in lies in there as well. And this is why critical thinking skills is a lost art, because a lot of times people receive whatever information, even if it's a quote unquote reliable source, and they run with that information as its complete fact. And the reason why they don't tell you everything, especially when it comes to the Roman Catholic Church, is because they don't want you to know. There's things that they keep secret and hidden because it's not for, they don't want the public to know, because they feel like the public is either stupid or don't have the capacity to understand why they hide certain things, and then they're scared they're going to be accountable for the things that they do hide as well. So I'm speaking from, let me tell you about me. I was in Catholic school for 7-8 years. I had to learn everything from the root of the tutor. I couldn't even pass school to the next grade. So you're not speaking to somebody who does not know about the Roman Catholic faith. And I'll land here. I have been to Rome. I've seen the Sistine Chapel. I've been to the Peter Basilica. I've been to Spain and seen the La Sagrada Familia that has a museum attached. I've been to Israel. Okay, I've been to all the lands that the Bible derived from, besides Egypt, and maybe we went a little bit in Jordan. So I'm not speaking from someone who has not actually experienced these things, seen these things with my eyes, put the little pieces together, and even then, I don't have all the answers. So I only speak on what I actually know, and that's what I was talking about when I interrupted Magnetic about, when she was speaking about the death of the Pope and the code, that to remind everyone that was listening that he opened portals before he died. That's all I said. And I don't know how this turned into, I need to tell you what, social media. It's not that serious. It is not that serious. I'm glad that you're well schooled in your theology and understanding the Bible. I hope you know about the Apocrypha, and if you don't, check it out. And that's it. I land my.
Yeah, so I'm sorry that was.
He's not well schooled. He's giving the Bible in the exoteric format. That's the.
Girl, I was being magnetic. I was being nice. I was being nice.
Yeah,
we can't be nice with these people. They're crazy, girl. She don't want to give out that bullshit in that upside down version. No, that's the wrong way to give out those scriptures. And did you know the word Cretan and Christianity are one and the same? It meant stupid, imbecile, stupid people. Like, it was derogatory.
We can't even talk about Mommy Wata.
Yeah, so.
Okay, so go ahead.
I just wanted to respond to what you said. So I don't think my response about the doors had anything to do with what you said. I think I wanted to let you finish respectfully. But my response was just basically on the general idea that they mean anything else other than what they meant traditionally. And I'm sure you with your experience and your studies of the Catholic Church and going to Catholic school and things of that nature, I've been to Catholic school as well. I mean, I'm sure that you understood or should have understood about the tradition. The tradition has been carried out every 25 years, 15 years or so when these things take place. So it wasn't a response to what you were saying about them. I sure conspiracies about like the news and things of that nature, I really take no part of. But I mean, that's pretty much where it's at. I don't think the response was towards you. I think the response was generally that on social media, people believe that these portals meant something other than what they actually were. And that's because TikTok and things of that nature came about after the first one that occurred, well, not first one, but it's been going on for 1,400 years, as you know, right, from what you studied. The opening of portals was going on for 1,400 years at these 5 basilicas. But what we noticed is that TikTok came on the scene after the last time the doors were open, which was around 2015, 2016, and people started to take them in a different way. So that's pretty much all I was highlighting. And about the whole thing about Christian comes from the word Cretan. That's actually been proven to be false. The etymology of Cretan don't match with Christos. Christos comes from the Greek word to rub on, which is where we get our word Crisco, right? It comes from the whole idea of rubbing on or to smear on. That's where it comes from, which comes from a Hebrew word that's already used.
Sir, the Christos is the crease, and the crease is a sacred elixir that's located in the central nervous system. What the hell are you talking about?
Okay, so I'm talking about the etymology.
And Christianity go hand in hand, and it means imbecile, stupid, not get off.
Yeah, magnetic. Can you provide any type of proof of that? Because Christian comes from the word.
Don't you got something in your hand that's called a smartphone?
Right. So, well, I'm asking you because you make the claim, right?
I don't care if I make the claim, but that means you need to go look it up.
Mm-hmm. Well, here's the thing. If the idea is that we should look up what someone is saying, then I think that should have been something you should have done, right? Like, for example, when I mentioned Christos, which is actually a Greek word, actually spelled with Christos, right? Christian, tien, the suffix tien actually means those who are related to. Christianity means those who are related to Christos and also practices those things that are related to Christos. So that's where it comes from. The word Christos itself is not original to the concept, though, because again, Jesus came as a Jew. And the Jewish people who was being dealt with. So
Jesus was a female, and the word Jew is the root word of jewelry, and the jewelry will take you to something called family crest, and the family crest gonna take you to somebody called the people that stole a lot of our shit, which we them motherfucking Moors and shit. So we ain't trying to hear what you're talking about.
The Moors would have been in the 8th century AD after the Islamization.
What you trying to say, Rock?
No, it's not. I'm just trying to. Yeah, magnetic. I'm just trying to set some things.
Jews not even real. That's talking about the jury. It's giving you codes and symbols. The jury esoterically, the jury is also speaking about inside the body is connected to the 7 of the chakras, sir. It's connected to how you raise an ascension.
Okay, so all right, no problem. So what I'm asking is that there's a lot of claims to be made here, right? So number one, when we're talking about the Moors, they stole from the Moors. How could
the Moors stole from people?
So how could a religion? Let's look at this claim for a second, because we're making it an anachronism. The Moors were for the Islamic caliphates that ran through Africa, sub-Saharan Africa. Those Moors actually ran themselves up and took over much of Europe in the middle of the medieval period, right? Christianity actually has its roots in the 1st century. And Christianity has its
religion is a fairly new concept brought to the realm. If you don't knock it off, that shit is new as fuck.
All right, no problem. I don't think I have to.
In primordial times, we never had a religion or Bibles. What are you talking about?
No problem, but
you all with this new age shit. Then from the reconstruction to the construction, y'all just lost. Get out that motherfucking Bible. But listen, if you really just want to learn that Bible, you want to be in it that bad, then okay. The Bible do got hidden information in it, codes, clues, like I was saying earlier, but you wasn't in here. Go learn it from the ESO. Listen. Go learn those scriptures from the ESOTERIC way. Please. If you learn it from that way, we can really talk. I ain't gonna lie to you. I can talk to you. The way you got it going on, it's gonna be bullshit. Because
Right,
I
no
understand
problem.
that Bible from the esoteric and the exoteric format, and
Okay,
you
no
only
problem.
trying to give up that one unbalanced version of it, and that's not good.
Well,
Motherfuckers
here's
is
the
tired of
thing.
that version. That's the belief base. The way you're giving it out is trying to keep my people vibrating in a 10% or less thought form in a belief-based system. Belief systems are null and void now, sir. We're in
No,
something
problem.
called the
No,
knowing.
I hear what you're saying, but
You
let's
cannot put us under that spell anymore because that shit is
it's
dumb.
not a
It don't
spell.
work.
So here's
It
what I'm
is
trying
one.
to say.
It used to be one on me, but that shit ain't no more. And now I understand it from both formats. One format is lies. The other format is the truth. And you want to be on the lie. That's dumb. Go learn it
Here's
from
the
this
thing,
other
magnetic.
version.
So what I'm trying to do is just understand where you're coming from, respectfully, just and a lot of things what you're saying I'm sorry, they just don't match up with history, like the Reconstruction period. Like that was after Civil War, and that was like maybe 1,000 years or so after the time of the Moors, and the time of the Moors was almost 1,000 years after Christianity. So I think when you're putting all these things together, sure they sound nice.
Boy, I'm talking about
but
the
they're
new.
just not.
You talking about a new reset, boy? This is you so stuck in that damn Bible. You don't even know when we had a reset.
Well, I'm not.
That shit was not that
So here's
far
the thing.
along. That shit was not that long ago, sir.
So
What are you
magnetic.
talking about?
I want to
The
ask
Bible
you.
is made up.
Okay, no
the
problem.
shit you
So
talking
if
about
we're
that
saying,
you trying to equate to 1 BC and all this shit, that shit is made up, sir.
Okay,
It
so
has a
let me
meaning there, but it's not the meaning that you think it's saying at all.
All right, no problem. No problem. So what do you know about Christianity? When did it start?
I don't give a damn when it started. Oh my God.
So I mean, even if you're against it,
That shit is not real.
Well, hold on, no problem. But if one says that it's not real and one
The
is
shit
against
is not.
I would think that they will.
From the context of you, the way you giving it out, none of that shit is real.
No problem. But I feel like if one is if you're going to be in your position, which is fine, then I think that you should owe it to yourself and others to actually prove what you're saying, or have knowledge of what it is that, even if it's a lie, to refute it. And the thing is that if I'm talking about the Bible,
didn't your God tell you? Sorry, didn't your God tell you that to not talk to people that you're not that you're unequally yoked to?
No, it doesn't say that. The Bible doesn't say that.
It's bullshit. So I can't. It ain't that serious. I'm not about to argue with you over something. And you in a belief system.
So magnetic. The Bible actually does not say that. It doesn't
Let me
say.
tell you something. You really in too low of a system for me to even be conversing with you. Because for right now, you think you can pull off my frequency, but I'm not a transmute energy, buddy.
Okay, no problem. So
you're giving us information wrong, and this is not a Bible thumping room.
I'm not trying to make it a Bible thumping room. What I'm saying is that in your claims about the Bible, right? I'm verifying if you're familiar with what it is that you're saying, right? So, for example, when you say that, Christ is a female and this, that, and the sort.
I said, what did I say? I can go to work saying she a female now if you want me to. I didn't say that, so you're lying on me. I said Christ is a sacred elixir located in the central nervous system, sir.
Okay, did you not say Jesus was a female?
Oh yeah, he is a she. Yes.
Okay, can you provide proof for that?
Well, your scripture said that Jesus was born over virgin birth, and that virgin birth is very significant, and it's good that it said it because that's a code. So the virgin birth mysteries are the parthenogenesis mysteries, which we only birth females from that, sir. So yes, Jesus is a female, and two, the letter J is still not in you guys' alphabet. So at that time, they were using the small letter I. So instead of Jesus' name being spelled J-E-S-U-S, it will be spelled I-E-S-U-S. When you have two vowels right next to each other, you drop the second one. You can drop the second one. Hold on. You can drop the second one. So that means instead of I-E-S-U-S, because we learned that in school, you're going to say it's I-S-U-S. So I-S-U-S surely sounds like my sister Isis, which was the youngest female principal that you guys came to colonize when she was on a low vibratory rate.
Well, hang on. So let's back up a sec. So here's what we're talking about. There's no okay, no problem. So I don't want to say things on your mother or anything like that, but here's the thing. So all right. So number one, I just want to talk about a couple of things you just said. So number one, there's no feminine pronoun that's ever used for Jesus at all in the New Testament. So we can't conclude by this thing of a parthenogenesis.
Sorry, your scripture says
okay, no problem.
What you say,
So
Ron?
also the whole thing,
No, hold on,
thing about.
because you're just trying to debate me about this Bible bullshit.
No, I'm not
What you
trying to
say,
debate
Ron?
you. All I'm saying is that when
Wait,
you're talking about
I want to
claims,
hear what Rod has to say because me and him is on the same level as information. What you say, Rod?
All I wanted to first and foremost, because I'm gonna give respect where respect is due. I appreciate the brother approach, being diplomatic and patience. Right, that's something I can rock with. However, but that was a point when you said this is spoke about in the New Testament. A lot of this modern information is made with a twist. It's a great ritual to remove you from your original mind. I don't have a problem with your belief, Kevin. My thing is this: how can we all come to a medium? I said this before. The thing about the information that me and Magnetic and Shiny is speaking from, people like Barack Obama, not Barack Obama, I don't even know why he came out. People like Bobby Hemmett, people like Phil Valentine, people like Eileen Bake. These cats can take the information no matter where it's coming from an Islamic, Moors, Judaism, and can relate to how it metaphysically makes sense, right, to what's actually being spoken about. But when you, coming from your perspective, it's like, okay, but this is what I'm saying, and at the same time, if you don't see it this way, then it's like we can't have a conversation. That's kind of like what you're telling me in Magnetic. If we're not seeing it from your way, we can't have a conversation, and that don't make good solutions, or you know what I'm saying, or good resolution.
Yeah, I don't think. So I never made a claim of the sort. I don't think I ever said anything about, well, if we're not speaking the same thing, we can't have a conversation.
No, you didn't say that. I assume that. What I'm saying,
okay, no problem.
I'd rather listen to you and sister have a conversation, right, and see how y'all can relate versus going at it, because it's like you want to, you're trying to trump her information.
Well, no.
Exactly. Even when I said portals instead of doors, he had to say, no, it's doors. We know what we're talking about.
I said anything like that.
Sir, it's in the chat. Sir, it's in the chat.
Yeah, I just said portals can be doors. That's all I said.
Like I said, it's almost like you want to try to just, you got to, the etymology of the word, or I got to twist the word, or we're saying you don't need the extra sauce on there. Like, I said what I said, she said what she said, he said what he said, and you said what you said. Nobody's trying to change what you're saying. You know what I'm saying? Well, it's a respect level, right? It's almost like it's being antagonizing, like, oh, let me play, actually, that's not what it is. When it still is a portal. Whether you want to call it a portal, a door, whatever the case may be, what I said was what it was too, right? So we can't have and this is why I said earlier, we cannot have a true discourse unless research and time has been in what we're talking about, because then we're just talking at each other, and that's what I also said in the chat.
Yeah, I would 100% agree with you. I think research is the way we have a common conversation. Mm-hmm. What I'm about is actually the objective truth, which is what I'm talking about. For example, like I hear a lot of things that Magnetic says, and I respect her. It's her space and things of that nature. But I will object respectfully, because the information presented is just not what it is. For example, the whole idea about ISIS being the name of Christ. That's actually not true. The word for Christ, where we get Jesus from, is from a Greek attempt to spell Yeshua in Iesus. Iesus, because the Greek doesn't have a J, nor does the Greek have a Y. So what the Greeks did, in order to try to sound out the Y, they combined two Greek letters, which is iota epsilon. And iota epsilon, which is the beginning of Iesus, was an attempt to spell the Hebrew Aramaic name, who is Jesus, which is Yeshua. So Yeshua is actually the name of Jesus. Yeshua was translated into Greek, which becomes Iesus. And Iesus, because it's Greek oriented, when it came in contact with Germanic languages, that's where you get the letter J from, which is your Latin languages, like, Spanish, or like English or Germanic, just your Germanic languages, both Latin and Germanic based. So that's where that comes from. It's not a conspiracy or.
I know what the AA source is. It's still talking about. You can still break that down to ISIS, sir. I know what the hell I'm talking about.
You can't because you don't have.
I'm retarded now.
Yeah, so that would be impossible because if you were to spell out ISIS, for example, in Greek, it doesn't spell out the same way at all. Like
we ain't talking about that Greek. We talking about pre-creation information. What are you talking about?
Yeah, no problem. I'm just trying to deal with the information.
World, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I get it. You can't understand this realm I'm talking about.
Okay, so I mean no hostility. All I'm talking about is when I came in this room, I heard things, especially with the religion that I deal with and the space that I deal with, a lot of things that just aren't, respectfully, just aren't true. So what I wanted to ask was, where was this information coming from? Like a lot of things I said about history, a lot of things about Christ, and this is why this, that, and the third, and everything else just doesn't chime well. Like one of the basic things about Christianity, for example, when it says that he's female, the Bible actually doesn't posit an idea that the advent of the person of Christ took place in the incarnation. It won't be his birth that actually makes the person. It's who he was before, right? That's why we have in the prologue of John, in Arche in Logos, right? In the beginning was the Word was with God, and the Word was God. The same was in the beginning with God. All things were made through him, and without him was not anything that was made. Then in 14, we have where it says, and the Word became flesh and dwelt among us, and we beheld his glory as the only begotten of the Father, So then we also have in 18, and no one has ever seen God except for the only begotten God. He has come. Notice the pronoun, otus. He has come to make him known. So the Bible fundamentally does not teach the things that are being said in this room. And I think, and you guys should respect that an advocate or an apologist of any standard should have respect enough to kind of interface and see if those things are actually fundamentally true. Right?
No, I understand that, but let me ask you a question, Kevin.
Sure.
Do you believe, and I have my own answer, but I just want you to spit on it. You believe that the Bible itself is a history book or a book of historical events?
Yes.
And that's where we're going to have disagreements. You know what I'm saying? Because we can understand the book without seeing it from a literal standpoint. In my mind, it's metaphysical. When you speak about Jesus, Yahshua, Joseph, Abraham, all of them, when you look at esoteric information, is broken down deeper and from a metaphysical, right? There's a difference between the two terms. You seem really...
What is metaphysics?
I'm about to get into it. That was my next statement. There's a complete difference between esoteric and esoteric, right? And you're coming from an esoteric, which, again, a lot of the people who are speaking this new information, like the Sister Magnetic was saying, this modern information going back 2,000-3,000, bro, that's like 2 seconds old compared to where we coming from. It's new information. And then I don't have a problem. See, the thing about information is I don't believe in right or wrong specifically. Information is information. It's just where the individual who is analyzing it or observing it can see it from a level of consciousness. And a lot of times,
that wouldn't be what esoteric would mean, right? All esoteric means is that which is understood by a small group of people. That's all esoteric means. So it's not esoteric within itself doesn't carry any level of understanding of information. Esoteric. Here's the thing. So esoteric means to be understood by a small number of people. Like, for example, if the country is 90% conservative and then only
no, brother, you don't have to preach to me. I just looked up the definition before I even spoke. But the point that I'm trying to make is, it's the so-called new information that you're speaking of. It's not information that's going to resonate in a deeper understanding. No one is refuting your information. All I'm saying is, how can it relate to information that we're speaking on versus you're saying, hey, what you're saying is not correct, or you're saying something that's incorrect. What you're telling me is your truth, and they ain't going to get no deeper than that, to be honest, Kevin. Like, you're giving me think about it. It's really common sense, even though common sense is not common no more. You are literally giving me your perspective, like your view and how you see things and your brain and all the makeup in that paradigm, bro, is coming from you, but that don't make it fine truth, if you understand what I'm saying. Don't make it wrong.
So
neither.
Yeah, so here's the thing. So the Bible does teach very, very deep things about spirit. We're just,
you keep
especially
talking
for
about
myself as a rule.
dimensional
I just,
bro.
well, here's my thing. So
let me ask you something real simple. Are you or the Bible? Which one is stronger?
the Bible obviously is stronger. So yeah. So let me know which one finish my statement here. So
no. I mean, though. I said, is you or the Bible? Which one is stronger?
The Bible.
Okay, we definitely
no problem. Let me just. I mean, it's fine if you make claims, right? But I think those claims should be.
But what I'm saying is,
when it comes to
made the book, bro. It's simple. Man made the book, but the book can't make a man.
Well, that's fine, but then that will be circular because if man is greater than the book and the book is a product of man, that means I'm facing the same greatness of myself. But that would be circular reason,
bro.
So, but hold on, I just want to make this statement.
You said in the beginning with the Word, and the Word was God, and the Word was God, right? And the Word became flesh. That's the answer right there.
Well, if you understand it, that is. So here's the thing, right? So it's not that Christians are in lack. Let me just finish, brother, if you don't mind.
Question that you are greater than the book. You are three-dimensional being, right? You're a multi-dimensional being.
Right, but if you're talking about
that was created in this hemisphere.
Okay, so if you talk about myself as a three-dimensional being, three-dimensional information cannot in no way compare itself to transcendental information or transcendent information. So hold on, let me just finish what I'm saying. So when we're talking about aspects and ideas in the Bible, sure, they can go really deep. Just that as a practice, I'm not at liberty to talk about such wisdom if one is not shoulder to shoulder or on the same yoke as me is what these things understand. The Bible has a plethora of them. For example, when we're talking about logia or logos, as we're talking about, I'll give you this. So logos, for example, let me ask you a question. What is logos? What is the concept of the logos? No problem. Okay, you say you give up. All right. So again, I
don't know that verbiage. You can enlighten
no problem. So here's the thing. I think that in these esoteric circles, information becomes extremely attractive because of the way that they're frameworking of what they're talking about, and they speak of these things in comparison to a traditional view of the church because they feel like the Bible lacks this vocabulary or lacks these concepts. When the opposite is true, right? The Bible's chock full of them. And wisdom and understanding, even from the conceptual, either from a transcendent standpoint or from a peer-to-peer, meaning man-to-man, or even a lower point of that, could be understood. Like, for example, there's tons of patristic sources that talk about this. The reason of God, logos, information, the fluctuating information that upholds all things, existence itself, right? These things can be talked about. But the liberty of talking about these things always has to come to the front door, who we will call the person or man you will call Yeshua or Jesus Christ. Christ says, I'm the way, the truth, and the life. There's no way to the Father but by me. But he's also called within that same gospel the Logos, right? Or the Word of God, which the Word of God is understood to be the conceptual information that either we can perceive or cannot perceive from a metaphysical standpoint that upholds all things that we are: matter, physics, mathematics, logic,
what's the point,
morality. So hold on. So the thing about it is that so the idea when we deal with Christianity is that it comes with the presupposition as though we lack this understanding. Well, we do not, right? Just that the understanding of such things must be governed by the truth in which those things are frameworked. In other words, I'm not at liberty to use the palette or paint of the Bible to go and paint my own picture, right? I can only, because it is a set principle, deal with the truths in which the Bible is even talking about. There's a theological goal in the Bible, meaning there's a goal to it. There's something that's going to happen, and there's a goal for every man, woman, and child that puts themselves in Christ, and there's a goal for every man, woman, and child who do not put themselves in Christ, right? But it doesn't lack these things, right? So when we're talking about like information, sure, the Bible has a lot of this, right? But if we're going to talk about these things fundamentally, we must agree on what they are objectively. Like when I ask you what is logos, you say you're not familiar with my terminology, fine. But if you don't understand what it is, do you also think that it's true that you can just use logos or word of God or if you like? No. I mean, you can. How? Because you're at liberty.
That help me survive in this dimension. This thing that they call.
Because can I interject? Can I interject briefly? to help, facilitate this confusion. Now I'm going to play by Kevin's rules for 2.5 seconds. Now, Kevin, do you believe, since you strongly believe in the Bible, do you believe the other part of the Bible is not just a religious text? It has spiritual aspects to it that are only unlocked and secrets that come from the Holy Spirit?
Sure.
To interpret. So until that relationship is connected to the author of the book, right? Then there's no way to interpret everything. We're just going by what we think or our logic. There's certain things that are only unlocked when you tap into the creation, the creator, right? Because it's not all about us. Because we can all sit here all day and interpret things any which way we want and be wrong as the day is long. Can we at least agree to that?
Sure. I mean, I would agree with that, because if you look at John 16, for example, Christ even says himself, I have many things to share with you, but you cannot bear them. But when he, the Holy Spirit, comes, he will teach you all things. He will not speak of himself, but only speak of those things which he have heard. And those things he have heard, he have heard from me. And what I received from the Father, and therefore he will take of what is mine and show it unto you. So the whole idea there is that, yes, one cannot interpret Scripture unless one has the Holy Spirit. The Holy Spirit goes hand in hand with the Scripture, because it is also believed that the Holy Spirit is the author of such Scripture that come through men who are moved and inspired by the Spirit of God, right? So, yes, that prerequisite is definitely there. We shouldn't be trying to do it based on our own way.
Exactly.
However, when we're dealing with something such as the Holy Spirit, we must also understand that the Holy Spirit is going to be one that's going to be an advocate for truth. Would you agree with that? In other words, the Holy Spirit would not vary on truth. It's not going to speak a lie, for example. You would agree, right? So if the verification of the Spirit is truth, that therefore the Spirit must base its conclusions on objective reality. It can't base them on subjective whims, right? And the Spirit, being a part of the Creator or proceeding forth from the Creator, who is the Father, if he is making claims about the world, those things must be falsified. They have to be falsifiable. In other words, if someone says they're getting information from the Spirit, and then one goes about and says things that are incorrect objectively, then if the Spirit does speak truth, then one can deduce that they're not hearing from the Spirit.
Kevin the King let you slide like that, bro. So if you say, given what you just said, right, the truth has to come from the Spirit, that ain't gonna be about no Bible at that point.
Okay.
Okay.
I see the magnetic. You're talking about Christ. I think you're referring to the Egyptian word, right? Yeah, so I'm gonna tell you a little bit about my background. So I have studied like pyramid texts. I have studied a lot of things in Egypt. I'm not trying to showboat or nothing like that, but
no. My next question was gonna be: is this your original plethora of knowledge? Like this is all that you've been studying since? I don't know how old you are, brother, but I'm pretty up there, right? So how long you been studying what you?
Long time. I mean, I've always been a Christian. My dad has been one of knowledge. I've studied Egyptian, the Nile Valley.
What's a long time? What's a long time?
I would say probably all my life. I would say ever since I was 12 years old, I've been involved with different forms of information, but I'm 40 years old now, so I bet that's almost 30 years of studying. And I've always had a heart for it. Like, I read stuff by, Jacques Vallée and people like Graham Hancock and, some of the more fringe archaeologist stuff, even the information from, Egypt, Canaan, and Israel by Donald B. Redford. I read various lexicons. I read various authors like Dr. Michael Heiser, Daniel Bayarin. I dealt with Egyptology. Like I read about the pyramid text, coffin text book.
You keep saying Egyptology. Do you think that's the preference we're coming from?
No, not at all. But I see that magnetic had put the word Chris. Like the word Chris actually means to be buried. The root word for Chris does not mean Messiah, right? When we look at, so the only time we see the word Chris,
the Chris is the priest. if you understand, you don't even know how I'm saying it. So you
ma'am, here's the
knock me down so bad.
No, I don't want to knock you down.
What's crazy is you don't understand that I stand 10 toes down on any of my scholarships, sir. You can't knock me down, and you can't try to gaslight me on my mama.
I'm not gaslighting.
I make sure when I put in that chat, I'm gonna make sure I did some research on it.
Okay, no problem. So
every time it's like you're looking at. First of all, you chat gazing. I'm just calling it out. You chat gazing on Magnetic. Every time she spills something, you speak on it. You can be having.
Can I hop in there?
No problem.
Yes, sir. Yes.
We have another chat. That's fine.
Yeah, can I hop in there?
Hold on, Kevin. Let the man chime in for a second.
I've been listening for a minute, and I get lost as the dialogues go further and further. You know what I'm saying? I think Kevin made a point, and we have to all respect that point. Point is that when we say certain things, you know, we can't just simply just make up what certain things mean and then run with it and create a narrative around it. We have to at least, first and foremost, have a place by which we get these things from and understand what they mean to the people where these meanings would have derived from. So when we talk about things like Christ, where did it derive from? Which people did it derive from? Christ is an equivalent to a Messiah, which is from the Hebrew word Mashiach, which is from the root word Mashach, which means to rub, to anoint. They didn't just make these things out of thin air. And if we don't accept that, right, and we just simply say that Christ means this, it means something else completely foreign to the people who it first derived from, then we got a problem. Right. And that's what Kevin is simply trying to point out.
And I'm speaking from, I didn't mean to cut you, brother. I'm going to let you come right. I'm going to just give you 2 seconds.
You didn't cut him off. He was finished anyway. Plus, we can't hear you, Rob.
Oh, you can't hear me?
I can hear him.
To me, he was going in and out.
Can you hear me?
I can hear him. I can hear you, Rob.
Yeah.
Can everybody else hear Rob?
Can anybody else hear me?
Now I can.
Yeah, we can hear you.
I was actually gonna yield to Brother Yes and let him finish, but the thing of it is, okay, and I'm 49 years old, right? So I've been around the block a few times. My thing is, it's information. Now, if we're gonna be honest, this is right here the normal American conversation. You got people outside of this corporation, because this is what it is, right? That has never had access to the information that we're talking about, nor is privy to the information, right? They have their own culture and how they see things. And it's like, how dare me say that, hey, this information that you're talking about, I don't even know what this is. This is nonsense. Like, it's going to come off egotistical. I respect the paradigm and his mindset. I'm talking about Brother Kevin. But every time somebody else speaks, whatever their plethora of knowledge is, he automatically has a defense for it. That's ego. Automatically, you show me that you're not open-minded to have an actual conversation.
Well, I wouldn't call it ego. Like I said, I'm an apologist. An apologist is one who is in defense of. That's why
you know what ego means?
Hold up. Wait a minute. Let me stop for a second. Because number one, Sandra was trying to speak. And before I let Sandra see it in two seconds, is the fact of, right, if we really want to get to the word, right, it also says, don't throw your pearls to swine. And if someone doesn't receive what you're saying, dust it underneath your feet. And at the end of the day, regardless of where you got your information from, right, you can always, it does not hurt. Like today, I was sitting in my friend wanted me to visit her church. I listened to what they said about how many angels were actually named in the Bible. They said only 2. I knew immediately they were incorrect. Why? Because I read the Bible. Did I challenge anybody in there? No. I took my own due diligence to verify what I already knew, and knew there were at least 4 to 5 angels, and it was actually 4 angels mentioned in the actual Bible. And then I reread what they said, and I said, oh, they were talking about the ones they actually, the the ones on the one side, but not the ones on the other side. See, it's okay to disagree with something that someone has to say or don't understand where someone gets the information from. This is why we have technology. This is why we have critical thinking. This is why we have research, right? And we can also read the text. Remember, the texts are, look, I've seen the Dead Scrolls. These things are old. These things are ancient. There's certain things that are not even written in the Bible that people haven't read because they don't even know about the Apocrypha. So always, before you are so strong to say something, at least take the time to research it. So at least when you come with something, you have some validity. Like, I could actually come back to that person and say, this is actually wrong. There's actually 4 angels, right? There are actually 4 angels that were mentioned explicitly in the Bible, but I didn't have to do that. I did it for myself. Now, Sandra, go ahead and speak. Thank you for allowing me my two minutes instead of 2 seconds. Go ahead.
Peace. All I wanted to say is we increasing. We not staying stagnant in the books. None of that. We increasing. So we know what's in the book. But right now, we outside that. We moving forward, going to higher planes and higher mountains, and that's what we're about. So we're not here to digress in conversation. We're here to progress. So just for all who speaking.
Yes, we're here trying to learn, and when you're trying to like discredit somebody or try to overcorrect. Because I mirrored you, actually, Kevin, because I wasn't going to say all that stuff about my background, right? But I wanted you to see yourself for a second. I don't need to say all the things I studied. I went to the land where the Bible's. I felt the anointing in there. I could have said a whole bunch of stuff, right? But that doesn't matter. That's not going to. My thing is planting a good seed. I don't care about anything else but planting a good seed. If anybody takes anything that we've said today away, I want you to take home this. Whatever information you receive, challenge it. Even God wants his word to be challenged. So I don't understand the visceral. He don't need anybody to beat somebody down with the Bible. He doesn't need that help. He does not. So you can just take that off your shoulders because it's not needed. Jesus died, Jesus wept, okay, and resurrected, okay, according to the word of God. So he doesn't need you, because you know what happens when people do that and they want to use the word and twist it or use any spiritual text and throw it at people? It closes people's ears. They can't even receive the information because there's so much visceral, because I got to prove to you I know something. I got to tell you because you don't know. When we say for people to research, it's so that we can all learn something from each other. That's not to downplay anybody or to make somebody feel lower than the other person, right? Because that gives us an opportunity to learn. You know what? If I don't know something, that's why we got 2 ears and 1 mouth. So we can listen more and speak less, because we can learn a lot when we listen. Okay, I listened to what that person said. I don't agree with this, and this. Let me write it down and look it up real quick, and then share what I found. So that's how you can actually have elevated conversations even when you disagree. But when it comes with the visceral or the let me tell you something about yourself, or let me tell you, or because you don't know, or you're stupid, or you start using you're attacking the person instead of really talking about the topic itself. And that's how people come in and they're lost, because ego and pride is all in it. They can't hear the actual content because I want to be right so bad. If the truth is the truth in the word, it can stand alone. It don't need nobody's help. Let's be clear. So I open the floor back up to whoever wants to speak. I just wanted that to be known. You're not going to get anywhere with the visceral. Just in this room, anytime you see Pretty open room, it's not a man bashing room. It's not a religion bashing room. It's us actually having discourse so everyone involved can learn, regardless of what people think when they see the title. All right, continue.
Yeah. So, and I appreciate what you just said. You know, I think that nobody wants to.
I'm gonna cut you off real quick, and I'm gonna let you finish. Guess what, says Shani? I think we gotta be paying attention to how long the room been open, because I'm sure she want to save her replays.
I know it's been at least 6 hours on this room, and I think they cut off at 12.
Okay.
Yeah, it's been at least 6-7 hours. Go ahead, Yeshua.
Yeah, thank you.
Just time.
Yeah, thank you. No problem. No problem. No, I appreciate what you said, and I think that I don't think it was Kevin's intentions to be visceral or to sound visceral or whatever. I think he was just saying that the information from just dealing with the meaning of certain words was kind of misplaced, and it would actually draw faulty conclusions. But on that, and I'll just say this, and I'll mute my mic. I mean, I love intellectual dialogues and engaging in discussions that are mind blowing. We love it. You know what I'm saying? Me and Kevin, we do a lot of work together. We share a lot of information, and we tell people where we get our stuff from. And so when the question was being asked earlier about where do you your source for and it may not be to you, but I can't remember who it was towards, but hey, where did you get this from? It was more so of just finding common ground for understanding so that we can move forward, because that's important. You know what I'm saying? I was born in Nigeria. I have a village that I go to, and there's a particular culture in my village. They have their form of religion that is indigenous to the people that are there. And so I have the best of both worlds of one, living as a Christian, but two, also knowing what my people from a tribalistic standpoint believed in and adhered to, and so seeing the connection between what they believed and what was believed indigenously in my tribe, and what is believed now by the majority of people in my tribe, and why they believe it. So I think that just the importance is just being able to have common ground with the information and where it came from, so we can build from there. And I think that that's all Kevin was doing. On that, I really appreciate the discussion, and I'm gonna just go ahead and yield. I love you guys with the love of the Lord, and hope that maybe another time we can dialogue further. Y'all be easy.
Yeah, I was gonna say, because I want to turn this into no religious room.
Yeah, brother Yeshua, are you a Christian?
Absolutely.
What you were saying?
I'm sorry. Was that towards me, sir?
Nah, I thought Magnetic was saying something.
Oh, okay, yeah. I'm you.
No, I said we ain't gonna turn this place into no religious room.
That part, because the title was about creating life, and I hate when people just came in and didn't even been in this room for 5 to 10 minutes, not even 20, and have so much to say in the chat. You guys can learn so much by just observing. Nobody was arguing and carrying on. Actually, that was earlier, and it wasn't even Kevin and everybody on the stage. So I don't even know.
Yeah, to be fair, I haven't even said a word on here. I was just saying that I definitely.
But Ryan, you just got here, sis. You just got here, sis.
You just immediately interrupted me without even allowing.
No. But I actually was speaking, right?
No,
and I didn't close my mic, yet. Correct?
Oh, you have to close your mic to be
speaking?
Speaking?
I have to close my mic because I'm a moderator, and I respect the space and the people in here. And I've been here for a long time.
Oh, okay. I didn't
so what
know
I'm saying is, let me finish what I'm saying. Give me 1 minute, and you have the floor. I hate when people come into a space and make a judgment call when you've only been here a short time. There has been 2 rooms open on this topic, to be exact. The first one lasted about 2.5 hours. This one 6. We weren't arguing, besides at least, I think, 5 men that came in here in the other room that started arguing. Because we're not here to argue. We're actually here to learn from one another. That's what we're here for. That's why Pretty opens these rooms. Not to troll, not to male bash, not to female bash. We're actually here to learn. So he did have an open floor to speak. But you maybe weren't here when he started speaking. And he spoke a whole lot in the chat. You can scroll up it is on replay, just in case you want to check before you make a statement. I just want people to come in, read the room before making statements, because you shift everything off when you've only been here for 5 seconds. You got the.
Yeah, so clearly you misrepresented what I was stating when I said that I think Kevin should have the time to speak after what you guys were stating. I wasn't saying that you guys were neglecting his ability to speak in totality. I was saying that everybody was consistently speaking and making the same point when I joined in here, and he came off of his mic to respond, and then somebody else went back in and said the same thing again, and then everybody just took back over making the same claim again.
Right.
So, and before you take over, Rock, I would just like to add that the only sufficiency within my claim was stating that he should be able to respond to the ego. Because when you made the statement that you would do better listening, and that when you went to church, you didn't just immediately objectify when there was a false claim made, that you went home and did research on these angels, whatever, cool. There's a difference between appropriate timing in a church and disrespecting somebody who believes that they're leading a congregation versus a conversation on Clubhouse. So I wasn't stating something that happened before I got here, or stating something that I did not see myself. So I don't know where you're getting this. She just got here for 5 minutes.
Rock, I got this, Rock. Because what she did not see, which you could scroll up, right? Are you done, right, before I go there?
Oh, yeah.
So what you did not see, okay. Are you done? Okay, awesome. So what you did not see is what him talking about his whole background, about all his learnings that makes him, and his titles that makes him viable to have the conversation. Nobody had any titles when we came on the stage and opened this room. I don't lead with, I went to Catholic school for 8 years and I did this and this viable for what I say. I only mirrored him, like I said in the chat earlier, so that he could see what he sounds like. So at the end of the day, we're trying to learn, not use titles, not feel special. If he wanted to rebuttal at any time, he had the floor to rebuttal when it was silent, because at some point, everybody does stop talking. I don't think people need a referee here when we have the mods. And I've been modding on stages for the past on Clubhouse and opening my own rooms, right? For a good 5 years on this app, and having my room for a good 3. So I know how to mod a room. So if he wanted the space, I think he's grown enough to say, hey, can I speak to what you guys are saying? Because we're all trying to learn here. It's not about ego and attitude. And this is why I think sometimes we need to go back to having no chat, because people get so caught up in the chat and they're not on the stage. And then a lot of the things people say in the chat, they could never say on stage or in people's faces. It's just giving people more brazen things to deter the topic that we're talking about. So we're going to stop talking about religion at this point, because, people and spirituality in this manner, since it's gotten people all riled up in a bunch, and go back to the topic at hand, which was scientific when we first started this conversation. So what does anyone on the floor have to say about men don't create life? Prove me wrong. Let's hear what people's background about this topic is.
Yeah, sure. So if you guys don't mind, since my character came up and was judged several times, I feel I was consistently respectful in the room. I didn't come up in the room and even say, hey, I'm this, I'm that, I know this or that. That didn't happen. I came up, Rock invited me, and then he asked me, what is your background? And I gave him my background. And then even while I was speaking, Rock even gave me the credit to say, even though I see that you're interfacing with Shawnee and I forget what the other sister's name was, he says, I appreciate you for being respectful. Nothing came up about me I don't have that about myself. And I'm not going to argue with people about it because I know it's incorrect, but I thought that I'll talk about it now just to move it forward, that I don't think that is right to say that I was showboating or there's people up here that know me, like Ryan knows me and Shu, I've studied with him for about a couple of years now, and he knows that about me, right? So I don't think that was the idea. I think the prime idea simply was just this, right? That Me being familiar with certain things, if certain things are being said, then I think that one who is an advocate for those things should at least offer the truth on them, or just talking about it to make sure that people are well informed about what's being said. That's it. I mean, that's pretty much it. But I appreciate Rock for inviting me up and for asking me those questions.
No problem, Ken.
Yeah, appreciate you, man.
Yes, thank you for your share. We appreciate it because it brings, context to what we're talking about in certain aspects. And it looks as though we lost Magnetic. All right. So does anyone want to talk about the actual topic and that's in the goo or whatnot? If not, we've had this room open for, and if anyone in the goo wants to come up, I'm going to close the space in 5 minutes, 5 to 10 minutes, if no one wants to talk about the actual topic at hand.
Dang, man, y'all got up thinking y'all got up in y'all religion, man. They tore it up, man.
Yeah, because people use it as a weapon, and that's the problem. That's the difference between religion and spirituality. And we're talking about science. And somehow we got here.
It's not in a book. Life ain't in a book either.
Man, so, you can't tell. Listen, the very point that Shani made, that I think we all can learn, is about when you step in spaces, you need to read the room. I literally came in this space, I seen the topic, and I hit the chat. I said, "Oh, is this another male bashing room, right?" And respectfully, Magnetic, who was at the time, she was speaking, continued to speak, never changed the vibration. No one responded to my question. And I guess, and I'm gonna keep it a beat. I guess because at that time, when I entered the space, the vibration was so high, it was all self-detained. And the point that I'm making is, I didn't even have to get answered. Instantly, I respected the room at that point and said, you know what, let me see what's going on. And I listened. And it literally took me less than 30 seconds to understand what the space was really about. And at that point, I matched the frequency, and then I got on stage, and it continued from there. It was only until one brother who entered the space, and I guess another brother who, according to him, was already in the space before I came, both coming from a Christian perspective, right? But it never freaking fails. As soon as there's information that goes against what they believe, they gotta enter the conversation, and it's gonna always be on some ego shit. Every time. I only get it mostly from Christians. We all know there's over 100 religions, but the Christians, some of you brothers and sisters will die for this shit.
No, let's tell the truth. Some of them don't read the stuff, and they won't die. It's just to be cute with everybody else, so that I can say I belong to something, because they'll talk about dying and be like Peter and deny Jesus 3 times when his life could have ended right then and there. So I met somebody who was really about that life. I can honestly say this weekend I met somebody that was really about that life, that that literally could have went to jail, could have died, lost his stuff, lost everything twice, and his daughter. That man, he's serious about his faith. All right. I can't say that for everybody. But anyway, that's not about him. But I just wanted to give that example. Like a lot of people just think it's like cool, like being part of a fraternity or sorority, and like to nitpick, because even there was a man earlier that was cursing, using the name of Yahweh to curse the people in the room. I said, where does it say in the Bible that you can curse somebody with God's name in it? Oh, because when Jesus cast out the demons, that's casting out demons. There's no demons up and through here. And a lot of times, while people are sitting up here pointing the fingers, they have the issue that they're pointing the fingers at. And this is why I'm saying for people to read the room, before you come in and you speak or you type in the chat, because you haven't been here. Like, and it's sad that the room has turned to where it is now, where I'm getting ready to close it, because now that we said no more to the religion part and back to the topic, no one has anything to say. But the visceral is all around religion. And it's just like, this is why religion is so divisive. It's so divisive because, well, I've had to deal with it, and so has everybody else here at some point in time. And this is why we can't move past things and learn from each other, because, oh, I have to be right because of my background, or I have to be right because I think I'm right. Like, we all don't know everything.
We don't know nothing.
That's what I'm saying. I've been a teacher, okay? And what I've learned as being a teacher many times is a teacher is always a student. And when you come at that with that approach, you're not so quick to let me tell somebody off. Let me tell somebody who I am and what I know. Because that's great that you know that. But there's a lot of people that don't, or have a different perspective that you can learn from. But it gets lost in the sauce because ego, and this is the root of every single thing that goes wrong in this world, is the ego and the pride. And until people can get to know themselves, see themselves as they really are, and for those who believe in God, to see yourself the way God sees you instead of the way you see yourself, then maybe we can get to a level where we can have conversations that are elevated, where we can learn from each other. And I see Paris, you just came on the stage. Did you want to add to the conversation?
Yes, I want to say I appreciate the room, the way that you all modded. It was more than lenient with somebody being disruptive and not respecting the title, even when you tried to call them back to respecting the title, and to stop contending with people by asking questions, but rather go ahead and make your own point. That was asked several times, but never honored. And it just came to the point where you all still allowed that type of behavior to go on and still converse with that person as much as possible. So I do want to acknowledge you all for that, because sometimes the grace and the decorum that we have in this room gets or tries to be overshadowed by people who don't like the topic. If you don't like the topic, you can always open your own room and have fun together, rather than come in and disrupt somebody else's room to now they want to actually close the room earlier, but you think that's okay. But I do want to acknowledge you all for hosting a beautiful space, and thank you, and I look forward to being in another room again.
Yes, I see Angel, you wanted to come up. And, and I see what's in the chat. Only God gonna really know. He knows the hearts of people. And it's really sad. It's really, really sad. That's all I'm going to say. Go ahead. Angel, I just gave you a request if you wanted to speak before I close the room. And then I'll leave it to final thoughts and close the room.
Is all I want to say is crazy, because before the shindig went down, we was really on some good shit. You know what I'm saying? The frequency was there, the vibration was there, the energy was there. All it takes is one bad apple, and it takes 2 seconds to dismantle and destroy, but it takes so much more longer to get back on one accord. Because we've been at this point for what, an hour now? Probably longer than that.
Yep, because it started in the chat.
Yeah. Thank you. I don't know what the experience was with the Christians that you mentioned, and so I can't really speak to that because I don't know what the discussion was all about or how deep and intense it was. I just say that just speaking on from me specifically, and Kevin will probably agree. He's free to agree or disagree. I think that when I constantly hear bashing towards Christianity, I will honestly say that I get incensed by it, and I get irritated by it, because many times there's certain statements that are being made that are not necessarily true. And there's certain things that we're forced to accept, especially when it's not, especially around the fact when it's not even true because of the moderation of the room. So I'm quiet and I'm listening. I mean, I looked at the topic, men don't create life, prove me wrong. And I actually agree, men don't create life. The reason why I was quiet is because I was waiting for other people to, kind of speak on it, to kind of get an idea of the direction of the room. But I actually agree with the title, men don't create life. Yes, religion does divide. And I think more than religion dividing, I think truth itself is divisive. Whenever the truth is being told, there's going to be people who are not going to like what they hear and want to push back against it. That's just the reality of it. So if we're ever trying to get to a place where we're just trying to unite everybody, it's just impossible if we're going to be truthful. That's just the reality of it.
So in that, right? Religion is totally different than spirituality. Spirituality is a relationship, right? Religion is man-made. It could be ritualistic. It could be a whole bunch of things that have nothing to do with the Word of God, the Torah, or even the Quran. Because people pick and choose. It's because people are imperfect, right? That's what the problem is the people that are imperfect and they utilize the word or spiritual text to justify the actions. And that was the problem in here. It's nothing wrong because even some of the speakers that we were listening to on the audio did bring up some esoteric things, did bring up some things from the Bible, but it didn't create divisiveness in the room. Let me be clear, in both the rooms that was had around this same topic, because there was a room before this that lasted 2 hours, 3 hours. So it's not what you say, it's how you say it. And I don't know how many times I can address that in everything I've said. You can come in here and say what your opinion is, but when you come in here with a chip on your shoulder, you haven't read the room, and you're throwing what you do and all your knowledge, that I feel like I can speak on it because I have all of this accolades, then it actually takes away a truth. Like I said before, truth can stand by itself. Like I have in my bio, a truth teller has no friends. Nobody has a problem with hearing the truth. It's in the way people try to use if they're using the truth to attack people, because then it's not going to go anywhere. Because even if the person wanted to hear any part of the truth that they were saying, their ears are closed now, because even, guess what, even Jesus, since we want to bring up religion and we want to bring up spiritual, even Jesus, when they said crazy things to him, guess what he said? A lot of times, absolutely nothing, because not everything needs a response. And I'm going to leave that there. If no one else has anything else to say, it has been a pleasure. For those who came and enjoyed the room, you guys can listen. For those who want to, you can listen to the replay. The first audio that we listened to was from Cynthia G. The other ones that Magnetic played, I am not sure, but it was in her own library of things that she's heard. I don't know the names of those people. And I hope everybody has a wonderfully blessed day and can take a breather. Because, child. Take care, everybody. If there's nothing else that anybody wants to say before I close the space.
I just want to thank you again and close out. My final statement is 2 Timothy chapter 2 tells followers not to do what these so-called followers in here did. So thank you for being so gracious and not letting that ruin the energy completely, because like it was said, we had a beautiful study, and I look forward to coming back. See you next time.
Take care.
Which is ridiculous. But she's never been that low in her entire time as a senator. They think that even despite the fact that she voted against the bills, she voted for the motion to proceed for the one big beautiful bill, and I think that still is what hurt her, because it eventually then became law. If she did not vote for the motion to proceed, it wouldn't have been able to even go on the floor and get voted on. So she's right in the line, like you said. said, but people are also saying that Janet Mills, Janet has said, give me till August. I'll make it. She has a 52% approval rating in Maine. She is considered the only person that can actually beat Collins in a head-to-head. They've also done that, matchup with the two of them. She does beat Collins. And so what's interesting is she's older. She's about 76. So if she runs, she'll be like a Bernie. She'll be like some of these very old senators that we have in the New England states. That's not really a problem for the New England states. A lot of people are like, she's too old though. What do you mean she can't be a junior senator in her 70s? Yeah, she can. Y'all elect these people all the time and they're 82 and 83 and they're freaking senators. So stop talking, not y'all, but people are trying to say like, how could you do that? Jim Justice in West Virginia is like old as hell and he is running for one term. And he did, and he got Manchin out. So people got to understand it's totally fine if she runs for one term and at least gets Collins out of there so that you can have new young leadership come in and run. And the other thing that people don't realize is Troy Jackson, who by the way, he follows me on X, and I'm like, I nerd out of that. A bunch of other like very prominent Maine Democrats, they're all running for governor. A lot of them are going to be dipping out of the race though, because when you look at the writing on the wall, there are a lot of folks that are probably going to, someone's going to emerge as the clear winner, and these other folks are going to have somewhere to go. They do want to still run statewide. So you have AG, right? You have a lot of other places they can run to, but a lot of people are saying they're giving Janet Mills first dibs on the Senate. She's the one that can win. She's the one that number of states can win. So they're gonna let her be the one to decide, is she or isn't she going there? So I actually think Janet Mills, and Split Ticket, Huck, Atlas, all of them are showing that Janet Mills beats her. Just like Roy Cooper even beat Laura Trump and pretty much every single North Carolinian Republican that they could put on the bench. Ossoff is currently beating every single Republican that they put up. The only one that could have beaten Ossoff is their actual current sitting governor. So I feel comfortably confident about certain seats like that. Iowa, to me, is still a toss-up, but Nathan Sage is still showing. And this is a new poll that came out. He's still 4 points ahead of Ernst in Iowa. So we're all going to die, Ernst. I actually think those 4 seats are interesting. Now going to Alaska briefly, Mary Peltola, who was the House representative at large there, she lost last year to Nick, was it Begich? I always say his last name wrong. He's the Republican. He's a part of the Democratic family dynasty. His uncle is Tom, and Tom has said he'll run for governor if Peltola doesn't, because it's an open seat. So everyone has said he'll probably win quite easily because he's a family dynasty in Alaska. And so Peltola's trying to decide between governor, if she's going to run for the House again, or if she's going to challenge Dan Sullivan for Senate. And actually, her tweets have indicated recently she's leaning more towards the Senate. And they've actually done, Huck did a matchup of the two of them as well. And she could actually make, according to them, according to Cook actually is the one that said she makes Alaska competitive if she chooses to run against Sullivan. Everyone is salivating at the thought of her getting Sullivan the fuck out of it. Now, this does not mean all these races will be won, but this just means Democrats can be actually competitive. John Bel Edwards, who is now gone as governor, he's considering running against Cassidy, who is also very flawed. MAGA hates him. He voted for Trump to be impeached and, convicted in the Senate. He was one of the only Republicans who voted to do so. He just put up RFK, lied and said, let's see what the guy does and make America healthy again, doing what we all know, not making America healthy again. So Cassidy's extremely flawed, very vulnerable. Yes, he's an incumbent, and according to Trump, they're trying to mount a challenge for him in his own primary. However, if he ends up winning, he's not guaranteed. And I do think that John Bel Edwards, who has won twice statewide to be governor of Louisiana, has a shot to run against him. Schumer's trying to recruit him really bad. So there are other states to look at. Obviously, some of these are long shots, but others are not. Others are actually, some of this was is really within reach, and it will be on how these folks run their campaigns. But yeah, sorry, I just wanted to mention those other little, little outliers that people don't really chat about because I've been watching them, and it's just fascinating.
Child, you be on it.
I know I'm a nerd. I'm a loser.
No, you're not.
I gotta go to the gym now. We can run.
The only thing I think Susan Collins polled bad the last time, and she overwhelmingly won. So outside of Janet Mills, she doesn't really have a serious opponent, and past history showed that even if when her numbers are down, she still won. So unless they're gonna float, have Janet Mills, the current governor, who she's squirrely insane whether she's gonna run as a senator and give up the governorship. I see she's back in her.
Mm-hmm. She's term limited. She's not. She can't run again, so she would be running.
Yeah.
She wouldn't be losing anything by saying she's gonna run for Collins' seat. But she said, "I'll get back to you guys in August." And when asked recently, she said she's not made up her mind.
Yeah, that's why I said she's squirrely. But outside of her, even the last time Susan polls were down and then she overwhelmingly won, they still put it back. So outside of Janet Mills, who is the strongest opponent to her, I see her back in power.
I'll see if there's some research from Split Ticket that would maybe help understand why this is the lowest she's ever been. And they actually show the math that she doesn't really have a path forward unless somehow magically her polling rebounds, which is still possible. Of course, anything's possible. But they very squarely show, like within how they calculate the war of her candidacy, her incumbency, and all that she actually doesn't have a path forward. Even if it's not Collins, Mills, there are others that they put that show they can beat her this time. It really will take resources though, so it's not going to be easy. But she's not the only candidate that can win, but she's the best candidate to put up on against her, if it makes sense. But I can send it to you from Split Ticket because they broke it all down, and I was like, oh, fascinating. He's been talking a lot about how everyone sees her as like the untouchable. And how she kind of sees herself that way, but unfortunately, even her own internals are showing that she is not untouchable.
How the hell you sit around and listen to read off?
I'm a Governors like, Matt, you're a political junkie. And I'm like, yeah, I know. Like a crackhead. It's pretty embarrassing. But I have a whole spreadsheet. I have so many different candidates. I have their matchups also from all the different pollsters. Angus King's son, they're also floating that he could be. I'm sorry, Angus King's son. Yeah, this is fine. They're floating he could be also someone that could beat her because of the name recognition of the Kings in Maine. People will think that it's the dad on the ballot. So they're like, but Angus King, if his son does not, continue running for governor, put him up against Collins. He could probably beat her too. There's a lot of internal polls I also look at. Y'all can get access to them if you go to Puck, and if you subscribe, it's a little pricey, but it's not that expensive. But they'll post some of the internal polls. Split Ticket does as well. Cook, I also pay for Cook Political.
Oh wow.
I'm a
no, you're not. You're just a political junkie, like you said. Child, because there's certain things I follow, but not as in depth as you do.
Thanks, Matt. Good morning, everyone. I was talking about this yesterday. I was like, "Where's Matt at?" Because I know I needed that, the breakdown. Because I was looking at an article that had somewhat of the breakdown, but you really know what you're talking about. So thank you.
Oh, no problem. Well, thank y'all for listening to me ramble, because I be talking about this shit on the phone to my nigga, and he be like, "Man, I'm fucking this shit."
I actually want to get those I want to hear from people in North Carolina, right? People on the ground. I hope we could get people from North Carolina, from
ping your
from these people.
Your mama on the app, she's from North Carolina, and she actually used to be a staffer, and I think she was a campaign either manager or she was an assistant.
I love her. Yeah, she comes in here sometimes.
Yeah, if y'all get her, she will give you all the North Carolina stuff, like the triangle, like all the demos. I mean, we were talking about it all the other day, and yeah. Oh, by the way, sidebar: Cooper is running. They've already one of his advisors already. He is running. This event this weekend is going to be his big that is already scheduled and has been scheduled for 3 months. This is his big stunt speech, by the way. That he's going to be speaking at, but he is running. So everyone's now saying, "LOL." Miss Laura Trump talking about, "I'll decide after Thanksgiving." Girl, you ain't gonna win even if you run. So as soon as Cooper officially announces, probably before the end of this month. I mean, I'm not sure who the hell is going to be dumb enough to stay in the race. Sorry, but let me get my car. I gotta get the hell. I gotta get to this little. Oh, sorry. I said cook. So go to Split Ticket. I'll write it in the chat. Split Ticket. Something you guys should follow. That's on Twitter, X. That's also a website. Cook Political. You can pay for it. It's not that expensive. I don't even remember how much it is, but yeah. Cook Political. Huck News. Those are ones I would follow. And then Atlas. Always look at Atlas. Atlas is the #1 pollster, the most accurate pollster in the entire country. So those are the best ones. You can look at other ones too. There are several pollsters that are cool. Morning Consult, right? But I like Atlas the best. If Atlas doesn't have one out, like Mammoth, if Atlas doesn't have one out, I'll go to Morning Consult next. And then Mammoth, I think Mammoth's closing up. And then there's a friend of mine named Adam Carlson. He used to work for Mammoth, and he's amazing. He just started his own pollster, group and market research group. He's incredible, and so he's another one to follow. But yeah, y'all, I literally read this every morning. It's like I read this and the trades because I'm in the entertainment industry, just because I have to know what's going on.
So have you had any gigs lately?
I actually just sold a movie to Amazon. We're doing it with Aldous Hodge. I don't want to talk about the details. They'll know. I don't know. Maybe they will wrong. But it's set on Wall Street in the world of corporate finance. It's essentially a reimagination of the Count of Monte Cristo by Alexandre Dumas, classic literature. And I would say it's if any of you watched that old movie by Tom Cruise called The Firm, that would be a comp. The Firm meets Succession, and it is a story of revenge, a black man getting something that was taken from his family back from this powerful dynasty run by a matriarch. And we have Julia Roberts reading right now. I don't know if she'll do it, but we'll see. Yeah, she's reading. She's read by the same. So I'll say it. George Tillman Jr., the director who just did the George Foreman movie. He produced the Bob Marley movie. He, did Hate You Give, Soul Food, Bro Bounce, Barbershop, Beauty Shop, Men of Honor. I mean, he's a legend, black male director. Has a company called State Street Pictures. They have a first deal with Paramount, and they are the producers of the film. And George really wanted to direct it, but he has 4 movies lined up. One called The Prince of New York with Damson Idris, Letitia Wright, Giancarlo Esposito, and Anthony Ramos at Paramount. He has Nanny Cam, a thriller at Amazon he's directing. He has some other corporate thriller that my friend Michael Starbury is writing for him. They did the Inevitable Defeat of Mr. and Pete together. George directed it, and Mike wrote it. With Jennifer Hudson. I don't know if you saw that, but that was in Indy in like 2012, 2013. And then he also has another movie lined up. I forgot what it was about. Oh, and also I shouldn't say that. Well, who's in here? I don't care. They're producing the new Friday movie at New Line. Hasn't been announced yet, but they are the new producers of Last Friday. And they're closing their deal with New online right now, or it already closed maybe. They're doing a lot of awesome stuff, especially a lot of good black stuff. But yeah, so they're producing the movie. We're out to different directors right now. Ronaldo Marcus Green is reading. J.D. Dillard is reading. He did Devotion. He did Sweetheart. He did Slight. Who else is reading right now? Cord Jefferson, who just did American Fiction, is also reading. So we're trying to get a director, but Amazon bought the movie. So just sold that. Waiting on my check to come in because Amazon be taking too long to pay. Because yeah, that's one we just sold, and then we're in the process of setting up an adult anime comedy series with Hulu. But yeah, so the business has still been okay for me. Still been very difficult to get stuff sold, but the market is still fine right now. And I'm trying. My cousin, you already know my cousin has already said it, Rashida Jones. I'm trying to be like the Joneses. Trying to be like the Joneses. So she just sold a couple things. She had a project with my friend Kira that she didn't sell. So I'm afraid to go out with a half-hour comedy because they just don't seem to be moving at all anywhere. But 1-hour dramas, features, half-hour animated comedies, stuff like that. That stuff's moving. But yeah, trying to make some more moves. We'll see what happens as the year ends because it's been an interesting year in the industry as everyone reacts to this man being in office. I know.
You just have to some movies that I love.
Matt.
Yeah.
Okay.
Congrats, Matt.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, I had my volume down so I couldn't hear y'all. Need my coffee. I wanted to, I hopped up to say that if you have any of those, or if you know of any of those projects, those Netflix projects that eventually are going to be shot in their new facility once it's done in New Jersey, I want to connect with you. I just followed you because my client put in for the grant to build the workforce development pipeline.
Oh, amazing.
Yeah. So part of the grant requirement is to connect with potential employers upon their completion. So I think that we should connect on that and some other projects as well.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, back channel me.
Okay.
We've talked about shooting that. I mean, we have a new director, Nefertiti Nguvu. She's directing my movie Sonata that we're doing with Lexi Underwood and Zoe Kravitz. And we've discussed shooting in that facility, but we don't know the logistics of it yet. So if you know T, let me know. Because we are talking to a company called Fifth Season. They used to be Endeavor Content, and they want to fund the film. But we're personally wanting to go team up with A24 and have them just do a co-fi with the studio. Either them or this other company, Neon, or maybe even Black Bear. We're trying to see though if Searchlight or Focus Features want to just do it. Because it's one of those specialty art house films. Budget is around 8 to 10. My friend Judy, she's going to be our line producer. She's done everything from Apocalypto to a bunch of shit. And then my other friend is also producing with us. And she used to work for James Franco's company back before he was being a weirdo. And she's produced a bunch of his films that they've done. But yeah, so we're figuring out the logistics of that particular soundstage and that lot because it was perfect. We'll have a lot of exteriors to do in New York. It's actually going to be set in Brooklyn and Williamsburg in the classical music scene. So yeah, let me know what you know about that.
I'll definitely do that because I'm trying to build out like a short list and I have a lot of people on the list already that are like locally based, either live in New Jersey but work in like the tri-state in terms of film and media. So yeah, I can definitely hook you up.
Yeah, if you have crew lists, please send because we're trying to. Judy's trying to. I'm glad because I ain't got time to. She's the queen of line producing, crew hire, department head hire, and all that. So she wants a large spreadsheet of folks that we can go to when we know, okay, cool, this company is going to do a co-5, we're going to, we have all of our ducks in a row. And I would love to shoot in the fall. I don't know if it's possible because because of all of the logistics and all the things we're up against. We're trying to get Anjanu Ellis attached right now because we want to have a trifecta. Yeah, she's so sweet too. She read the script and loved it, but her agent Brian Boone at CAA reps Lexi, so we're trying to just make sure we're good to say she's attached. She just read the script 2 weeks ago, so I'm trying to get. I have a call with Brian. We have to talk about all this, and so yeah, it's been a lot going on. So
I have cool spots in Williamsburg if you're looking for locations and stuff.
Oh, thank you. Period. Please, yeah, absolutely. As soon as we get everything approved, I mean, I know we have a lot of exterior shots, but the lead, Lexi Underwood's character, by the way, if y'all know, she's from Little Fires Everywhere. She played Kerry Washington's daughter in that.
Oh, no.
Yeah, she's going to be trying to get a job, so we have a montage scene of her trying to get a job in the film. There's a music shop we need to fake that she works at.
Well, there's a music shop here. There's a new record store that just opened on Bedford.
Do they have any? Well, we could just dress the set, obviously, but it needs to feel like our hope is that it's not. It just I want to do it in a way that doesn't feel like we're really like living in the gentrification of it all. Like I want to live in like old Williamsburg, you know. If that makes sense.
This
like
is
that.
The focal point of gentrification.
I know.
I mean, look, there's still a few spots that are just like, you know, rugged. Mm-hmm. You know, there's still a couple of soul survivors, but
that's what we're gonna have to find then, because
I know of a couple of spots here where locals still can afford to go to. I mean, there's still a few locals left. My partner's from Williamsburg. His dad's from Williamsburg. I mean, you're talking about generations of people that are from Williamsburg, and like the people on our block are still mostly like, you know, we're born here and raised here. But yeah, it's wild, honestly. It's the weirdest place I've ever lived in.
I can't wait. I hope we get to shoot this movie, I swear to God, because it's like, it's called Sonata, and it's literally about music being used to heal, and this young woman discovers that when she plays the cello for people, they begin having these reveries of who they're supposed to be, and it's supposed to essentially inspire them to kind of walk outside of their pain, their struggle, the things they're holding on to, and basically towards the person that they're actually meant to be all along. Oh, right. And it's just a movie that shows you that music is literally a bridge to the other side, right? To our best self from our worst. And we're using a classical music, of course, as our vehicle, because she's a classical, she's a cellist. Her mother was a cellist, concert cellist, was in the New York Philharmonic and all that stuff. So, we'll see what happens. But thank y'all. I gotta get this car out, y'all. That's good. I gotta hit.
Sorry, I'm filling out this paper real quick. So what's going on, y'all? Anything popping? Hello, can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
I thought I fell out of the room because I ain't even.
Nothing's going on here. Let me look at the news.
Did you hear? They're talking about. Wait, let me make sure I'm correct on this. It's about Barack. So we talked about, did we already talk about yesterday, Tulsi Gabbard threatening prosecution of Obama.
If you did, I wasn't here.
So she is talking about prosecuting him. Trump has been posting these AI-generated videos showing Obama getting arrested.
Oh my God! Are we in the Twilight Zone?
Not above the law. This is crazy. And then he's demanding his arrest. Saying President Trump called for Barack Obama to be arrested after spy chief Tulsi Gabbard claimed the former leader was behind a years-long coup against him. But yeah, freaking, this dude is fucking wilding out right now. Let me go ahead and go back to breaking news. But yeah, I just seen that yesterday. I was like, okay. But we're going to talk about that in depth later on today with Lisa. Lisa wants to do a room on that, so. And I think she said she's going to open at 3 today, so.
Oh, wow, that's awesome.
Yeah. Well, so we can be at the hotels. Yesterday, I freaking said.
I was listening to some of the replays this morning, but I didn't get to finish.
Oh my God. You was in there, I think, in the beginning, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Y'all are killing me with this assassination wasn't real thing. Y'all are killing me with that shit.
Yeah, the conspiracy theories.
Yeah, and this is coming from us. Like, I was the only one on stage, like, no, that kid tried to assassinate him. Like, I don't know how you fake that. Because if you did, then what? Biden is a part of it as well? Because it was his goddamn, he was protecting him. And they was like, this is what they said. They seen videos. Depp ran here with that shit too. They said they see videos where the Secret Service was directing the camera on where to shoot. And I was like, what's going on? Are y'all for real? Are we trolling Patty? They was like, no, I'm serious.
I mean,
Deborah, explain yourself. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say, all I can say is that news has changed so much because I feel like because things move so fast, right? They didn't really cover this story like that. And I don't know. It's just, I think it's like the media coverage that people have an issue with because it feels like the story came and went really quickly and it sort of just like disappeared. And I think like Deborah was saying, like, why haven't they covered the 1-year anniversary of this? Like, usually when we look at other assassination
attempts. They did do it.
Okay, they did. Maybe like
we talked about it in the room because I said it's the 1-year anniversary and I played a clip. Because they were talking about it. It's just so much other shit he's doing that overshadows.
Yeah, it's just a lot going on. And then the media just moves really fast. But yeah, I don't think this is necessarily a faked attempt or anything like that. I just think it's just the media just decided we're just going to move on because we got a lot of stuff to cover. I mean, the media is very disconnected, I think, from like, stuff that we probably need to hear in general. Right.
But Trump has done so much that it's hard to just say this is one thing that we're going to focus on. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you focused, and we would have stayed focused on his assassination attempt, what happens the following day? Freaking,
it's publicity for him, right? At the end of the day, it is publicity for him. And maybe they were trying to give him as much coverage or maybe cover Kamala evenly. I mean, it's a tough decision to make because what do? This is an election at the end of the day. So I don't think it was planned or anything. Like, I'm not the type of person that he thinks he planned or anything like that. But I do think he milked it for what it was, right?
Yeah, I do too.
Certainly, it's like, oh shit, we have this gift. Let's use this shit. You know what I'm saying? Because people die, right?
Right.
You know. So RIP to those people that we don't really even discuss, but people did die over this, so it's tragic.
And that's what I said. I said people die. Like, how do you plan other people dying?
Yeah.
And they actually found shell casings. Like, the Secret Service had 8 shell casings. So, like, if this was an attempt to hide some shit, that means the DOJ, because this all would have been federal, the DOJ, freaking the Secret Service, and Biden is all in cahoots with freaking Trump. Like, this is not something you can, like, just pretend or fake.
Yeah.
That's why I'm like, oh my God. Yesterday I was like, no. And then here comes JD coming off mic. Well, I kind of think, hold on, no, you know. So I was like, you can't be my husband if you're going to be on these conspiracy theories. Oh my God. I'm oh man. It's getting bad because, you know, Democrats really weren't like this. And it's been a couple of times I was like, what's going on here, y'all? Like, come on. We're smarter than this. We like actually read the information and then have this conversation. Now we fuck up it sometimes interpreting the information, but we actually really do read. And
I think it was the fact that he milked. He conveniently used something to gain more publicity and stay on the air longer and gain sympathy. He had that big fucking diaper on his ear, or maxi pad, whatever you want to call it, on his ear. Like, so it kind of seems like, oh, this is so convenient. Like, he's, you know, milking these things for all he has, you know. But sometimes, you know, things happen where it's like a gift, and that's just what it was. So, you know, who knows had that happened? I mean, we could do for the what about and all that stuff, but I'm sure gaining sympathy and, you know, all that stuff certainly helps. And it's like free commercial, right? Yeah. So I think he raised a lot of money the next day. And that's the thing too. The thing that scares me is that people, you know, we're talking about this stuff about the election and the midterms and all that stuff. I think one of the things that scared me is that we're not raising money like the other side is, right? Tom Homan, very weirdly, it's very weird that whatever his title is, he's doing speeches and rallies now, and I'm sure that is raising a lot of funds, right?
So yeah, Catholic too.
Huh?
Like, why would he be doing rallies right now? He's supposed to be Homeland Security.
But it's fundraising. It's fundraising. It's you know, that's what I'm saying. What worries me about the Democratic Party is that we're not raising money like our counterparts, right? Supposedly the DNC is like broke, right? We need people to be on social media. We need to be, you know, that's what I was like. I kind of like Gavin right now. I see what you're saying about Bashir, but Gavin is becoming like a big troll, right?
Yeah, but he's not popular. He's not.
No, he's not. But whoever's running, we just need whoever's running his Instagram, his Twitter, right? Because that trolling is top tier. You saw the Elon Musk and Trump thing.
Yeah.
That was funny. like the Coldplay affair. I don't know. That was.
I think he could get people, like maybe people from New York, maybe, but like outside of cities like New York City or the state of California, I don't really see.
Yeah.
See that.
I definitely see what you're saying. We need a safe white guy at this point.
Yeah.
We need a Kentucky, like a Midwesterner. You know, we need to go back to the Bill Clinton-esque type of figures. So I'm all for that. I've been all for that for a long time. So hopefully that's, you know, what's going on in those rooms. And I want to see, can we get a hold of people in the DNC? Like, can we bring them on Clubhouse just low key, or will they just run them off the app? I don't know.
I'm sorry, I'm eating.
No, it's all good.
I don't think they come on this app. They probably do some research and be like, these motherfuckers too toxic. They too toxic. These people do whatever. Like, you can dox them. They're doxing them ain't nothing. They're public figures, but these people make videos, something. Now let me see what's going on. So I do got an article, and it's talking about what to expect as Harvard takes on the Trump administration in federal court. So Monday, Harvard is supposed to be back in court for their hearing in the funding fight against the Trump administration. This is the next step in battle over restoring more than $2 billion in federal funding for research frozen by the White House. If they get this fucking money back, Columbia kick rocks. You know, a lot of those kids that go to these schools are really, you know, when you're young, you have all these great ideas on how you can save the world and how, you know, they really have you. You know, when you were young, like when I was young, I believed in everything being, give poor people more money and access. Make sure this and that. Like, everything free. My daughter's kind of like that. And she has her explanation, but then I just look at her and just smile and be like, wait till you gotta pay bills.
Patty, I started off as a libertarian. Please do not, never leave this room.
How did you say I was a libertarian? So you live in Miami?
I don't know.
You do live in Miami.
No, just me not experiencing life and just reading a lot and really thinking that this is the best form of government, right? It's just liberal when it comes to social issues, but fiscally conservative. And I think a lot of me is still like that. But the reality is, I joined the Libertarian Party and right away got out of it, switched to Democrat, and I realized that a lot of this stuff is coded in just racism, right?
Yeah.
And people will rather spend money on billions going to Mars or some shit like that than SNAP benefits. Like that, there's something fundamentally wrong with that, right? And you realize these Republicans, it's not about being fiscally responsible, fiscally conservative, right? It's about, taking everything that poor people have and giving it to the very, very wealthy that are never going to spend this money. So, right. When you realize stuff like that, you're like, okay, now I see what's going on. But yeah, I'm part of me is, I studied taxes, right? A part of me is like very conservative in a way, and I like VAT tax. I know it's not very popular, but I like the VAT tax.
I like VAT tax too.
You go to countries with VAT, they have way better education than we do, right? Our education right now is funded by property taxes. That's inherently racist, right?
Right.
So we know this country has been, many Black people still live in historically redlined areas, right? That's what I'm saying. Like, this system is racist as fuck. So it's like, how are we still, funding children's school off a fundamentally racist system? So, that could alleviate that. Obviously, it's a regressive tax, though. But if you have free, high quality education, free, you know what I'm saying? So it's like, but I don't like this deficit, right? I think we need to tax wealthy people. That period. That's it. And I think that, I was on the set screaming, Kamala Harris's tax policies because I thought they were good. And I thought, we really need to try something. We need to really tax this wealth. Wealthy people themselves, right? Like the Warren Buffetts of the world, right?
And a lot of them are real. The ones that are super rich are willing to, like Warren Buffett.
Yeah, they're like, talk to me. They're actually begging people to tax them more. So it's like wild to me that they're a lot of the wealthy. Of course, a lot of wealthy people are gonna move out, right? We always have that. That's always gonna remain. They're gonna remove their citizenship, move to another country, and that's okay, right? That's always gonna happen. That's happening now in UK. That's why I was like, I'm glad that guy Jay something came in the other day, because that's what we're gonna be dealing with if we get if we get another Democrat in office in 4 years, or 3.5 years. We're going to have to play major cleanup, which is what the Labour Party is doing now, right? They're trying to reverse some of the shit that Brexit did, and they're trying to, fund the NHS system.
They're trying to do everything that's fucked up, and that NHS is all behind conservatives. Conservatives will fuck you over. It's happening.
But my thing is, y'all know these nurses. I've never had a white American nurse. Okay, it's barely in my life, right? All the nurses are Filipina,
right?
Let's be real. So you want to deport all the Filipinas, right? You're not the only show in town. People are gonna go elsewhere, and now what are you gonna do? So UK has been moving goofy, and now what happened? Now we're dealing with those consequences: mass deportation, mass divestment with these tariffs, and so now we're dealing with all these consequences. So we're dealing with the shit that UK dealt with years ago, and he said billions leaving the economy. It's actually projected to be trillions, right? Because I worked on this stuff. And I helped get businesses out of UK after Brexit.
Yeah, because they knew what the revenue was going to look like. There was no freedom of movement, whether it was supplies, personnel. I don't know why they thought this would be a great idea.
Racism. They thought immigrants were taking their jobs. They thought immigrants were benefiting, and so they wanted the immigrants out. And so it was about racism, right? The same thing as, the election largely, right? Our this election was about racism.
Right, and we didn't learn the lessons of what happened with the UK.
No.
We're not learning the lessons. Because they don't even associate how Brexit looks. If you look at policy versus policy that we're trying to do with Project 2025. Brexit, when I would watch it on TV, I was like, this shit isn't going to go through. They're not stupid. They can't be this stupid. Then when they were debating the freedom of movement, I was like, yeah, this isn't going to go through. At least they won't let this go through. Yeah, they did.
Patty, you were looking at them, and they were looking at us when Trump was running for office. He's never going to win.
Right, and they had the big balloon. Remember, they had the big balloon over some of those European countries. In the UK, that balloon was there a couple of times. the naked baby Trump balloon with a diaper. Like, I'm like, you motherfuckers are shitting on us, but you guys are fucking working towards a Trump-like president, or not presidency, parliament. Like, you guys are bringing all these people into these roles that are Trump-like. And then Trump is shaking their hands, telling he's got the greatest ideas. He's the best candidate. No, that's not how he talks. He's the, whatever the fuck. But this shit was ridiculous. I was like, y'all motherfuckers floating the Trump balloon, but y'all got Trump 2.0 over there. Because he's smart. Trump's stupid. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's easy influence with the fucking cheeseburger and a "you're the best president ever" conversation. He doesn't read what the fuck is being passed. The legislation that they're trying to push. He doesn't read. That one, what was his name? God damn. What is his name that was in charge at the time during Brexit? Do y'all remember? Let me look this up real quick.
Not Tony Blair. I know his face because he has that blonde hair that always looks messy.
He always looks messy. Let me see. That dude is Trump 2.0. It's like he had the greed, but he also is very intelligent. So his thing was him getting richer and everybody else around him getting richer. Okay. And then the Labor Party was fighting against it. What was his name? Boris Johnson. There you go. Boris Johnson. He's trash. Boris Johnson's trash. And that one female, there was a female right before him that actually opened up the conversation. What is her name? Let me sit down, female. Theresa May.
The one with the lettuce, they got her out of there. I'm like, that's when you know these people in UK, boy. And I was here in a room. This girl Eunice. Oh my God, I love her rooms. She does these UK rooms, and she's in UK, and she streamed the debate, and their debate was really good. I mean, they get crazy.
They get crazy.
They get wild over there.
I could not stand Theresa May. I was like, she opened up the conversation and Boris Johnson jumped on board and said, let's go. And David Frost just says here.
You can understand why his priest or his pastor wouldn't accommodate him. And I think if we're not careful, we slide into kind of a lukewarm state of Christianity.
Okay. Well, yeah, I mean, don't do that. Always guard your heart. You know, the armor, the armor of Christ, put on the full armor. There's all kinds of pitfalls about being complacent. You don't want to do that. And Jonathan, we'll get to you in a second. Someone asked, "This is so great! Oh my gosh, the Lord has shined up on us today." I started this whole podcast this morning with this very thing. So Spartan in chat says, "Where in the Bible does Jesus said?" I'll just read it the way you should have written it. Where in the Bible does Jesus say, "I am God, worship me"? That's what you meant to write. And then he says the same thing. He says something that Jesus says when he confronts the devil. I'm not saying you're the devil, but interesting way to write that. So where it is written is what Jesus addresses. So I wondered often why people don't bring up Matthew and Luke more about the temptation of Jesus when he says, "Where does Jesus say, 'I am God, worship me'?" And by the way, in perfect Arabic. And by the way, 300 times. And then all the Christians go to like Abraham, I was, I am, I have the water of life, only God can forgive sins, as if that should totally be adequate. But why don't people do the temptation of Christ? Because he absolutely applies this verse to him. So if he was improperly applying this verse to him as deity, the devil would have been able to be like, oh, well, I'm going to have you crucified for blasphemy. He would have done that right then, but he can't, because the devil, how bad is that if the devil understands Jesus as God, but you don't? That's bad. Okay, so Jesus, full of the Holy Spirit, returned, and he goes on, and the devil tempts him, and he says, the devil took him up and showed him all the kingdoms. This is Matthew 4, verse 5. The devil took him up and showed him the screen that I'm sharing. Okay. Showed him the kingdoms of the world in a moment of time, and said to him, to you I will give all authority and their glory, for it has all been delivered to me, and I can give it to whom I will. If you then will worship me, it will all be yours. And Jesus answered him, it is written, you shall worship the Lord your God, and you shall serve only him. And he took him to Jerusalem and set him on the pinnacle of the temple, and said to him, if you are the Son of God, throw down yourself from here, for it is written, he will command his angels concerning you and to guard you. And on their hands they will bear you up, and not let you strike a foot against the stone. Jesus answered him and said, you shall not put the Lord your God to the test. And when the devil had ended every temptation, he departed until an opportune time. So there's your answer. I mean, there's one of 20 plus answers, but how do you get, my question for you would be, how do you get around that? Like, you shall not put the Lord your God to the test. So throw yourself down, angels will help you. You shall not put your Lord, your God, the Lord your God to the test. He is absolutely applying this to himself. There's no way around that. That's the answer. I mean, there's plenty of other answers too, but there you go. And the fact that you don't see that, which I'm not watching the screen, but I'm just assuming you don't, would be where Jesus gets to the parables and says some people, this is God's good pleasure, that many people receive these parables as little children and they just get it immediately. While other people, they toil and trouble and they cannot wrap their heads around these simple parables. So I hope you don't follow that path, but it sounds like you are. Oh, now I'm watching the screen again. You are beating around the bush. Directly quote me where it is written. Gosh, I don't want to.
He's asking for an exact word fallacy where Christ said exact.
Right, I know, that's the entire point. You're not going to get one. This is the answer. If you don't believe the prophets, and